iRacing.
In the pantheon of American road racing, there are few days more exciting than the SCCA Runoffs. Put every kind of car imaginable out on the track from all around the country and see who is the best. In the real world, this series rotates among some of America's greatest road courses, and here today it is no different. We head to Road America for the iRacing SCCA Runoffs in what will be a fantastic day-long affair of racing. Hello everyone, my name is DJ Clark, delighted to be joined by Joey Atterbury. And Joey, like I said, it doesn't get much better than this.
When you think of club racing and championships, it is the SCCA Runoffs. It is the biggest and the best of it all. And yeah, we're here in the virtual world. We got 6 different cars we're going to be covering today. So really a whole day of coverage between a handful of different races. And I'm really excited for it because A, it's the Runoffs, and B, it's Road America.
The National Park of Speed. You stole my next point away from me. This is where it all comes down to the way this track flows, the way it works around. Put any kind of car you can imagine out on this 4-mile circuit, and there is going to be good racing, whether it is the Spec Racer Fords, whether it's the Formula Vs, whether it's GT Fords. It is all absolutely fantastic. Let's take a look here today at what we've got in store, because it is going to be a jam-packed day, Joey.
Yeah, we're going to be kicking it off right now with these Formula V cars, these little open wheelers, and then kick it over to the Spec Racer Ford just an hour later at 11 a.m. After those Spec Racer Fords, we're going to get into more of the production cars, those Spec Miatas and the MX-5s at 12 p.m. Eastern, call it noon. Then hop back in some Formula cars, a little bit faster though, those US F2000 cars. And then we get to one of the more popular classes, in my opinion. The GT4 class will be at 2 p.m. Eastern. And then we'll end it all out with those Renault Clios, those little hatchbacks that are just so much fun to drive, those front-wheel drive cars. And that is at 3 p.m. Eastern, the final of the 6 races we'll be covering today.
Yeah, and that is the full schedule for today's events. But we've talked a lot about these SCCA Runoffs. This is an event that is steeped in American road racing history, going on back since time eternum. This has been held at everywhere from Road Atlanta to VIR to Road America to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway itself. This is really and truly a historic event for American road racing.
It's pretty neat to be having it here in the virtual world, because you're right, DJ. When I grew up racing, you get your start in grassroots motorsports, right? Club racing, and you start in the regional stuff, and then you move up to national competition. But then where do you go from those national races? Well, you have to have a national championship at some point, and that's exactly what the SCCA Runoffs are for. So let's say if you grew up racing Spec Miatas in California, but the Runoffs are in Road America, even the best guy from Florida, the best guy from New York, every single place in the North American regions, they come together at those SCCA Runoff Championships, and that's exactly what we're doing here with iRacing. We've used those super sessions throughout the week. You got to get in there, gain points in those super sessions, and it's essentially like a championship. That's what gains you entry to that best split here at the SCCA Runoffs.
Well, that's how you got in, but let's talk about where we are. Joey, the National Park of Speed. This place practically needs no introduction. Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, just over 4 miles, opened all the way back in 1955. You've driven here. We've both been here. How special is this circuit?
It's one of the most amazing tracks that we've got here in North America, and one of my personal favorites. Even if you're just a fan going to watch a race there, I highly suggest getting out to Elkhart. It's only about an hour north of Milwaukee, but talking about the track itself, it's a driver's favorite because it has tons of passing opportunities. 3 really good ones, and in my opinion, 4 solid passing zones. heavy on the brakes, and it's also very drafty, right? So you can have these tight pack races where it's not just one car running away. There's also a lot of elevation over here. The lowest corner, Canada corner down there at turn number 12, it is all the way uphill to reach start finish from one of the lowest points on the track.
Well, as we take a look at some of those live pictures, we get a live view of the Formula Vs. That's right. That's what we've got first in store here today. They work their way down through the sweep, down through Kettle Bottoms, and down into that world-famous Canada corner, kicking up a little bit of dust, maybe a little bit of brake smoke. I don't think that's going to be the last time we see that here today.
It's pretty exciting no matter what corner you're at here at Road America, but this is the car that is going to be taking place in our first race. The Formula V, it is call it an entry-level open-wheel car, only about 80 horsepower out of that naturally aspirated flat four. It's only got 4 forward gears, but it is a rear drive, so that engine, the transmission, everything is sitting behind the driver, and you see incredibly lightweight, only about 1,000 pounds, so this thing is essentially an extra large go-kart, and if you want to go out and race this car in iRacing, that is outside of the Runoff series, you can go race it right now in the Formula V Sim Magic series. And DJ, this car is very, very special for a lot of open wheelers that have gone professional. It doesn't matter if you're in Formula One, IndyCar, or a lot of these upper echelons of, call it Formula cars. You got to get your start somewhere, and this is probably your first step up from a go-kart.
Yeah, and what's crucial here about the Formula Vs is, as you can see, and as we ride on board here down through turn 3, yes, it's a Formula car, so you have that open wheel legacy to it, but no aerodynamics really to speak of on the car, which makes carrying that minimum corner speed, carrying as much momentum as possible, very, very crucial.
It's all about learning how to drive with these cars. I think that's going to be kind of a topic all day long because it's just, you have to understand, you have to crawl before you can run, and it's going to be these lower level cars. You can't just put your foot down with 600 horsepower and pull yourself out of the corners. And DJ, we are in qualifying right now, about 3.5 minutes remaining here in this session.
And the way the qualifying will work here for this session, and indeed for all sessions here today, is they have 8 minutes on the clock and 2 laps to set their best time down. And Joey, especially here in these Formula cars, in these Formula Vs, you've really got to get out and get on it because it takes a while to get around here. We watch right now Camden Hibbett, working his way around right now, coming down through the kink. There we've got a live view of Camden. And so, yeah, you've really got to get out and get away on it because lap times here are going to be up well above 2 minutes.
Remember, these cars do not have those high horsepower, so yeah, it's going to take a little while to get around there, even on the outlap. Remember, that outlap does not count. You have to reach start-finish before that green flag is actually thrown. I think one of these cool, neat little things that Camden is showing us right now, he's got a heart rate monitor, a digital heart rate monitor, and it seems like he's pretty calm, cool, and collected behind the wheel, which, as you know, is incredibly important for making smart decisions.
Exactly. We always talk about when you're sitting on the grid, whether it's for roll-off or for that standing start, you never want to let that heart rate rise. You never want to let your adrenaline get the better of you. The better you can be, the calmer you can be, the faster you're going to go. You're going to make those split-second decisions a little bit better and with a little bit more clarity. And now as Camden comes across the line there at that point, we've got our first couple of times, a 2:49.09 going to be your leader by Dantes. That's going to be the one leading the way. It looks like Green actually up at the top of the charts there with a 2:48.133.
I think these times are going to shuffle pretty forward here, especially as the rest of the field kind of completes their laps. Remember, we've got up to 30 cars in each one of these SCCA runoff sessions here, and there's that steep climb up to the start-finish line. And like you said, Jason Green right now on provisional pole with a 2:48.1. But I'm looking throughout the field here. I got to go all the way back to, oh my goodness, 17th place before there's a car further than 1 second back from our leader.
And that's exactly what we would expect here out of this top split for the SCCA runoffs. As you said earlier, drivers had to ostensibly pre-qualify to make it into these top splits, and we are seeing the cream rise to the top here. A couple of names that you may recognize on the charts there. Matt Malone down in 17th. You brought him up already. Morgan Burkhart, another one that races pretty much full-time in the SCCA and various other series around the country, so good to see them there.
I think we're going to see a lot of those real-world drivers definitely start to turn up. You got to remember that maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, the sim racing, it wasn't necessarily available for club racers to just have as a tool, but now it is used regularly, and look at the plethora of cars that they have available for them to be able to go out there and do practice on a weekly basis.
All right, we get ready to take to the track here at this point. It is going to be a 35-minute race, 17 incident points in these Formula cars. Probably not going to be as much of a thing, but with the draft being crucial here, Joey, are we going to be in store for a little bit of a pack race, or how do you see this playing out?
I think with the lower horsepower cars, it's definitely going to be more drafty. It's going to be definitely a pack race. But with 35 minutes, you still have to have the mentality to go forward immediately. We had been saying that it's about 2.5 minutes for these drivers around a lap. You can't dawdle if you're trying to move forward.
Yeah, you've got to make sure you're up on it. Probably look for the top, let's call it 15, maybe 17. You said that was the cutoff on the 1 second mark. So that's probably we're going to see that pack starting to go. And I think we could see definitely a little bit of get up and move for a lot of these drivers if they are outside of that front pack, especially if we start to see a breakaway. That's where you could see a little bit of the craziness, a little bit of the action farther on back in the field if they start to lose touch with that leading pack.
I think that if here in the sim, it's about, call it 1 second is kind of that draft margin. If you're, call it 1.2 or further back, you really don't feel the effects of the slipstream, but the closer you are, the better it gets, the stronger that slipstream becomes, and that's when you can finally make those moves into the brake zones.
We take a look at the starting grid. It will be a rolling start here and a full lap around, so we've got a hot minute to run you through the starting field here. It is going to be Jason Green, then Enrique Petinari in your front row, Cade McGee, and Morgan Burkhart. We mentioned him a little bit earlier. Samuel Parent will line up in 5th, and then Martin Pearson rounds out your top 6. Then it's Alexander Wegner and Thor Thola in 8th position. Andre Castro will be 9th, followed by Gel there in 5th. Verstraeten doing a great job to round out that top 10 position. Michael Hinkle will be in 11th, followed by Jack Ramey in 12th place, rounding out the outside of row 6. We move back into row 7. Sam Brooks and Reed Barstuka in 14th position. Kevin Parrish will be 15th, followed by Murphy Nichols, another driver that you should be very familiar with if you are around the simulator or indeed some of the club racing scene. Maxwell Solar will be 17th, and Matt Malone, streamer extraordinaire, will be in 18th position. We thought we may see Matt out here this weekend. Letter will line up in 19th, and it's Chris Wetz in 20th, Christian Flagg 21st, and David Presley will be 22nd. Lilac Zier lines up in 23rd, followed by Aaron Wolfel in 24th position. Again, 30 drivers out here in each of these sessions. David Miller, Ellis Spice, Gabriel Asselin, then it is Jim Brewster, Kyle Mayer, and Pierre Oliver will be your final driver in 30th. Moving on back through the field, we've got a few more entries here. Antonio Vasquez, Frank Ferry Jr., John Alessandro, Jack Veazey, Camden Hibbett, who we saw and we rode on board with, and then J.B. William will be in 36th position. Moving on back, it will be Sander Verbruga, then Lance Snyder, and Andre Garella. Rounds out your 39 car field. Quite a few drivers out here today, Joey. That is a big pack of Formula Vs.
It is going to be a very busy place around Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin here, especially on this, call it, opening lap. Remember, it's only the small horsepower cars. They kind of struggle to get going a little bit, so they're going to stay in these giant packs, especially for lap 1. I'm really curious with these cars and the quality of the drivers out here, how long they're going to stay strung out for.
Yeah, I am too. And folks, if you're watching this at home and thinking, this may be the way I want to start my iRacing career, head on over to iRacing.com and find out how to start your career. You may be starting out in Formula Vs just like this, and you can work your way up through the progression ladder that is unique to iRacing and go from Formula Vs all the way up to Indy cars or into prototypes, GT racing, stock cars, you name it, it is available on iRacing. Again, head on over to iRacing.com to be able to start your career today. All right, here we come down through the carousel. Everybody's starting to work their way around. Track conditions here, in just about as perfect as you could imagine. It's a beautiful day here in virtual Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We're not seeing a lot of the, well, stereotypical weaving and back and forth that you normally do in a lot of races. I think drivers just pretty much locked on in. There you can see temperature 66 degrees Fahrenheit, 73 degrees on the track. That wind, though, that's a little higher, although not a lot of downforce to throw these Formula Vs off kilter.
That's what I was just going to point out, is we don't have the big front wings or rear wings, so that wind doesn't necessarily affect these cars. They're more kind of like a little kite that's glued to the ground, so they don't necessarily get pushed around a whole lot. But I think if I'm looking towards turn number 1, I'm really watching, call it the middle of the pack, because that's when a lot of these drivers start to take advantage of trying to maybe get a head start on that green flag. Accordion stack-ups are always an issue with these types of cars. You don't want to end it in tears on lap number 1.
No, you certainly don't. But, folks, if we mentioned earlier, if you want to start your iRacing career, well, there is no better time to do it. The Black Friday sale is currently going on. You can sign up today and get 50% off if you are a new user, 25% off if you are a returning one. But that is all for the ladder. We are ready to race here at Road America, looking up the hill. It is the first race for the SCCA Runoffs. Jason Green has control of the field. All eyes towards the flag stand as there goes the green. We are racing here in Road America. It looks like a relatively clean getaway. We've got a couple of cars starting to fan themselves out here. A lot of jostling in and around that field. Green leads the way in that green number 13 machine. The number 4 of Pettinari tries to look to the inside. Here we go into turn 1.
Oh, and then it's so tight through the funnel on exit there. Looks like we're still too wide up at the front with the number 4 and the number 13 car. Seems like Pettinari is finally edging ahead now, and he's going to bring Cade McKee with them. But the exit of turn number 3 here is so crucial. You got to get the drive down the straightaway.
Yeah, this is coming down into the Moraine Sweep. Pettinari is going to have that advantage. Jason Green shuffled down. You see that second line starting to form. Look at that farther back in the pack. 4, 5 wide as they try to fan themselves out through the Moraine Sweep. Now, Joey, here we go. Down into the braking zone. Turn 5. This is the best overtaking opportunity. We're going to go 3 wide. Is that Pearson trying to get a little bit of a line? Contact there. A little bit of a bump up and through the field, but I am impressed with what I have seen. We're going 3, 4 wide down into these corners, and we're keeping it out together. Pettinari holds on to the lead. Wegner now going to be the one who holds on to P2.
Up and over turn 6, and we approach turn number 7. This fast right-hand kink as they exit and now plummet down the hill. This is a decent passing opportunity, especially if a competitor kind of messed up that corner before, and seems like the front 5 or so are single file. We head down into the kink for the first time. A very, very long downhill right turn.
Yeah, and this is, you're going to have to be feathering the throttle here in these Formula Vs, not really able to use any of the downforce that we see in some of the other series. But here they go, Joey, as you said, single file for the majority of the field here, at least in the top area. But there we go, Noah's Ark through the kink, 2 by 2. Pettinari, Wegner, McKee, and Pearson trying to sort themselves out. My goodness gracious.
And it's a pack of what looks like 10 Vs just trying to kind of sort it out on a pace lap, but we are green flag conditions. Now we've got contact and a couple cars spinning off. Drivers left at Canada Corner on the opening lap.
Michael Hinkle, I think one of the drivers involved in that. Looks like Jim Brewster may have also been. As we try to sort things out, here they come through Billy Mitchell Bend, trying to be able to see what they can do. That's Wegner there in that pink machine. Little bit of a lockup. McGee looking to the inside. The 16 of Pearson in that popcorn position, waiting to see what will fire off. And Morgan Burkhardt, we mentioned him a little bit earlier. He's worked his way up into 5th place here at this point. And now this is what I expected out of Jason Green, or out of Pettinari rather. A lot of shifting and shuffling, a lot of moving around here as they try to break the draft. But here comes Wegner and Pearson along with him.
That was a big bump draft, and I'll try to explain it as best I can. If you are the leader out here, you are pushing all of the air. Everybody behind you is just in that wake, able to tow up alongside. So this is going to be a constant back and forth, a peloton, if you will, if you know cycling, where the leader, yeah, they're doing all the work out front. Everybody else has a huge run on you.
And here they go. Big group coming on behind. Look at that. A little bit of a breakaway for this lead. This is farther back in the field. This is the 17th position. This is 17th car, excuse me. That's Parrish, Bartuska, Malone, Solar. That second group. Look at this. 3 wide. Thinking about trying to make it 4 wide coming down into turn 5. Let's see what they can do. A little bit of brake smoke up in front. That could distract some of these drivers, but it looks like they get it together, and that's going to be that number 17 machine of Parrish, holding on to it for the moment, although I think Bartuska may have the advantage here as they come up on over turn 6.
And then they kind of shuffle into single file here, which I think is incredibly important. They're about 1.2 seconds behind our pack of 10. If you really get farther behind than that, you start to lose touch with that slipstream, and it is so crucial, especially if you want to be on the podium at the end of one of these things. You need to move forward in terms of that track position, and you see, as soon as they single filed out, that 1.2 second gap is now instantly down to half a second.
Yeah, you've got to play well with others in order to try to catch back up on the rest of this field. There we look a little bit farther back as they come down into the kink, lining up here at this point. Now, without the downforce and with the lower speeds, you can go 2 wide through the kink, which is a proposition that normally in other cars absolutely scares the pants off of me. Meanwhile, up at the front of the field, there you see a little bit of move by Pearson on Pettinari. That's going to be the lead of the race for Pearson. A little bit aggressive down into Canada corner. We saw contact on the last lap. Looks like that first group is through cleanly.
Looks like you got to be aggressive on the brake pedal here at Road America. And speaking of too aggressive on the brake pedal, down on the bottom of the screen is that replay from the opening lap. This is going down into Canada corner. And remember, just one of these cars got in too deep, locked it up, went driver's left, and then it was kind of a chain reaction after that.
Yeah, and that was a big hit there, and you can see J.B. William and Jim Brewster involved in that. We check back in on live pictures here. Oh, contact! Oh, my goodness gracious, that's Wegner, one of your leaders, and I think Pettinari also involved in it.
That was a giant mistake down the front straightaway here at Road America that took 2 drivers out of that front pack, and you were right. Believe it was Wenger and also Pettinari. The draft games are abundant here, and you do have to push, you do have to bump draft, but they do not have bumpers on these cars. If you do not line it up perfectly, if you do not have cooperation between competitors, oh my goodness, you saw what can happen.
Exactly. You've got to make sure you're perfectly square if you're going to go for that bump draft. Meanwhile, that driver that you just saw made that move, that was Morgan Burkhardt. But that is Martin Pearson saying, not so fast, my friend. Also keep an eye here. Andre Castro going to make this 3 wide. That is that yellow number 1 machine, the yellow and red, that now pulls off to driver's left as they come down into turn 5. Trying to be able to sort themselves out here. Burkhardt in the number 2 machine, pushing his way forward. Pearson there holding on to the outside. Pearson, oh, contact there behind. I saw a Formula V spun around in the background, but right now it's Pearson and Burkhardt side by side through turn 6.
I think it might have been maybe David Presley that had a little bit of issue back there in turn 5. Got another replay at the bottom of the screen here. This is what happened on the front straightaway between our second and third place runners, and it was not a bump draft gone wrong. I think it was the number 6 car trying to draft up alongside, and just simply a defensive move from the number 4. I don't know who initiated the contact, but a little bit of frustrating to see.
Yeah, a little bit frustrating. I mean, those were 2 of our big heavy hitters here. Now, hopefully for them, they're going to be able to work their way back up through the field. We did not see them have any visible damage on the car. Hopefully they'll be able to keep fighting. Here we go, the number 13 machine on your screen. That is the green of Jason Green, your pole sitter here, as he tries to fight his way back up through the field. He's been shuffled down. Meanwhile, at the front, Andre Castro does lead. A little bit of move down to the inside there. That's going to be the number 16 of Pearson. Welcome back up to the top of the pops. Pearson gets the move on Castro. Burkhardt and Verstraeten holding on behind there. And let's also count Cade McGee into that mix. In that blue machine, he's kind of right involved in it. 3 wide farther back through the field as they go through Billy Mitchell Bend.
I'm actually going to echo your point and expand on it, DJ, because I see a train of 17 cars that are separated by less than, call it, half a second apiece. We've got more draft games up the front straightaway. That's Andre Castro getting passed by Morgan Burkhardt. But I want to point out, these cars at the front, they're doing about 95, 97 miles an hour at the end of the straightaway as we're 3 wide. These cars that are a little bit further back, they're doing 101, 102, 103 miles an hour. So they've got nearly 7 miles an hour of closing speed using the slipstream.
And that is the kind of thing you have to figure out. And as you saw coming onto that front straightaway, some drivers backing off a little bit, thinking about trying to make that move, looking particularly at Martuska there in the number 21 machine. I saw him think about a little bit of a move. Oh, car off to the outside. I don't know if that was contact. Looks like Samuel Parent, maybe Jack Veazey both getting involved in that. Meanwhile, up at the front of the field, Pearson with the most substantial lead we've seen here in this race thus far, about 0.3 of a second over Burkhardt, but that is starting to tumble as they get up to speed.
So it's headed down into turn number 5. Let's see who's the latest on the brakes. You see all that exhaust smoke puffing out, and there was contact again at the front of the field. I believe that was Bartuska and Brooks getting knocked out there at turn number 5. And let me tell you, even further back in the pack, it was dominoes, because they were racing so close middle of the field, and then they had to dodge those cars at turn number 5. Oh man, it was just like dominoes.
It really was, and that's what can happen here, especially in these momentum-based cars, as we were talking about earlier, Joey. You try to carry that momentum through the corner. There's not as much downforce to allow you to change on a dime, and sometimes you can't really change the line, and you're headed right to the scene of the crash.
You got to make those split-second decisions, and that oftentimes kind of what separates the good racing car drivers from the great racing car drivers is we see this 3-car breakaway. Now, I'm very interested in this right here, DJ, because can 3 cars work together to kind of pull themselves away from the hungry wolves behind, or is just the slipstream too powerful and they'll get hunted down?
Well, Verstraeten and McKee, who are 4th and 5th behind this pack, they were about a full second back as they went in through the kink. It looked like they've been able to gain a little bit, and now they're gaining a whole lot. So it looks like we've got a 5-car breakaway. Matt Malone leading the other group here at this point, so we're going to have to see if Matt's able to close this down. Meanwhile, it's Pearson, Burkhardt, Castro, Verstraeten, and McGee, that top 5. Wide run there for Burkhardt. That's going to open up the door here for Castro. All right, side by side down the front straightaway. Let's take a look at this replay, Joey. This is coming down into turn 5.
Yeah, on the bottom of the screen, you see the 2 cars spun around, and then here comes the rest of the pack entering turn number 5. They see all the tire smoke. They see cars just scattered about, and I mentioned dominoes. That's more like a minefield that I see down there at turn 5.
And you see the 1 car spinning and tumbling there. That is never what you want to see, and we do have a couple of cars that have looking like that they are a couple of laps down here. Castro, though, up at the front of the field, kind of willing to be a bit of a lone wolf. That's the only car that we've seen really be aggressive, pulling off to the inside multiple times. Now that's going to flip over, and the 12 there are going to be the one that is doing that. They're going to try to see what they can do, but got to be a little bit careful with those moves. You don't want to be caught out here. Now, this isn't quite like a super speedway race where you can kind of be caught in the sucker hole, but nevertheless, you got to be careful. Although it's working here for Castro. He's up at the front of the field.
I also feel like, especially at the front, as we check in on our battle for what is 16th place, Jim Brewster leading this pack right here. You wonder how many cards are still being held in the pocket right now. Are these drivers really showing everything that they've got in terms of aggressive moves on braking, or can they throw it into this corner, turn number 6, and slide up to the exit and still have that power drive off that they can kind of take away the racing line? I wonder how much is being put out there in terms of those play calls and what's being held for, call it, the final 2 laps.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, that at some point in this race, we are about 15 minutes down, call it 14 minutes down. They are going to do that, and you're going to have to start counting back. But we now ride on board with the 5th place car of Verstraeten, and he's got the bird's eye view of this entire situation in front of him. McKee, Castro, Pearson, and Burkhardt all duking it out. Indeed, Burkhardt, Pearson, and Castro look like they're thinking about 3 wide. What can you do in this kind of position, Joey? What can you make out of this molehill?
I mean, if I'm the driver of the 32 right here, you just have to be patient and kind of pick your gaps where you see fit. Don't be overly aggressive, because if you go barging in there, remember, these are open wheel cars. Yes, we have seen some contact where cars bounce off and keep going, but they're still relatively fragile. We don't have bumpers on this thing, so you don't want to go slamming into a competitor. And when they go 3 wide on the straightaway, DJ, there's really not many places that you can physically put the car, so put yourself in a position that you can take advantage, but don't put yourself so deep in the mud that you can't climb out of a bad situation.
All right, it's always that balancing act. That is the story that we always seem to focus on. But, well, Joey, we talked about a 5-car breakaway. I think it's a little bit more than that here at this point as you take a look. It's about an 11-car breakaway all the way back to Christian Flagg. That's going to be this leading group, and this is where it really, really separates out. Matt Malone, by the way, has cycled his way up to the front of the field. He is your biggest mover in this race, up 17 spots. Kudos here to Matt.
You took the words right out of my mouth. He made the move on the front straightaway for first place position. He started way back there in 18th, so maybe Matt didn't have the best qualifying session, and he's kind of running away down this straightaway right now. Everybody else utilizing that slipstream that he's punching a hole in the air. He goes defensive on the inside of the racetrack. He says, I want to keep the clean air. I don't want anybody in my visor. I want to control this race from the front. But what a move from Castro around the outside.
Castro's aggression here is really, really impressive. He's not necessarily being dirty with his moves. He's not being overly aggressive, but he is asserting himself in such a way to say, no, I want this lead, and I'm very, very impressed with that number 1 car. And by the way, we should note, if you are curious where these drivers rank in terms of their iRating, in terms of their rankings on the service, because this is a session such as this, we'll see it designated by those numbers. So the higher the number, or the lower the number, the better that they are, the more experience they have. Here's number 13. This is Jason Green running back in 10th position. You see that big peloton in front of him. You see some drivers starting to poke out of line, but coming down through the sweep right now, got to be a little bit careful. Time this out. It's almost like you're racing on an oval in terms of trying to time out that run.
You also have to be a little bit weary about everybody in front. Make sure that there's not going to be any jostling into the brake zone. Don't let that smoke fool you here in these Formula Vs. They definitely put out quite a bit of exhaust smoke, especially when you're off throttle doing those downshifts. That's what puts out those big puffs. Those are not lockups from the cars in front. So that can be, or I should say, take a little while to kind of get used to as a driver, to ignore all of that. But It is tight racing back here. Like you said, Jason Green sitting in the 10th place and just being really patient, leaving enough gap in front of him, but still being pulled along in the slipstream.
We head up and check out a driver who is no stranger to SCCA racing. As we mentioned earlier, that's Morgan Burkhart there in 4th position. Morgan has been really plying his trade over the past couple of years in the SCCA. He is Virginia's region driver, and he is working his way forward. He has been constantly in this battle up at the front of the field, and kind of as opposed to Castro, who's asserted himself earlier on, Joey, Morgan's kind of taking a wait-and-see approach. He's been aggressive when he needs to, but for the most part, he's just holding back and waiting for the final half of this race, I feel like.
A lot of these drivers do have real-world experience in these types of cars, or at least very, very similar cars, and like you said, Morgan is one of those drivers. I'm sure he's putting a lot of that real-world knowledge to use right now. Use the slipstream and see if he pushes our leader, Castro. He just gets right up to that gearbox right there, doesn't make any sort of contact, but puts his car right on the inside line to kind of dissuade anybody else from trying to make a move up the inside, and then tries to put the power down. So when I watch Morgan Burkhart, it seems like he's aware of where he needs to place his car for racecraft, and that's definitely apparent from his real-world racing.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Kevin Parrish, by the way, up to the front of the field for the first time. And folks, if you're watching at home, you like what you see, head on over to iRacing.com. Take advantage of that Black Friday deal available through December 2nd. It gets 50% off all new memberships and 25% off early renewals. You definitely want to check that out, because this could be you come next year up at the front of this field with the likes of Kevin Parrish and Martin Pearson. And got to give credit there. Parrish, kind of like Matt Malone, he's up 13 spots, really worked his way through the field. Maxwell Solar, another driver that has been able to bring their way forward up multiple spots. Let's also give some credit to Chris Wetz, another driver who has been able to work his way forward. And that is just how close this gets. Look at that, Joey. That's that bump draft in action.
And this is coming down to Canada Corner. They're all going to jump on the brakes right here. Try to get that thing stopped and through the corner. Now, this is the dilemma that the drivers are having. We've been talking about the toe. We've been talking about the slipstream, how it almost races like an oval out here. The slipstream is more powerful than bump drafting. So let's say if you have a buddy and you're trying to work together and bump drafting your way up through these straightaways, you're actually kind of on a losing end of things, because the slipstream is more powerful than working together. So what do you do if you've made a plan to work with a buddy, but it's not the right execution on the strategy?
What you don't want to do is have that little almost coming together that we saw farther back in the field. That's around Pearson, Burkhart, Parrish, Solar, McKee, as they try to fan themselves out. Castro up at the front of the field, he's got a gap of about 0.4 of a second, so he'll be able to pull away. Contact there. I think that was Solar getting a little bit sideways as they came through the corner. Contact with Pearson. Both drivers able to catch it, but never want to be going wheel to wheel here in an open wheel car like that.
It was kind of that dilemma that I was talking about, that Solar was just a huge run of steam down the front straightaway because he was using the draft, went 3 wide and pretty much passed 5 or 6 cars just utilizing that. And now he's stuck behind, I believe it's Morgan Burkhart here, so he can't do that. He's just kind of got to lift off of the gas to avoid running into the car in front, and they are all stacked up going into turn number 5. It almost looks like a pace lap out there.
It kind of does, run a 2x2 Noah's Ark, as we would say, down into turn 5. But these drivers got to be a little bit careful here, because look at that gap on the timing tower. It's 1.6 for Andre Castro. That's starting to creep its way out of draft range.
So his last time a 249.4. I'm talking about our leader. Morgan Burkhart, who's in second place, a 249.7. Pearson a 250.0. So yeah, I want to kind of expand on that statement that if they don't get their act together, it could be Andre Castro running away. However, on the other side of that sword, if you can organize the peloton, remember how effective that slipstream is, you can leapfrog on those straightaways.
Yeah, and surprisingly, we actually saw a little bit of chatter from farther back in the field trying to work that peloton together to jump their way forward. So there is some communication that's going on here among the drivers, trying to state and trying to catch back up to this field. Now, I've got to ask you, normally the traditional thinking is going side by side like we just saw with Parrish and Pearson and McKee and Burkhardt. That's not going to be the fastest way to get around the track. Do they need to be doing more of what we're seeing now with Parrish and Pearson just running in that single file order?
It's always amusing to try to listen to the drivers organize bump drafting because they all have the best intent, but then they all just do whatever the heck they want to out there. They're all just trying to fight for themselves in terms of the track position. So I think when we're talking about the leapfrog here at Road America, I think it actually has to be 2 or maybe even 3 cars deep, because you see right here with 3 wide, this was a situation that they were single file exiting the final corner, and it's actually that 3rd car in line that's able to leapfrog all the way out in front. So that kind of adds to that equation right there of how do you organize that?
Yeah, and sometimes you just have to do it the old-fashioned way. I mean, you got to do it kind of instinctively. And I will say this, we haven't seen chatter out of the front part of this field. So I think they're just kind of doing this the way that they feel. But look at that gap for Andre Castro. It's up to 2 seconds. That's a great camera shot there to be able to show us what that is and what that gap is starting to look like. Castro, he's boogieing.
He is, and I mean, it's even up to 2.2 seconds now, so it's getting to be tough, and they are trying to work this slipstream back here. It's going to be Pearson leading the group down into turn number 5 with Parrish sitting in that, call it, 2nd place position of this running group. 3rd place actually on track as we take a shot from the nose cam here of Morgan Burkhardt up over the hill here at turn number 6. Always one of the trickiest corners, especially on entry. It's so blind over the crest here, and thankfully with these V cars, it is just flat out through turn 7 and start to head down the hill.
As they start to head down the hill here at this point, Burkhardt thinking about a run down into turn 8. And Joey, I have to agree with you. Turn 6, always one of the most difficult corners to handle. I don't think I've ever gotten it right. It never feels right, and no matter what car I take to it.
It's so tough visually, especially on the front half of it, right? And not only that, most of the time in most cars, you have to actually lift off of the gas and get on the brakes, so you're dealing a lot with the vehicle dynamics in that specific section. This is going to get a little spicy here through the kink, 2 wide, but seems like it was pretty well organized. Pearson was way off to the left side of the road, and now it does seem like they're not necessarily fighting each other on the straightaway, but you got to get organized into this brake zone. That's where you can lose some time.
Yeah, you've got to try to hold that together. There they go. Thinking about a little bit of a move there. I think that may have been Solar trying to think about it going a little bit sideways. And McKee's going to try to close on in. Burkhardt trying to keep this on lock, though. We tick down under 10 minutes to go as we get moving along here. Again, that little bit of brake smoke getting kicked up here as you start to downshift. Joe, you mentioned that's nothing to really worry about. In single file here, that's something we haven't been able to say for a hot minute in this field. And of course, there they go, a little bit of a side-by-side action.
Well, and they are trying to be patient with it. I'll give them credit out here. They're trying to be patient with it. I think it was Pearson who waited to really finally make that pop-out move up until the start-finish line that he could actually make it down into turn number 1. So when we crossed start-finish last time, Castro was about 2.2 seconds ahead. This time, it's only about 1.8 seconds. So this group is making headway, even though it's a little bit.
Well, and remember, they theoretically really only need to take out about that 9/10 of a second. If they're able to bring that down to around that second, you talked about, Joey, that's that effective draft range, and when that comes into play, they're going to be able to catch Andre Castro hand over fist.
Correct, and that's exactly what they need to do is they kind of carrot out there in front of them. As soon as you get to that draft range, things start to get a little bit easier, and it's not like you can drive slower, just your lap time seems to get a little bit better.
All right, they're going to keep working their way ahead right now. Going to take a look at at this replay, this is coming down, or coming up, the start-finish straightaway, rather. This is the second pack that we saw. Went down into turn one. Ooh, I didn't see that at the back of the screen there. That's the number 32 getting a little bit out of shape there. And that just looked like, kind of like we saw earlier in the race, Joey. Just a miscommunication and a draft gone wrong.
Remember, these cars do not have bumpers. They do not have a front wing. They do not have diffusers on the back end. It is extremely tough to bump draft, and unless you know exactly where that nose cone is up against that gearbox of the competitor, it can cause a lot of instability on the front straight, or I should say on any straightaway. It's got to be organized, and if it's not, it can be a little bit tough out there. That's why you usually don't see too much bump drafting in open wheel cars.
No, it's normally relatively frowned upon, but what's not frowned upon is side-by-side battles coming down into Canada corner. Looks like Solar's going to be able to hold that one out for the moment over Pearson. Parrish and Burkhardt still trying to sort themselves out a little bit. McKee also trying to get involved there as they come up and over Billy Mitchell Bend. And now as we cross through the final corner, under 7 minutes to go, is this the point in the race where if you're the likes of Maxwell, Solar, Martin, Pearson, you start thinking maybe that P1 is out of touch and this is now a battle for P2?
It very well could be. That's the decision that these drivers are going to have to make. Let's put you in the driver's seat, and if you want to go and physically go and do this, go sign up right now on iRacing.com. You can start your career, and speaking of starting it, I mean, I didn't necessarily start in sim racing, but I used iRacing way back in 2009 when I was participating in the Volkswagen TDI Cup, which was an SCCA-based series. The Volkswagen TDI here in iRacing, I used it going to VIR. I used it going to all these tracks to get prepared out there, and that's what you can physically do. Go sign up right now. Put yourself in the driver's seat.
And I can't tell you how many folks I talk to when I am out in the real world and I say, how did you prep for this track? How did you get yourself ready? The number one response I hear, iRacing. And if you need a better endorsement than that, folks, I don't know where you can find one, because we are talking about some of the best drivers in the world and some of the best drivers in Formula Vs that are right here in front of you. That is the number 17 of Parrish, holding on, trying to close in behind Morgan Burkhardt. Burkhardt has been able to work his way up into that second place position with about 5.5 minutes to go. Andre Castro is that car you see up at the front. He's now got a gap of about 2.5, call it 2.4 seconds, and he's been able to hold that out. So Castro looks like he's really in an island unto himself. This is his own fight. He's just got to keep it on the black stuff. Everybody else, this is a battle for P2.
I'm going to get a little bit nerdy here with the sim racing side of things. I think that Castro is sitting in a very, very good position. You saw the number one on his car. He's got the highest I rating in here. So if you're looking for somebody to call it turn off the mirrors and just do laps at 10 out of 10, qualifying laps, I'd be looking at Andre Castro. And in fact, that last lap from him was his fastest.
Yeah, that was a 2:48.234 the last time around for him. Although I want to give credit, Ellis Spice holds the fastest lap of the race with a 2:47.939. Spice back in 13th position. I'm guessing that worked out pretty well with the draft, and that's what allowed him to get that. Martin Pearson has worked his way back up into P2, and Matt Malone up 15 positions now, up into P3. Kevin Parrish, another one, up 11. They work their way down into the corner. Solar a little bit off the line there, but going to be able to gather things back up through that final corner. And that's another tricky one on this track here, Joey. Always kind of hard to spot your apex through it, but so crucial to carry as much momentum through there as possible, because it sets up for what we're seeing on the screen, the battle and the draft fight down the main straight.
And here these silly sim racers are again trying to bump draft when they know that the slipstream is more powerful. You gotta organize that peloton, and trust me, I know about bump drafting. I grew up a Spec Miata racer, and if what you're doing is not working, you do have to pivot. You do have to call an audible out there. So You just have to figure out what's going to be the fastest way. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult when you've got the helmet on and you are the competitor to physically call it, remove yourself from the car and see what's the fastest. But to your point, DJ, I think Castro's gone. This is a race for second place.
Yeah, and that battle for second is definitely starting to heat up. Parrish, Burkhardt, Pearson, and Malone, the ones that look like they're in on it. But don't count out Wetz and Solar, or indeed McKee, Flag, or Green. Any of them have the pace to be able to catch up here at this point. I'm particularly interested to see what Jason Green can do. That's your pole sitter. He runs back in ninth place here at this point. He hasn't been really flashy over the course of this race. I wonder if he's just kind of saving his stuff for the final bouts of this race.
In my opinion, if I was trying to kind of leapfrog forward on the very, very final lap, I think I want to be maybe 4th, 5th, 6th in this line right here. You don't want to be so far back that you get boxed in from the 3 wide up front, right? But you want to be far enough back that you can take advantage of the slipstream and have that advantage in terms of the mile an hour on the straightaway to physically make the pass. So it's going to be tricky. Do the front 3 just block out the entire track, or are we going to see some passes?
Well, we are going to have one more lap after this to find out. They will be racing to the white flag, this time by Noah's Ark, down through Kettle Bottoms. Indeed, 3 wide through Kettle Bottoms, as that's Wetz, Parrish, and Pearson. Burkhardt holding back in the popcorn position, thinking about trying to make it 4 wide. Pearson down to the inside, Pearson to the outside, Wetz down to the inside, trying to sort that out a little bit. Parrish sorted back. Burkhardt going to line up behind Parrish here. Tries to get himself forward. No movement from farther back in the field. Castro growing the gap up at the front. It's now about 3 seconds for him. Pearson looks like he will lead coming out of the final corner as Andre Castro will come to the line, and Barney the flag man will display that white piece of cloth. 1 lap to go from Road America.
14 turns remaining to settle the first race of the SCCA runoffs here on iRacing. Castro is well out in front, but look at the run up the inside here. That's Chris Wetz in that green and yellow machine getting a heavy push. Let's see what happens in turn number 1. They're 3 wide for what is 5th place and now settled 2 by 2.
And that was Matt Malone that gave him that big push. Parrish almost running a little bit wide there on the outside of turn 1. Let's see here. That 17 of Parrish going to try to sweep around the outside, carry a little bit more momentum, but it looked like Wetz had that line covered off. But now Parrish with that outside line gets a better run down the straightaway. Wetz going to be bogged down a little bit here. Watch out for that 16 of Pearson. Watch out for the 2 of Burkhardt. He's going to get a little bit feisty. We're going almost 3 by 3 down the back straightaway. Here we go into turn 5. This is going to be the crucial corner that sets up in the run through Kettle Bottoms, or through the hurry downs. It looks like in the lead is going to be Matt Malone, but harder to the inside is Parrish. Let's see what they can do as they rise up into 6.
Gotta give some credit to Morgan Burkhardt. He forced the issue 3 wide on that straightaway. It paid off. Now he's sitting in that 3rd place position. It looks like one of the cars spun off. That was Solar in the background in that white car, headed down towards turn number 8. Nobody makes a late lunge right here. They're all looking forward to the kink.
Oh, big lunge, though, from the 16 of Pearson. He went down to the inside of Wetz to try to get that position away. Kink now the logical place. It looks like the top 3 have separated out a little bit. Malone, Burkhardt, and Parrish. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. McKee putting some pressure onto the back of Parrish. That could be where the move develops. Interesting move there from Matt Malone, coming out of the carousel, immediately diving to the inside and trying to cut that off. Here comes Burkhardt down to the inside of Parrish. It's going to be side by side. Malone still holds on to 2nd position, but this is going to get a little bit feisty coming down into Canada corner.
This is a big accordion effect, and Malone is stacking them up on the inside. That's Parrish on the outside. Who's latest on the brakes in Canada corner? Malone with a huge lunge, but it's going to be Parrish taking the Darlington line around the outside.
He's going to roll the high line. Wetz is going to try to follow him on through. Here at this point, it's a little jammed up in the works as they try to get their way back around. It looks like here Parrish is going to hold the advantage, but Wetz is trying to push ahead. None of that is going to matter to your leader, Andre Castro, as he rises over the crest of the hill for the final time, weaves back and forth as is in dominant fashion. Andre Castro will win the Formula V running of the SCCA Runoffs. Meanwhile, farther back, it's a photo finish. It's Parrish, Pearson, and Burkhardt. Second, third, and fourth. No, it's been moved around. It's Wetz, Malone, and Parrish. My goodness gracious.
Let me tell you, folks, that was one of the closest finishes I've ever seen in iRacing. It was 3 wide with bump drafting each other up over the line. Like you heard DJ say, it was Chris Wetz and Matt Malone rounding out the podium. I think I see only 5/1000ths of a second separating second and third.
Race fans, you can't blink your eyes that fast. That is how close that is. 5/1000ths of a second. Absolutely remarkable. And this is the kind of show that you could expect from these Formula Vs here at Road America. Oh my goodness, that was a race.
I mean, what a way to kick off the SCCA Runoffs here on iRacing. We're going to have this type of racing all day long, and these Formula Vs, I think, proved why drivers love to race them.
They are a driver's car, to be sure. Absolutely remarkable stuff. And folks, if you like what you see, keep on watching throughout the rest of the day. We've got more of this racing action to go all day long. It is not stopping, and it is going to be incredible, but massive congratulations to Andre Castro. Joey, we talked early on about how this was going to be a race where you had to position yourself and try to set yourself up. Well, Andre Castro set himself up perfectly. He just did it about 15 minutes earlier than we thought anybody was going to have to.
He took advantage of the opportunity that was arisen for him, and he seized it. He was able to break the slipstream, and look what happened. You put the highest I-rating driver out front, and he turned qualifying laps to get that win.
Massive credit as well to Chris Wetz and Matt Malone, your other podium sitters. They are up 18 and 15 spots respectively. Kevin Parrish, 4th place, also up 11. 5th place was Martin Pearson. Then Morgan Burkhardt came home in 6th. Cade McKee, Christian Flagg, Jason Green, and Max Stoller round out your top 10. Stoller had that spin that we saw coming up and over turn 6, dropping him down the order. This was farther back in the field. We didn't get to see a whole lot of these battles, but it was still very fierce nonetheless. Gabriel Asselin was in 11th, followed by Jim Brewster, then J.B. William, Reed Bartuska, Pierre Oliver de Viveros, then Alice Spice, Andrea Garella, Samuel Parent, Frank Ferry Jr., and John Alessandro rounding out your top 20. As we move on back through the field, this is where we have another little group of cars that were fighting with each other the whole race. Sander Verbrugge right there on par with them. Then we move back into another group. This was Kyle Meyer and Michael Hinkle. They were in a tight battle together. Then David Presley, Parvinder Letter, then Antonio Vasquez, Verstraeten, Ramey, Nichols, and Miller rounding out your top 10, or top 30 rather. As we move back into the final part of the field, some of these drivers had a little bit of a bad day. Zier, Wolfel, Snyder, and then these are the drivers that unfortunately had a DNF on the day. Patinari, Wegner, Brooks, Veazey, Hibbett, and Thor Thola to round out your 39-car field. Well, race fans, that's going to wrap up this part of it, but make sure to stay with us because we've got more of the SCCA Runoffs running the rest of the day. Next up, Spec Racer Ford. Joey, I can't wait for that one.
It's going to be a ton of fun. It's going to be a very similar style of race to what we just saw with the Formula Vs here with the highlight package. Lots of pack racing, lots of drafting. It's going to be another low horsepower, driver-oriented race.
Yeah, you're really going to have to be up on the wheels on this, and those cars do have a little bit of fenders, so we may see a little bit more, less sketchy bump drafting, but we'll have to see. Again, these Formula Vs, though, putting on an absolutely spectacular display. Got a couple of comings together. There was the big one down into Canada corner. Not necessarily what you wanted to see, but the battle up at the front of the field through the first half of this race, absolutely spectacular. There we saw two very early drivers taken out early on. I thought they were going to be in consideration a lot more than they were. But then as Andre Castro started to break away, the battle for P2 just absolutely fired off.
It was kind of busy, right? As I watched that highlight package, when I look back on the race that Castro won right here, it was very, very busy, but I think I'm going to expect that all day long out here, DJ. These are the best of the best, just like how in the real world, the SCCA Runoffs is the best, the championship series that you want to go and compete in, and it's exactly what we've got here.
Absolutely incredible, and thanks again to Andre Castro, or congratulations again to Andre Castro for taking the victory here today. We're going to take a quick break here on iRacing, but stick with us, folks. We'll be right back.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
World of Outlaws Dirt Racing 24 will be available September 17th. Pre-order your copy today.
Welcome back to the SCCA Runoffs live here on iRacing. We just got done with the Formula Vs. It's time to up the horsepower, change the cars a little bit around, and put some Spec Racer Fords out on the track for another fantastic 35-minute race. Hello, everybody. My name is DJ Clark, still joined by the one and only Joey Atterbury. And Joey, this last race was pretty fantastic. I can only imagine what this next one's going to be.
I feel like we're just going to be cranking up the dial each one of these races that we accomplish here today. And yeah, I think the Spec Racer Fords might be a little bit spicier than those Formula Vs because you'd mentioned they do have some bumpers. They're still basically an extra large go-kart underneath with a small tube frame chassis. The engine in the back, the transmission back there, so they drive very similar. They're once again an entry-level grassroots motorsports car where a lot of these drivers learn how to drive. That's exactly what we're here for, is to figure out who can drive the fastest.
Well, we knew Andre Castro was the fastest out of the Formula Vs, as you can see here at 11 o'clock Eastern. We've got the Spec Racer Ford. Stick with us through the rest of the day for the Spec Miatas, USF 2000s, GT4s, and rounding out the day at 3 o'clock, it'll be the Renault Clios. So absolutely want to stick with us through all of that action. I can tell you right now, drivers are headed out on track to qualify. It's the same format that we had last time around, as this is going to be a 3-minute practice session, 8 minutes of qualifying, and then a 35-minute race. But Joey, you talked a little bit about what those cars were like. How do they drive differently than the Formula Vs?
Well, when we talk about that Spec Racer Ford, it's a little bit bigger than the Formula V. You see, it's no longer a true open-wheel car. It has bodywork around those wheels. It has bodywork around those suspension items. It does have a little bit more horsepower under the back end. They're 135 horsepower, but it's still that naturally aspirated 4-cylinder. We have more forward gears in our transmission this time. It's a 6-speed transmission, but it is still output through that back end out there, so you have to control your right foot and control how the attitude of the car is. A little bit heavier as well, about 1,500 pounds, but don't let that kind of dissuade you. These are very, very lightweight, nimble cars, but how they race, it's going to be very, very similar to what we saw. Going to be pack-style racing. They do punch a decent-sized hole in the air, so the slipstream, once again, will be a powerful tool.
It certainly will be, especially here at the National Park of Speed, Road America. We are still at this circuit. It's going to be a big draft fest. Look for the main overtaking opportunities, probably a little bit similar. Canada Corner, Turn 5, maybe Turn 8. I don't think we're going to see nearly as much craziness potentially coming down into some of the surprising corners. But we take a look right now, and that is the number 2 machine, your winner from last time out. So nice, he wanted to do it twice. Andre Castro here in the Spec Racer Fords.
I think what's one of the neat part about these super sessions and how these drivers qualify is that, yeah, you'll spend some time in the Formula V. Let's say you do a handful of races. Well, guess what? You still got some free time. Why don't you hop in, do a Spec Racer Ford race? Why don't you hop into the GT4 race? Why don't you hop in to the Spec Miata race? So I have a feeling, DJ, we're going to be seeing a lot of very, very familiar names, including this driver right here, Andre Castro. I also see Morgan Burkhardt. I see Jason Green out here. I see Camden Hibbett. So going to be a lot of familiar names. And we're going to see if there's a driver that maybe excels in one type of car or if they're good in everything.
Well, the names might be familiar. The format is certainly going to be familiar as well. As we mentioned, 3-minute warm-up. Drivers are currently in the midst of a 2-lap qualifying session. They get 8 minutes to complete those 2 laps. And through the iRacing simulator, it is all solo. You are the only car out on the track. Then that's going to lead us up to a 35-minute race. And then this is crucial here, I think, as we start upping the horsepower a little bit, upping the skill level in some of these cars. It is a 17 incident point limit, and you will get a stop and go penalty. And especially in these cars with fenders, also looking ahead to maybe the Miatas, that 17 points can come at you pretty quick if you're not careful, Joey.
I agree with you, but I'm going to play devil's advocate over here and say at least Road America has clearly defined track limits, right? It's not like these drivers are jumping up over the curbs and getting a 1X from going off track. It is purely kind of in their hands and how much contact they want to make with another competitor, or if they really want to blow a corner and go four wheels off in the grass. So yes, we are always going to have to pay attention to those incident limits. Remember Barney, he's always out there watching every single corner, but these drivers are good enough. I think they've pretty much got a tally in their head, and then they start to use them up at the end, almost like playing cards.
Yeah, and you've got to remember that I've seen a lot of times that drivers will use those up at the end of the race. But as you mentioned, Road America, it's kind of a traditional track. It's old school, as we like to call it. And that really means that going off track here doesn't gain you a lot of advantage. Going off track here is more of a hindrance than it is a help, to be honest.
Now, I've told people I grew up racing Spec Miatas. Those are fighting words right there, DJ, because I think that the grass is just as fast as the pavement in some areas. So I think it depends on the driver, their approach out there. But yes, you're right. You always want to keep it on the pavement. You don't want to be erratic. You don't want to be that guy driving off the racetrack, kicking up those dust clouds, being a distraction, and just kind of not knowing what's going on. So the more consistent you keep it, the more on the racing line you keep it, the more everybody else on the playground understands what you're doing and can race closer and cleaner.
Exactly, and we take a look at your screen right here. Emil Schultz, your leader at the moment, the Georgia region driver. It's Georgia the state, by the way. He is currently up at the top of the charts with a 2:27.885. That is going to be less than a tenth of a second faster than Youngzi Lin, who is your second place driver. Benjamin Forrester, another driver that we see oftentimes in the real world of the SCCA and out and about. Forrester, excuse me, I always do that with him. Sorry, Ben. Benjamin Forrester on his way forward in third. Jason Green, our pole sitter from last time out, is up into fifth place right now as we switch over to the number 31 machine, completing their lap. They'll bring it back down into the pits. Here is Jason Green, pole sitter from last time out, currently fifth, got one more lap to do. Let's see what Jason's got.
Looks like this lap is tracking to the good in comparison to his previous lap here. We've only got about 25 seconds left on the clock. He should be able to get to the start-finish line before that time does officially run out. He came out of turn 14, and on my timing and scoring, he's tracking about 2 or 3 tenths better than his fastest time of a 2:28.1. Let's see what he's actually able to put down here at 2:28.0. It improves him, but not actually on the board.
Yeah, meanwhile, while that was going on, Youngji Lin able to jump up to the top position over Schultz. Daniel Wood also able to jump up into P2 as well. So that's going to be your front row. But, race fans, that means we are ready with qualifying done. We're ready to move right along into your 35-minute race. Again, we will have a full pace lap here, and here are your starting drivers. Youngzi Lin able to hold on to that pole position over Daniel Wood. Then it's Emil Schultz and Benjamin Forster in fourth place. Andre Castro, winner from last time out. He'll start off in P5. That'll be a good position for Andre to try to retain a little bit of defense here at this point. Jason Green, your pole sitter from last time out, still just as quick here on the Spec Racer Ford. He lines up in sixth. Camden Hibbett, who we saw in the Formula V race, will line up in seventh. Then it's Jason Perry. Our end Reuter will be in ninth. And then Scott Russell rounds out your top 10. Cade McKee, another returning driver, in 11th place. And then Adrian Rustang will be in P12. Moving back into 13th position, it's Thor Thola, and then Samir Kadura will be in 14th. Kevin Parrish, 15th, and Murphy Nichols is in 16th. Murphy had a big run through the field last time. We'll have to keep an eye on that number 10. Stephen Cody lines up in 17th position, and then Joseph Tarantino will be in 18th. Moving back into 19th spot, it's Antonio Vasquez, and Greg Eck will be in 20th spot. Brad Cathcart will be in 21st, and then Morgan Burkhart, another one of those SCCA drivers we've been talking about, will be in 22nd. Chris Wetz, another driver that we saw in the Formula Vs, he will be in 23rd, and then Evander Jonesfield will be in 24th. Moving back into 25th, it is Torsten Ackerman, followed by Jacob Brudflot. Then it is Tom Gradwell and Jim Brewster in 28th position. David Presley will be 29th, and Liv Fox will be in 30th place. Moving back into 31st, it's Elliott Lang, followed by Christian Flagg, and Lilac Zier rounds out your 33-car field here. A little bit smaller field than we had in the Formula Vs, but I don't think that is going to affect the racing whatsoever. A slow getaway for one of our drivers, but everybody up to speed right now. Moving our way around the track, conditions have changed a little bit here, Joey. As we can see on the screen, it's a lot foggier. It's very has that sort of Wisconsin gloom coming on in. Track conditions about the same, 66 degrees Fahrenheit in the air, 72 on the track. But now as we add just a little bit more body to these cars, that wind speed still at 13 miles an hour, that's going to start playing a factor.
And DJ, I'm going to throw out the weather out here, because you've been to Real Road America, and anybody who's been to Real World Road America knows that, hey, if the weather comes in, it's time to head to the infield. They got some of the best track food in the entire country, right? Go get yourself a bratwurst, warm up in there, and you're right at home at the racetrack.
Oh, I'm now just fantasizing about their brisket burritos that they have, the breakfast burritos. Oh my goodness gracious. I love it so much. I love it so much. I got to go to Road America 3-4 times last year. It was heaven. There's also a great cheese shop about 30 minutes south of there on the way to Milwaukee that I highly recommend. You have to hit it up.
I think that track food is always a hot topic, especially with the Martinsville hot dogs out there. Those are always popular, but people sleep on Road America. Not only is it some of the best racing that you will ever get to do on the racetrack or even watch, they have some of the best fan zones that you can watch around this racetrack. And trust me, they will also keep your tummy full.
Yes, you will. And if you want a great deal, it's not food, but it's the best deal you're going to get all year. That is the iRacing Black Friday deal. If you're a new user, sign up, you get 50% off. If you're a returning user, you get 25% off a 1 or 2 year subscription. This sale is going on until December 2nd. Folks, if you are a sim racing fan, if you are a racing fan, you are not going to get a better deal and a better experience than this. So sign up today. Again, the iRacing Black Friday sale now through December 2nd.
I know that I am going to be renewing my membership on that. It is the best deal out there, and if you're looking to save a little bit of money, head on over to iRacing.com, renew, or get a brand new membership. I know that there's some people out there with some extremely high I rating that might need a new mountain to climb.
Yeah, exactly. So you're going to have to try to get your way ready and get your way over to that. It really doesn't get a whole lot better, I can tell you. I just renewed. So very excited. For the first time in my life, I have a full sim rig, so yay. But these drivers in their rigs getting ready to take to this track. Lynn leading the way over Daniel Wood. I'd say here early days, you gotta keep an eye out for the number 2, Andre Castro, your winner from last time out. Could we see a back-to-back run here for the driver?
I think it's a good opportunity for sure. He's in the front, call it pack here as we get ready to watch the green flag. I think if I'm looking at turn number 1, I'm also circling turn number 5. I think the bump drafting in these cars is going to be far more aggressive, but is it going to be worth it?
We don't have a whole lot longer to wait to find out as the pace car pulls its way down into pit lane, giving control of the field over to Young Z Lin. There goes the green. We are racing here in Road America. It looks like it's a pretty brilliant getaway there, frankly, from Lynn. Daniel Wood going to tuck in behind in a side-by-side battle with Emil Schultz. A little bit of a side-by-side, and now Schultz and Wood going to try to swallow up Lynn as they come through turn one. But there they go, trying to hold themselves out. It looks like the number 12 of Daniel Wood has got the advantage. We're through turn one cleanly, and here comes Andre Castro to the inside.
You called his number before the green flag even dropped. A little bit of a slide there through turn number 3 from one of the competitors in the middle of the pack, but it's Daniel Wood that's capitalizing out front, and now you see the big packs of these Spec Racer Fords go down the straightaway, really utilize that bump draft. I think we're going to see that a whole lot more this race.
And want to give some credit here to the driver of the number 5, Camden Hibbett. Finds himself in 3rd right now. Hibbett started all the way back in about 7th position, side by side for the lead of the race. Castro is going to be able to take that away from Wood and hold on to it. Forster and Lynn trying to be able to sort themselves out as we finally get a little bit of side by side up at the front of the field going through turn 7.
I think these cars are so neat to drive with those rear engine, rear transmission, rear drive. You really have to balance the yaw rate with these things, because if you pick up any understeer, trust me, you are not going to go fast. You got to drive it loose if you want to be going real fast out here.
Loose is fast. That's the old adage. The number 4 of Youngzi Lin, your pole sitter, comes through the carousel right now. He's been shuffled down 5 positions into 6th place. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, it's Andre Castro. But unlike we saw at the end of the Formula V race, a couple of cars going very wide through the kink. That's not going to be the only time we say that today. Here comes the move at the front of the field. It's Camden Hibbett trying to be able to get by Castro, but Castro later on the binders. Hibbett is going to be able to roll speed on the inside compared to Daniel Wood, and Benjamin Forster able to steal that position away, the number 8 up to 3rd.
Yeah, that blue car with the yellow stripe, Forster, that you were just pointing out, really took advantage down into Canada corner. And that was the 4th place car. Daniel Wood, I think, went off the racetrack. I think he just got the left front tire into the grass on the entry of turn number 14. Couldn't get the car turned in. And look at this, the entire field is going to pass him.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Just ran a little bit wide. Meanwhile, at the front, Hibbett goes to the front of the field. Forster giving him a nice push. Castro going to be left out to dry a little bit. All of that shuffling in the back moves Youngzi Lin up to 4th place. Jason Green in 5th. And that's the green machine that you see poking his way to the inside. Hibbett up in the lead of the field here at this point. Forster holding in behind, looking for an opportunity to try to get by. But he's smart enough. He knows that it'll be coming down the long Moraine sweep. And keep an eye on Youngzi Lin. That can be a huge run for him. Jason Green as well, not too far back. He could get a big toe off of Lin, maybe jump his way up to the top 3.
And our front 3 are straight up pushing each other. They are attached from gearbox to bumper, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd down that straightaway. So they are quote-unquote organized right now, as our leader Hibbett actually was a little bit too deep into turn number 5. That can be a product of having too much top speed, right? You got your buddies pushing you from behind and you're going 4 miles an hour faster into that brake zone, and you use the same braking marker. Well, guess what? You're not going to get it stopped in time.
No, you're not. That's just physics in action. We ride on board with Jason Green, the Texan in the green machine. Into the inside there. Up in front of him, that's Emil Schultz. Green, again, your pole sitter from the Formula V race we watched a little bit earlier. Try to close on in. You see a little bit of a dab of the brake there, Joey. Now, coming through the carousel, I'm assuming that's twofold. It's one, obviously, to slow the car a little bit, but it's secondly to just get that car rotated a little bit more so you can get a better run off of the corner.
I think it's more that second point that you were just making. It's more setting up the attitude of the car and making sure it's kind of pointed the right direction, whether that's on entry, whether that's in the middle of the corner. Ultimately, the goal is getting it straight on the exit, so that way you can get to the throttle before anybody else. And we're getting a couple good views from inside of the competitors' sim rigs. That's Camden Hibbett on the left. That's our race leader. And then Benjamin Forster, who's sitting in 3rd place. That's that blue and yellow car on the driver's left-hand side, going too wide with Castro. Remember, we saw that heart rate monitor a little bit earlier in the qualifying session. Seems like it's gone up a little bit now.
And that's not altogether unsurprising. You get here into side-by-side action as there comes Forster up to the lead of the field. You're going to see some of the damage on the front of that car. He's been in the wars a little bit. Forster getting a nice push here from Lynn, and that's going to help him get up to the front, but looks like Hibbett's got something to say about it. Camden trying to run some more speed around the outside here. They're going to be side-by-side, diving down into turn 3. That's Lynn and Castro directly behind them. Schultz just trying to hold on and sitting in that popcorn position with Green towing in right behind. This may be a little bit of a roadblock. Then we've also got this battle. This is going to be for 7th place with Reuter, Burkhart, and McKee. So we've got this breakaway that we were waiting for. Castro, though, up at the front of the field is going to have the advantage. It looks like Hibbett and Forster not going to go for the move. Castro will hold it. Battle between Forster and Hibbett coming through turn 5.
Oh my goodness, and 3 wide coming up the hill. Usually want to be on the inside here, and they do kind of get it sorted out, so nobody gets forced off of the racetrack. I wanted to point something out as we were watching Hibbett in that heart rate monitor, DJ. Yes, it had raised, but if you noticed, it was actually down the straightaway and going into the brake zone that you could physically see the heart rate actually go up. He's getting nervous, or maybe not nervous, more anxious of what is everybody else doing. Once he's in the corner and driving, it's back to his usual self, but it's that guessing game of what the heck is everybody else doing?
Yeah, exactly. It's not his driving that has his heart rate going, making that anxiety rise. It is, what's everybody else around me going to do that's scaring him a little bit, for lack of a better term. All right, down through Kettle Bottoms. Here we go. Castro in the lead. Forster taking a little bit of a run down to the inside. Lynn going to be holding in behind on Hibbett, and it looks like Forster gives a little bit of a nudge there to Castro. Castro holds it together, but how you doing here on lap 2 from Road America?
I'm sure that Castro is definitely going to remember that one. He ran away in that V race just a few minutes ago, and he forced his way to the front, and I think that Benjamin Forster, who's now getting overtaken by original pole sitter of Lynn, is going to have a little bit of help from Schultz behind. I think that Forster just ran a little bit wide exiting Canada corner, and here goes Castro taking advantage from what was 5th place there on the straightaway all the way to the inside.
Riding on board with Murphy Nichols right now. That looks like a dorm room to me, Murphy. As he's going to take a move down to the inside, trying to hold on and keep touch with the drivers up in front of him. Nichols trying to get that move done on Rostang, I believe. And he's going to be able to hold in, keep on to the back there, and close in on the back of Jason Green. This is exactly what Murphy needs to do. He doesn't want to let these drivers stretch away out in front of him. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, it is still an absolute schmozzle as Lynn, Forster, Schultz, and Burkhart all try to sort themselves out here a little bit, but I can't tell you who's going to be able to lead. It looks like Forster's going to have the advantage coming down into turn 5.
I feel like these racers are even in a bigger dilemma than the V cars that we were just watching, because these cars can actually hook up and bump draft. So if you come out of the corner directly on the tail of somebody in front of you, you can just kind of push them. However, to the V's point, I think that the slipstream and the tow is still more powerful than bump drafting with a friend. The racers are going to have to figure it out themselves.
They will, and figure it out up at the front of the field. They are. At least they're trying to figure out how to run side by side. Now side by side through the Caraville, Youngzi Lin and Benjamin Forster trying to be able to get themselves sorted. Morgan Burkhart holding in that 3rd position. Also side by side are Hibbett and Schultz, and that's going to be a big wide runoff for Castro and Schultz. So they're going to go out. Now side by side through the kink, and there it looks like Forster had to lift out of it. Lin is going to be able to get up to the front of the field. Burkhart follows in, and Hibbett now gets into 3rd.
It seems like we're saying Morgan Burkhart very, very casually, because he was up at the front of the field the entire previous race. Look at how busy it is. Oh, we got action. That's 3 or maybe even 4 cars turned around in Canada corner. I think one of them was Jason Green, Reuter, and also Cadora involved in that one.
Yeah, not sure what happened there. I'm sure we'll get a replay in a little bit of time to try to break down that incident, but that's what happens when you're running that close. Oh my goodness! Andre Castro spin coming through the final corner.
That is not good for the number 2 car. It seems like on lap number 4, maybe just a thread is unraveled, and the big one.
I was not expecting that coming out of the final corner, but absolute chaos there. It looks like Murphy Nichols may have been involved in it. Tarantino, Cadorna we mentioned earlier, Kate McGee, Antonio Vasquez. Oh my.
And I think it all kicked off, DJ, from that driver that you had noticed spinning out of turn number 14, our first runoffs winner of the day, Andre Castro.
Yeah, and that can happen if you get onto the throttle a little bit too early, just get a little bit of wheel spin. It's such a high-speed corner that the tires just merely can't compete with it, and they're going to lose it. But let's focus back on the front of the field here. Still a battle going on. It's now a 4-car breakaway as Emil Schultz has fallen back about 3.5 seconds behind these 4. It's Youngzi Lin, Morgan Burkhart, Cameron Hibbett, and Benjamin Forster. Let's go back. Joey, walk us through these replays because this was chaos.
There's the first incident down there in Canada Corner. You kind of see just one of the cars getting in deep, but watch the yellow and red car right here getting into turn 14. He's just a little bit wide, starts to slide, can't correct it in time, spins it around, but he's on track on exit. And you could probably argue you need to hold the brakes here after you start getting smacked, but it's just another domino effect that all of these competitors are so close to each other in terms of lap time. They're pretty much on top of each other. Avoiding can become an issue.
Avoiding can become an issue, and credit here to the iRacing service because you see that smoke that is generated from the tire squeal that comes up. That is almost debilitating. It's straight up driving through terror because you can't see sometimes.
Oh, you can't, and it can be a little bit like cold trickle. I know you can do it, and you just got to drive through the smoke, but sometimes it doesn't end up that way. This is the battle right now for what is a top 5 in our second SCCA Runoffs race of the day here. This is Emil Schultz in the number 7 car, that's blue and yellow. Spec Racer Ford being chased right now by Thor Tulla in that number 17 car. They've kind of got a little bit of a gap behind and in front of them. They can kind of race it out amongst themselves.
Yeah, and that's going to be a huge boon here, specifically to Thor Tulla, because he's not going to have to worry about a car coming up behind him. The gap behind him here at this point is about, let's call it 4 seconds or so, so he's got a little bit of room, and now that the number 27 that you see coming out, that's Stephen Cody coming out. He got a little bit of work done on the car, headed back out onto the track. He's going to have a lapped car in between himself and the rest of the field. What that's going to do is that's going to give Thor just all the more opportunity to push ahead and maybe be a little bit more aggressive in his overtakes.
And give credit to Cody there coming out of pit lane to stay off drivers right and not involve himself in this battle for what is a top 5. What I find interesting here is Thor in this, call it red and white car given chase, decided not to make a move down there into turn number 5. I felt like he could have either pushed Emil or maybe even shown the nose to the inside. I wonder if he's actually very, very comfortable right now, maybe taking notes on Emil. Maybe Emil is a little bit faster, maybe it's a little bit slower and trying to size him up for a little bit later in the race, but being patient right now because he knows he's got the space and time.
Yeah, and sometimes that patience can pay off in spades. But I want to give some massive credits here to Lith Fox, the Hoosier, up a whopping 21 positions. This is a remarkable drive. Obviously, there has been some incidents and accidents that have allowed Fox to move their way up through the field, but up 21 is nothing to shake a stick at.
No, and we have to remember the further you go forward, the tougher and tougher those passes get. So yes, we've had a few cars fall by the wayside, but maybe if Fox had moved up, call it 10 positions, and he was in 25th or something, okay, I get that as kind of the natural progression, but this is pretty amazing. 21 positions, and got to remind yourself, DJ, we're only on lap 6.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time to go. 20 minutes left in the race. We'll keep an eye on Lith and what they're able to do, but let's also keep an eye up here at the front of the field. The battle for the lead. Youngsie Lin leads over Morgan Burkhart, Camden Hibbett, and Benjamin Forster. Now, about 5 seconds behind them, you saw that yellow car in your shot. That's the next competitor, Mil Scholes. And so, for these drivers, they're going to have that same thing that we talked about with Thor Tulla. They know that 5-second gap exists behind them, Joey. They're going to be able to play a little bit. They're going to be able to kind of run their own race and not have to worry about Scholes catching up on them.
I'd be curious to see Camden if he's calmed down now that he's in a pack of 4, because you can kind of see where everybody is. And when you're physically in a race car, you kind of have this... I don't know, call it a sixth sense, where you feel where the other cars are. You kind of know where they are based off the sound. And in iRacing, it's a little bit more vague. It's not lost, right? You have all the audio cues from everybody going on, but it's still those big packs when you get 8, 10, 12 cars, and you just can't see everybody in the mirror. You just don't know what's going on. But I want to echo what you said. These front 4 have broken away, and they can kind of settle it out amongst themselves.
Yeah, they can really just kind of have their own little battle. And frankly, I'm a little bit amazed here at this point that we're not seeing more aggressiveness out of the likes of Hibbett and Forster. I would have thought that we would be seeing the side-by-side, the battles that we had seen previous, but they look relatively content here. And I have to ask the question, Joey, is this a situation where they're content to let this ride, frankly, until maybe the final 5 minutes, the last 2 laps of this race?
100%. I think so. Unless one of them makes a big mistake, right? But if one of them makes a mistake, the rest of them will say, okay, we'll see you later in the paddock once we've crossed the checkered flag, and we'll talk to you then. So I think it is limit the mistakes. They all are so equal on this outright pace right now. Let me show you this. Last lap, our leader, 227.60. Second place, 227.59. Third place, 227.58. I mean, 0.02 of a second separating the top 3 in terms of their last lap time. It doesn't get more identical than that.
No, it really doesn't. I mean, it's remarkable. But as a former driver and a current driver, I want to ask you, Joey, how hard is it to restrain that attack, to restrain that go-get-em attitude in the car? I mean, whenever I'm in, and it's one of the reasons I'm not a great driver, it's go, 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 go. I just want to go fast.
You have to manage it, right? I'm going to let my ego show a little bit. One of the things that I always would pride myself in is being able to separate myself from the race car, right? You have to remove yourself from that situation. You can't get angered by somebody banging into your door or pushing on your bumper. You have to physically almost go into that chase mode and say, all right, this is how I have to analyze the situation. Maybe if I'm a little bit easier over here, it'll help me set up over there. So it really is throwing everything out the window, finding your Zen state, if you will, calming down, and just making methodical decisions rather than letting emotion get the better of you.
Well, some drivers who may not be as methodical, they're in the heat of battle right now. It's Presley, Zier, Brewster, and Flagg. The battle for 17th right now. Presley able to get that move done on Zier coming down into turn 5, but it looks like a fight back here for Jim Brewster. Could be on the cards. Brewster now moves his way up to P17. Looking down to the inside there was Chris Wetz, who may also be involved in this battle as well. Everybody slicing and dicing. This is a great little battle that is going on. Again, this for P17.
Up and over the hill there of turn number 7 and down here into turn number 8. I always liked that corner right there. It always seems like It is extremely grippy in the real world, especially on entry and at Apex there. Road America always taking care of the racetrack, and the scan that iRacing has here is pretty much identical. So it feels exactly like you're driving Elkhart Lake out there. I think maybe the only difference is you can't go to Siepkens afterwards.
Nah, that's the best part. You got to go to Siepkens. If you've never been to Elkhart Lake, again, highly encourage you. Great bar in the actual Elkhart Lake proper. But the battle here is on as Presley and Wett's going to go side by side. Jim Brewster maybe looking at a little bit of a run here in that 19th position. Now Richard Flagg is going to go. We're going to take a jump back up to the front of the field here because we've got a little bit of a switch around. Morgan Burkhart up to the front right now. Camden Hibbett holding on to second. Forster's been shuffled to third, and Youngzi Lin is now in fourth. And I've got a sneaking suspicion here that may have been planned by the number 4, Joey.
It very well could be. This could be a situation that we know that Lin is probably the fastest driver out here because he qualified on pole, right? With nobody else is drafting, you got to be able to go out there and do it yourself. And so maybe things were just kind of getting a little bit tense in terms of those bump drafts. Let somebody else lead up there. After all, we still do have 14 minutes. I don't think that Lin in that number 4 is worried about falling off, being the caboose of this pack.
No, I don't think he is as well. He certainly looks like he's been able to catch on in. And folks, if you like what you're seeing here today and you're thinking, you know what, I may want to be a part of this, let me encourage you. The Black Friday sale is going on right now through December 2nd here on the iRacing Simulator and the iRacing service. 50% off all new memberships, 25% off early renewals and reactivations for 1 or 2 years. So jump on over to iRacing.com and check that out here today. It is the best deal you can get in the simulator world. Absolutely incredible. We continue to watch here at the SCCA Runoffs here on iRacing. The Spec Racer Ford's out on track. This is a little bit of a scruffy battle. 4P11 right now. Elliott Lang leading Evander Jonesy field. Daniel Wood and Cathcart holding on in the back there. But the real battle here is between Lang and Jonesy field. This is starting to get a little bit scrappy.
I gotta ask, DJ, do you think Evander Jonesy field is going to throw some punches?
I was trying to make that joke work, and I couldn't figure out how to do it, so credit to you.
Well, he's looking down the inside right now, late on the brakes into Canada corner. Can he get the car stopped? Yes, but it is the back half of the corner that's so important. It's actually going to be Lang that gets the run back up on the outside. That's that green car on driver's right and really carries the momentum around. And now Daniel Wood in that second green car actually had an opportunity to look at the front there. But this is our lead battle. Morgan Burkhart, Camden Hibbett, Ben Forster, and Youngzi Lin, your top 4 that have really broken away by over 7.5 seconds.
And what was interesting there is we saw them coming down the front straightaway, and it looked like Lin was deliberately poking the nose of that number 4 off to driver's right, keeping it out of the draft. And I have to wonder, what would be the purpose of that?
So I don't think that overheating is going to be an issue in these cars. It can be an issue in other cars and other situations in iRacing, which you do have to monitor those temperatures, whether it be the oil temperature or the water temperature. I really don't think that is an issue here with the Spec Racer Fords. I think it's more just not trying to run up on the competitor in front. Maybe not show that closing rate on the front straightaway to see when you're going to make the pass. I think Lin is just really just hanging out.
All right. Well, the battle continues on here for P12 as well as the top 4 have gotten themselves into line. Jonesy Field does hold on to that advantage, but it's side by side between Elliott Lang and Daniel Wood as they scrap for that 12th place position. Advantage now for the moment goes to Lang in the number 21. Keep an eye there on Cathcart and on Reuter. Now, Reuter's an interesting story. Remember, he was one of the drivers that was involved in that big scuffle, in that big coming together that we saw earlier on in the race. He's been able to work his way back up to 15th. Now, for Aaron, that's not going to be necessary necessarily, I think, redeemable for himself, as he looked like he could have been one of the drivers to win here today. But to come back and be able to get yourself right back in the fight, that's nothing to shake a stick at.
I want to echo your point there, because Reuter, who's the white car in the back of that bottom screenshot there, his fastest lap, a 227.0. Our leader's fastest lap, a 227.0. So yeah, he definitely has the speed to be up front. He just does not have the track position. He should be making some passes here, though.
Yeah, I certainly should be. Again, up at the front of the field, we see Lynn poking his nose to the inside, and I think you're right about that, Joey. I think he's just kind of gaming out where to make that move, how it's going to play, and also not wanting to have to lift off necessarily. He's probably able to keep his foot to the floor and keep over to driver's right by so doing that. So good run there from him. Burkhart looked like he went a little bit wide up at the front of the field, but Hibbett not looking like he wants to make the move. Meanwhile, the battle back here for that 11th place position. Wood now gets the advantage over Jonesy Field, but it's going to be a straight drag race here into turn one as they go Noah's Ark 2x2 down into the corner.
Who is deepest on the brakes and can control the attitude of the car? Looks like Daniel Wood will take away that lead of the pack position there, with Jonesy Field sitting there in that second place with that blue and red machine, but he's side by side. Oh my goodness, that's Lang, and now I believe that's Reuter. He's going to take advantage on the exit.
Yeah, he's going to press his advantage as much as possible in that 26. We're going to be 3 wide coming down through the Moraine sweep. It's going to be Jonesy Field, Lang, and Reuter. Reuter on the outside, Jonesy Field down to the inside, and that's going to be Lang in the middle. Lang super late on the brakes. Not only outpasses the other two, but the number 21 is going to move their way up into 11th position. Brilliant stuff from Elliott Lang.
It was a pretty impressive move, being able to take it, that much further on the brakes from not only the cars that he was side by side with, but also Daniel Wood, who was directly in front of him. It certainly seemed like he wasn't going to be able to get the car stopped for turn 5, but turned it in, arced it right into that corner, and came out the other side.
Yeah, made it work, made it play. Impressive stuff there from him. See, though, looks like they've separated out ever so slightly as things come along. And as they work their way down through the corners, Lang maybe a little bit gun shy after that late maneuver there from Lang is Daniel Wood, but he's going to be right back on the rear bumper of the number 21. I think we may see an attack here coming down into Canada corner.
Always one of the best passing opportunities as we get the race for the lead up top, and then the race that we've been talking about on the bottom of the screen here into Canada corner. Daniel Wood actually drifts out just a little bit wide, and surprise, surprise, Reuter going to be taking advantage. He's on driver's right coming up over turn number 13. He's going to have the advantage, the good line going into 14, but Daniel Wood putting up a fight on the outside. I think that Reuter is going to hope that he can clear and lead this pack for a little while.
Yeah, and Reuter, as you said, able to take that narrower line down into the corner, but rolls speed. Meanwhile, Wood carries the draft. Youngsie Lin back up at the front of the field, able to make that work, going down into Canada corner. And there you see Youngsie is going to lead the pack here. A little bit of a poke out of a line there for Benjamin Forster, farther back in the pack. Let's see, here comes Hibbett. Hibbett's going to try to make a move down to the inside. Maybe we're going to see a little bit of changing of the guard. Hibbett down to the inside. Gets one, gets two. Hibbett into the lead.
I am a huge racing nerd, DJ. It doesn't matter if it's strategy or driving. I love to analyze a race, and I found out what Lynn was doing as Hibbett actually a little bit wide there in turn number 6. Remember how he was sitting there in 4th place, just kind of showing the nose into open space on the straightaway? The lap prior, he had a huge run coming out of turn number 3. The front 3 cars lined up nose to tail. He literally passed them all in a Ricky Bobby slingshot type maneuver to take the lead, and now he's having some internet issues. This is a little worrisome right now. Lynn now pops back onto the racetrack.
You always hate to see that. If you are a competitor or if you were a driver, you never want to see that. But let's also jump back here. Battle for P 7 at the moment. This is going to be Jason Green leading with Fox, Scott Russell, and Kevin Parrish. I also see as they try to work their way through, I think that's a lapped car that we see in the 5th in line. So the number 3 right now leading this pack, that is the green machine of Jason Green. We talked about Lith Fox a little bit earlier. Oh, Fox, the Hoosier, running a little bit wide. That's going to open up the door for Russell.
This is coming down into kind of a narrower area of the racetrack. Nice job getting it sorted before the brake zone there. They're going to go single file, and that's really what you want to do if you're trying to at least make forward time. It's not always worth it to be fighting side by side with everybody that you come across.
Oh, it looks like the action is on up at the front of the field. Burkhardt, Forster, Hibbett, 3 wide, and up through the middle goes Camden Hibbett. A brilliant run there for him. Looks like Lynn is going to hold back into line. Forster tries to hold on to that outside line, but I think advantage is going to go to Morgan Burkhardt. Barely avoids contact as they come down into a turn number 1. Now into turn 2, they're going to sort themselves out, and let's line this up all back up again because it is time to go through the Moraine sweep and let this battle play out in the draft.
Burkhardt is actually going to try to go 2 wide here. So let's see what Forster does. He's going to try to go 3 wide up the middle, and he actually has the most amount of momentum. Let's see if he can clear Burkhardt. By the time they get on the brakes, no, Morgan fights back really deep on there, is able to get the car stopped. Watch out for that 3rd place. Hibbett, though, he gets a nice exit, decides not to do anything with it. We've talked about this tricky turn number 6, especially on entry. It can be a little bit difficult to spot those visual cues, but these front 4 drivers, they're all on the same page, it seems, and they're all just kind of extending that gap back to 5th place to settle amongst themselves here and call it the next 2 laps.
Yeah, I think we're going to be coming to the white flag here this next time by. Maybe 2 to go. We'll have to wait and see. Lap times here at about 2:27.051 is the fastest lap time that we've seen out of Burkhardt. They've been running about high 227s, low 228s on the last couple of times. So let's see here. It is Burkhardt that leads over Forster, Camden Hibbett, and Youngzi Lin. Lin is the one that I am most curious about. I think that number 4 is going to be the one to really keep an eye for, but here comes Hibbett trying to make a move on Forster. Here comes Lynn as well, that big slingshot that you talked about, Joey. Looking down into the inside, he's got 1. Can he get 2? Trying to get the position away from Forster, but Forster's going to roll speed around the outside. That's going to scupper any chance Lynn has of really making the move.
I think that was just a little sample, a little appetizer of what Lynn has really put on the table in terms of his moves as we jump back to the battle for what is 7th place. It's the number 3 car and the number 6 car. Jason Green in that bright green machine is the one leading the way right now. This is coming up over that turn 13 into final turn number 14 here. Let's see who gets the run coming out of the corner exit. Actually pretty decent from both of them. I would expect that trailing car to really utilize the slipstream. Whether he decides to bump draft or pop out, it's his discretion.
Here he goes. Let's see what Scott Russell decides to do. He's not going to go for the bump draft. He's going to poke his nose to the inside. All is not lost here, though, for Jason Green. No, it is on this particular battle as Green falls back into line. That is going to be positioned to Scott Russell.
I think I also see Fox there in that number 31 car. That's that white and turquoise car, the 3rd car in line, just barely hanging on. And Kevin Parrish is the 4th car in line. So they're trying to make it a party for what is arguing over a top 8 position here at the SCCA Runoffs on iRacing.
Yeah, that's a lot of bragging rights on the line to be able to get those kind of positions. As it does continue to be Russell leading the way. Let's see if Green decides to poke his nose out, going down into the corner. No, but we're going to jump back up to the lead here. Morgan Burkhardt up into the top spot. Youngzi Lin, Camden Hibbett, and Benjamin Forster, your top 4. These guys were side by side going down into turn 5.
And then it was actually Forster that made the mistake up there at turn 6. I keep calling it tricky turn 6, and it's exactly what happened to Ben in that number 8 car. He just was a little bit too far out wide coming up over that crest, and As a lot of people know who have driven Road America, it just starts to slide, and it becomes incredibly difficult to catch it there at the top and then also maintain that racing line to get the corner exit that you need. You see Lynn deciding to bump draft Burkhardt down here going into Canada corner. I think what I'm most curious about, DJ, as we're going to be getting the white flag this time by, is can you make the pass before the start-finish line, or do you want to be leading coming into turn 14?
Yeah, that was my question as well, and I think Lynn decided not to go for the pass there. He certainly had the speed to do it, but I think they decided not to go for the pass because they don't want to be in the lead on the start of the last lap. I think for Burkhardt, this may not be the position they want to be in. You may even see a little bit of lifting as he tries to maybe abandon that lead to get himself into a better position. Well, he's not going to have to fight too hard because here comes the train. Lynn, Hibbett, Forster all on through. Burkhardt back to fourth. And that may be the position he wants to be in.
Let's see if we can have an old slingshot Ricky Bobby move here on the final lap, because we are on that last lap of race number 2 of the SCCA Runoffs right here. We had that first Andre Castro win in those Formula Vs, and it is all up to the Spec Racer Fords now.
All right, here they go. Hibbett looking particularly threatening on the back of Lynn. Big bump draft coming down the back straightaway. Meanwhile, Burkhardt makes a move on Forster. Here comes the battle for 13th. Wood holding off on Jonesy Field. Cathcart looking in there. Wetz as well trying to roll speed around the outside. That's not going to work there for Wetz, as here comes Jonesy Field. I can't tell if that was offensive or defensive. It was something, and he holds on to the position.
See a little bit of that nose damage on the number 12 car. You often say that the midfield scraps are where you usually race the hardest, and I think that this is certainly proven it. Look at these emergency lane change maneuvers using the draft, seeing who can posture themselves going into this break zone. Seems like Jonesy Field on the outside is trying to take advantage, but it's Wood fighting back in the green car.
Wood's going to be able to roll that speed as much as possible as they go. Jonesy Field holds it back up to the front of the field. Youngzi Lin leads over Camden Hibbett. Burkhardt, Forster, got to watch out. They're a little bit far back. Call it about a quarter of a second back. But here comes the run. Immediate defensive line from Youngzi Lin trying to hold off on that inside line. We think we know where he wants to be. Hibbett trying to get a little bit of a bump draft here. Burkhardt closing in behind. Is this too out of the way for Forster? They're going to stay single file down into Canada corner. Here they come up through Bill Mitchell Bend. This could be the moment where we see some of these drivers start to poke out of line. Lynn could be the one under fire here at this point from Hibbett or Burkhardt. They're all over top of each other. Lynn getting a little bit squirrely onto the braking coming through the final corner of turn 14. Here they come onto the main straightaway. Squirrel there from Forster. He's effectively out of it. Here comes the run from Hibbett. Hibbett's going to try to get the run. Burkhardt, they're going to be side by side at the line. It's going to be a charge. It's going to be a wiggle. Who's it going to be at the line? It is Morgan Burkhardt, Camden Hibbett, and Youngzi Lin.
And this is the battle for P6 right here. They have argued amongst themselves. It is Jason Green crossing in 7th place. Scott Russell narrowly edges out Kevin Parrish for what is 9th as we watch the rest of the field come out of turn number 14, play those draft drag racing games to get to that checkered flag first. I gotta say, I don't think it was gonna get closer than our first SCCA Runoffs victory, but this one, 4 100ths separating 3 cars this time.
Absolutely remarkable run to the line there, separated by a mere 100th of a second. That was the gap we were dealing with. We said Youngzi Lin may be in the bad position coming out of that final corner. Well, we were right. He ends up in 3rd. Burkhardt takes victory over Camden Hibbett. Then it's Youngzi Lin. Benjamin Forster just didn't seem to have that closing down in that top pack. Thorthola rounds out your top 5, able to edge ahead of Emil Schultz. Then it was moving back into the next pack. Jason Green was able to take that battle over Scott Russell. Kevin Parrish and Lith Fox round out your top 10. Moving down into 11th position, it was Elliott Lang, Arend Reuter, with a really good fight back there. Very impressive. We saw him damaged and spun the wrong way around, able to catch back up in. Daniel Wood was able to edge over Chris Wetz in that battle. Then Brad Cathcart in Evander Jonesy field. Cathcart able to take the battle we were also following. Torsten Ackerman was in 17th, followed by Tom Gradwell, then David Presley, and Cade McKee rounds out your top 20. Greg Ayek was in 21st, followed by Jacob Bufflot. Then it was Antonio Vasquez, Jim Brewster, and Christian Flagg, rounding out your top 25. Murphy Nichols in 26th, then Adrian Rostang and Andre Castro, your winner from the first round in the Formula V's, not having the best round here. Then Lilac Zier, rounding out your drivers who finish on the lead lap. Joseph Tarantino, the first driver, 1 lap down. Moving back to the 31st, 4 laps down, Stephen Cody, Jason Perry, and Samir Kadura not having best day out there. All right, race fans, we are going to take another quick break here from Road America, but do not go anywhere. We've got more racing action for you here on the channel. It's Spec Miatas coming up next. You're not going to want to miss that.
Dirt Racing 24 is available now.
Two down and many more to go from the National Park of Speed. It is the SCCA Runoffs here on iRacing, and we are ready for the Spec Miatas, one of the most popular series here on the iRacing service, ready to take to this fantastic track. DJ Clark joined here by Joey Atterbury. And Joey, with these Spec Miatas, this is the most car-like car we're going to be racing here today, for lack of a better term.
It is a true production car. We'll get into the GT4s a little bit later, but those have a whole lot more horsepower than what these, call it global MX-5 Spec Miatas are. I'm really kind of biased to this one because I grew up a Spec Miata racer. I grew up racing the 1.6 liters all up and down the West Coast. Got to go race the ARC down at Road Atlanta. Had a lot of good, successful national races. But I mean, we're talking 15 years ago. These are the brand new MX-5s with the sequential boxes. They are so cool to drive. And I recognize a lot of names that we've already seen that have a lot of real-world experience in these exact cars.
Take a look at some of the highlights of the last race in the Spec Racer Fords. Some fantastic stuff, as you can see there on our schedule. Andre Castro, Morgan Burkhardt able to take victories in the first 2 rounds. We've still got plenty to determine, though, Spec Racer Fords. After this, we go back to the Formula-style cars in the USF 2000s, then GT4, and then we round the day out at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific, with the Renault Clios. But in this last race, we saw a lot of battles. We saw positioning being a key part, especially going into that last round. We did see the big one, Joey. What can we expect here as we transition away from these more racing-style cars over to the production-based Miatas?
Even more aggression. Remember, we were watching Camden Hibbett and that heart rate monitor increase. I think it's going to get cranked up from 11 to 12 this time in these production cars, because these are the first true cars that have a front bumper, that have a rear bumper, that really do have doors that you can lean on. Those Spec Racer Fords, yeah, you can make side-to-side contact, but you can't really lean on a competitor on those things. In the MX-5s, you definitely can, and if you've seen any real-world MX-5 races, you know how close those finishes are. They got something cut out for them, because the first Runoffs race, 5 1/1000ths of a second. What was it? The next one, only 1 100th of a second. How close do you think we can make the finish on this third one?
Oh, we're about to find out. As we take a look at that finish there, this is on board with that #1 machine. I mean, look at that run to the line. Absolutely incredible stuff. Morgan Burkhardt, again, taking victory in the Spec Racer Ford Series. And it wasn't just there. Battles all the way down through the field. Joe, you talked about it a little bit earlier, but this is what we've got in store. This beautiful, beautiful, naturally aspirated inline 4, 181 horsepower. Let's set it up. Let's roll.
Yeah, 6 forward gears, but it is the first front engine car, rear drive, that we're seeing here today on iRacing. It is still very, very lightweight, sub 2,000 pounds out there. And if you're interested in these cars, you can go out there and race them right now on iRacing in a series called the Fanatec Global MX-5 Cup. So if you like this style of racing and you want to get in that driver's seat, you can go race it right now.
All right, I know I certainly might have to do a little bit of that when we're done broadcasting here today from the National Park of Speed, but we are getting ready here to move on into qualifying. It's going to be the same format that we've seen a couple of times earlier. 8 minutes of qualifying, 2 laps to be able to set your best lap down. And as you said earlier, a lot of the similar names. 35-minute race, and this is where I'm really going to start watching incident points. We may see a little bit of it. There is a little bit of a tendency in these MX-5s to get your elbows out a little bit.
I have to chuckle to myself over here. I remember back in the day, some officials made me tape some mustard and ketchup packets to the front end of my car because bump drafting was a little bit frowned upon back then. So how do you prove? Well, tape some packets up there. You pushing the car in front of you or not? You know, you just got to tape them a little bit lower than where that bumper point is, and they never know.
When I teach my child how to drive, I'm going to be doing that. I'm stealing that one from you. But we watched the winner of the last round out, Morgan Burkhardt, in the #4 machine, bringing their way across the line right now. Burkhardt going to come across and I believe start their flying lap here. Another 8 minutes on the clock, 2 laps to set your best time. Not going to be like an oval where the second lap's going to be the money lap. I think right from the beginning you're going to want to be pushing.
Absolutely. Track position is king on these races, as we've seen already in the Vs and also the Spec Racer Fords. I do think that you can make a fair amount of ground in these cars, just like we've seen in the previous two chassis as well. So maybe qualifying 15th, qualifying 20th isn't a death sentence. However, if you're back there on lap 5, lap 6, you're probably out of touch with the front of the pack. It's easiest just to start up front.
Exactly. You're going to be in that position. You might as well be able to put yourself in and not make things too difficult for you. Seeing some familiar names, as we mentioned here. I see the likes of Young Z Lin back in it, Camden Hibbets, welcoming back in Matt Malone. He's back into it here at this point. Murphy Nichols again. So plenty of these drivers here. But as you kind of mentioned, wide run there for Burkhardt. That may be an off track. That's something to keep in mind here in these MX-5s. Again, very much a momentum-based car. You want to roll speed through the corners. And if you roll a little bit too much speed, you kick up a little bit too much dirt on the outside, you get an off track, and that's going to invalidate your entire lap.
Barney is always watching if you're picking up those 1x incident points out there, and I think it is a little bit more of a talking point than the open wheeler, and then also call it the miniature prototype, the Spec Racer Ford, because these cars, even though they are still lightweight at about 2,000 pounds, they're significantly heavier and carry more mass than the previous two that we've watched. So if you do get in a little bit too deep into a brake zone, if you do carry a little bit too much entry speed into the apex of a corner, it is more difficult to kind of reel it in and stay on the track, and therefore those 1x incident points can start to rack up.
Yeah, and a sketchy moment there for Matt Malone coming through Canada corner. You saw a little bit of a wiggle at the apex. Maybe picked up a little bit of curb there. Not necessarily sure what that was, but it looks like Matt's going to be able to gather it back up underneath them. Here they go through the final corner. Again, such a crucial corner. It's that in turn 3, carrying momentum through those are very, very crucial. Cam Abbott going to be the earliest driver onto the board with a 2:32.199. Nicholas Goebel is going to take that away here. Folds comes on in. Malone puts down a 2:33, so good run there for Malone. Looks like Morgan Burkhardt's lap was indeed invalidated, so we called that right. Oliver Piatek looks like they're going to be in P3 at the moment. And as we take a look right now at Cam Eben, credit where credit's due. He's got that number 1 on the car, and he's got it for good reason. 10.5 thousand iRating. That is remarkable.
Remember that comment that I said that Spec Racer, or I should say Spec Miata drivers don't care about the grass or the pavement? That does not apply to Cam Eben. My iRating is in the dumper compared to 10,000 iRating. So if you want to learn how to drive on the sim, this number 1 car has got a ton of experience. You don't get to 10,000 iRating just by participating either, DJ. You have to be at the front of the field. You have to be winning races.
Yeah, exactly. And for those who are unfamiliar with the iRacing service, there are 2 different ratings that you get. You get that safety rating, which goes up in classes with a starting with a rookie license, then DCBA. That shows how clean of a driver you are, how few incident points you can rack up. Then there is the I rating, which you get by exactly what you said, Joey. It's not about showing up, it's about winning. It's about getting results. And so to see that above 10,000 is absolutely remarkable. Just for reference, when you start out, your I rating is 1,250.
And to put it into perspective for everybody, I think my I rating is about 1,600. So it is nowhere. I wouldn't even be in this split type of thing. I am happy that I'm in the commentary booth here with you, DJ.
I was going to say, there's a reason why we don't talk about my road I rating on the air. It's not my most proud feature. My oval I rating I'm very proud of, but not the road.
Let's see what this number 1 car puts down as his second lap time on the board. Let's see here. Start-finish line is right up the street, a 2:32.5. So he actually does not improve his lap time. Morgan Burkhardt, who I had my eye on, A 232.27 as he just crosses from going no time to 6th place.
Nicholas Shepard also improves their time here. That's going to jump him up into P2, and that is going to be the end of the session. By the way, top 22 separated by a single second. I think we are going to be in store for a very, very close and very, very competitive race. Let's go through the starting order here today. Nicholas Goebel will lead off in pole position, followed by Nicholas Shepard. Then it's Cam Eben, Mr. 10K himself, in P3. Olivier Piatek will be in 4th place, followed by Michael Folds. Then Morgan Burkhart rounds out your top 6. As we move back into 7th position, one of the big names from the last race in the Spec Racer Fords, that's going to be Young Z Lin. Then Jack Veazey will be in 8th. Emil Schultz will be in 9th, followed by Martin Kitt in P10. Jeremy Fletcher lines up 11th, and Camden Hibbett, another one of those drivers that we saw competing up at the front of that Spec Racer Ford fight, he will be in P12. John Sylvester will be 13th, followed by Austin Farr. Then it's Brent Schinkloff in 15th, Matt Malone in 16th. Murphy Nichols, only good enough for 17th. He'll see if the real-life driver can move his way a little bit forward. Per Sandberg will roll off in 18th position. Moving back into 19th, it's Franco Sanchez-Buckley, followed by Mads Lund. Then it's Joseph Bargo and Ismail Obula in P22. Ray Lombardi is 23rd, and then Scott Banks is 24th. Rounding out the top 25, it's Benjamin Forster. Ewan Bremer will be in 16th, followed by Michael Coates in 17th, Kevin Kremer in 28th, and then Antonio Vasquez will round out your 29-car field here today. There we see him starting to grid up. We'll have another full pace lap here. And this one is going to be close, I think. This one's going to be a very, very tightly fought battle. This is the car, for the most part, I'm generalizing, but when you talk about driving on the road racing side of things here in iRacing, this is the car you start out in. So this is the car that most people have the most experience in, Joey, and that means people know it the best and people know how to go fast in it.
One of the cool parts that we've kind of been talking about with each of these cars that are featured here at the SCCA Runoffs, they're more driver cars, right? The V, you really got to get up on the wheel and drive. The Spec Racer Ford, trust me, if you're not loose, at least in the real world, you're not going fast. I do not want to discredit those drivers. Those guys drive sideways in those cars and still make it fast. And then you got the MX-5s, which drives very, very similar. If you have any sort of front tire scrub, you're not accelerating in these things. Yeah, you don't want to be so yawed out that you're drifting and have huge amounts of counter steer, but you need to be able to roll on the throttle as soon as possible. And plain and simple, if the front end isn't turning, you're not getting on the gas. So I think aggression is going to be key here, but having the car on the limit and the controllable limit, I think, is going to be key in these MX-5s.
Yeah, that controllable limit and finding that limit always going to be crucial, especially when you're running in and around other drivers. Now, we talked about the fog in the last race. That has relatively gone away, but we do have a dip in temperature. It's down to 68 degrees Fahrenheit out on the track here at this point. And again, that wind speed around 12 to 13 miles an hour. That is not great for these drivers. As we kind of go through the day, we amp up body work. We went from the very, very narrow Formula Vs onto the Spec Racer 4s. Now here at the MX-5s, we're adding downforce, we're adding body work, and that means that wind is going to start playing a factor.
It's also interesting that these cars are open top, right? They do not have the hard top, and you think, oh, well, that's not that detrimental in terms of aerodynamics, but it's kind of like a big old invisible parachute that's sitting there on the top. It's just disrupting all of the airflow. And I remember when I was racing Spec Miatas, we had the hard tops on them, the true Spec Miata class versus the global class here. So you could get huge runs, especially 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th in the pack, and you could definitely bump draft your way up. But these cars, they definitely draft differently with no top on them. iRacing's done a fantastic job to model them. It's just going to be, let's see how the racing really kicks off here. I do think that there's going to be more leaning on each other. We have more body work. like you were saying. So I think things are definitely going to get cranked up a notch.
Yeah, I think they are, and let's be real. I mean, they were pretty much already cranked up to 11 coming off of that Spec Racer Ford race that we saw not too long ago. So this is going to be really interesting as we now make our way down through Kettle Bottoms. See a little bit of weaving there. We didn't see a lot of that earlier on, but track temperature's a little chillier than you would expect. So the 68 degrees Fahrenheit, I think you're going to have to watch a little bit coming into turn one. Just keep an eye on it. Probably by the time you get on into the hurry downs, those tires are going to be working at a good temperature. You're going to be okay. But here they come through Canada Corner. It's Goebel and Shepard going to be leading the way. Anybody you got your eye on here, Joey?
Geez, all of them? I really feel like any one of these drivers is capable of winning. Remember, you had to compete in those super sessions throughout the week. You had to gain those points in order to gain your entry here into the virtual runoff. So all of these drivers, not only are they extremely skilled in iRacing, but they put in the practice time to be right here.
That they have, and now the field goes over to the control of the number 2 of Nicholas Goebel. Here we go, climbing the famous hill at Road America, and the green flag is in the air, and the green flag is waving. We are racing here for Road America and the SCCA Runoffs. Brilliant getaway there. It has to be said for Nicholas Goebel. Shepard trying to shuffle in behind. He may have gotten shuffled down a little bit as they go. That's the number 28 of Piatek trying to move his way forward. Everyone trying to sort themselves out. The 2 blue cars are Piatek and Burkhardt down to the inside. Evan and Shepard rolling speed around the outside. They're going to have the advantage here for the moment. Is now the 5 and Piatek are going to go side by side, but up in control of the field, it is Goebel leading the way.
And we are already seeing competitors lean on each other. I believe it was Shepard and Piatek for what is third place coming through turn number 3. We're definitely all crossed up, putting some donuts on the doors. Let's see who jumps on the brakes the best here at turn number 5. 3 wide, a huge move a little bit further back. One of the cars almost getting pushed off into the gravel. Looks like everybody's going to find their way back onto the pavement.
And that they are, as it looks like up at the front of the field, Cam Evans starting to put some pressure onto the back of Goebel right now. That's not surprising by any stretch of the imagination. Shepard holding into that third place position. Piatek, couple of cars off in the background, including, I think that's Cam Hibbett may have been shuffled down. And I'll tell you for sure that that was Jungzi Lin.
2 of the front runners from our previous race. Remember, we're going to have a lot of these familiar names throughout a lot of the classes. I'm sure we'll get a replay a little bit later as our leaders come out of the carousel, head towards the kink for the very, very first time. And you see a single file line, especially for the top 7. How good is this slipstream going to be? Eben already closed it in. He's going to go to the driver's left side. That's the racing line, while Goebel's going to go defensive, but it seems like Eben almost clears him by the time he gets on the brakes.
Yeah, but there's going to be a little bit of a fight back there from Goebel. I'm not sure how long it's going to last, and it's not going to play out as Mr. 10K moves his way to the front of the field. Eben up into the front, and here comes a move from the number 5 of Shepard trying to force his way forward. Don't count out Piatek there as well, but now a fight back there from Goebel. That line is going to hold, but momentum playing in. A defensive line there coming through the final corner could cost Goebel coming down the front straightaway, and I think Piatek wants to pounce.
I think that maybe we need to start saying we need a motion for putting the hand up in the air, saying, hey, let's bump draft. That's exactly what 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th are doing. They are going to blow by Cam Eben, who is in the lead, and he can't do anything about it.
No, he cannot. That's going to move Goebel back up into the top spot. Shepard into 2nd, Eben 3rd, Piatek 4th. Michael Folds up into 5th, and Morgan Burkhardt is 6th. Interestingly, I say moving up and down, they're all now exactly where they started this race. The gap here in the top group, though, also extends with Burkhardt and Jeremy Fletcher, so it's really a top 7 breakaway here at this point.
That brought out a little smirk on my face. I do notice that they're all in that position that they essentially started in, and now we're going to get the deck shuffled a little bit as Shepard really deep into turn 5. Can't quite get it down to the apex, though, so Goebel there in that silver and blue car is going to take advantage, and once again, Eben now on the inside, up and over turn number 6, takes the second place back. We'll say that Shepard is hanging tough there in that black number 5, and now he gets turned. That's going to impact into the wall for the 5.
Oh my goodness, and that was Piatek that he made contact with. Just a miscommunication coming through the corner, and that is going to be massively detrimental damage there to the both of them. Shepard essentially out of this race. You can see the damage there on the number 5.
I tell you what, Goebel says, I don't care what is in my rearview mirror. You guys can keep racing like that. I am going to try to run away as fast as I can. I will say, though, I'm pretty impressed. We had kind of like that 1.5 second gap back there between 7th and 8th, and now we've got one long train of cars, 1st through 17th.
Yeah, that really cinched everything back up there, so that's going to bring it all in and allow for some of those drivers that were a little bit farther back in the field to catch back up. All right, keeping our eye there on the number 4, Morgan Burkhardt, your winner from the last round. He's going to take a little bit of a look on the outside there of Eben coming into the final corner. Now the 23 of Fletcher. Keep an eye on that. He was able to keep a more consistent line coming through that final corner. That could give him a little bit of a run here up the main straightaway.
I'm really watching Cam right here, who's popping out drivers left, make the pass before the start-finish line. And right there, he did not get by Goebel before the start-finish line. So I just want to put that little nugget of information into the back pocket right here when we start talking about the final couple laps and where you want to posture yourself. What a move from Jeremy Fletcher. That was that black car with those light blue turquoise stripes. Really took advantage of the draft, jumped himself up into 3rd.
And jumping back into the battle for P11 right now, this is Camden Hibbett, Matt Malone, Murphy Nichols, Franco Buckley. Matt Malone, one of the more popular streamers here on the iRacing service. He's going to be a name that most recognize as Malone tries to push his way forward. That's him there in that number 29 machine. He currently rides in 12th place. Somebody's got their windshield wipers on there. It's not raining. We've got rain on the iRacing service now, but all right, down into the corner. A little bit of action there behind Malone. That was Franco Sanchez-Buckley trying to see if he could get a little bit of a line on Murphy Nichols, but not able to get that to play. Meanwhile, in front, look at this. Side by side, Hibbett and Martin Kitt. Oh, contact, and that's going to send the number 7 off into the outside. That's Hibbett into the barriers.
And I think something happened just directly after it with Murphy Nichols and Martin Kitt as well. You see more kind of evasive maneuvers going on at the top of the hill, so what started maybe as a 2-car incident definitely unraveled into more, and I got a feel for Camden Hibbett. It seemed like twice now he's gotten a little contact on the back bumper.
And I think we saw some more action there behind. This is certainly the spiciest race that we have seen thus far. Meanwhile, up at the front of the field, it has been relatively smooth sailing. Cam Eben back up into the control of the field. Burkhardt, Fletcher, Goebel folds your top 5 on a little bit of a breakaway. I can tell you, Hibbett is officially retired from the race. Here comes a big move from Fletcher up into the inside of Burkhardt, but Burkhardt's not going quietly.
Able to get a nice corner exit out of turn 12 down there at the bottom of the racetrack, and then really just kind of re-secure second place up over turn number 13 here. It looks like we're going to get a replay of exactly what happened a little bit earlier on. Going to get that brought up here on the bottom of the screen as Cam Eben and Morgan Burkhardt play those draft games. This is that replay there. Watch the gray car. I think he's going to get a little bit of contact on that right rear, which spins him around into that tire barrier. And I believe just up the road there was that secondary incident into 7.
Oh, and thankfully that could have been a lot worse. And look at that run there from Murphy Nichols, just off into the dirt and thankfully able to catch that car. Oh, car going very wide. That's Michael Fold. coming through turn one. He's able to catch it and gather it back up underneath him. That could have been very, very rough. As now we take a look at the number 3 machine. That's Jack Veazey, Austin Farr directly behind Tim. And there we can see the result of a little bit of that bump drafting, a little bit of deformation on Morgan Burkhart's number 4 machine. There you get a good look at it. That's what can happen if you're maybe a little bit too aggressive with the bump draft. Here comes Fletcher, though, up to the inside. 3 wide coming down into the corner, and it looks like there Goebel's going to back out of it. Fletcher now going to try to make the move on Morgan Burkhart.
Maybe Morgan got in a little bit too deep, coupled with trying to leave room up the inside for Fletcher, who made a really big move kind of defending on, I think it was Goebel, who had just a tremendous run via that slipstream, but it's leaning on each other a little bit more than what we've seen. And the big kind of thing that caught me by surprise was down that straightaway, we actually saw kind of an accordion bump draft, and our leader got this huge shove, and it really almost got him out of shape. You know, like if you watch oval racing, NASCAR, they love to make these accordion bump drafts, and oftentimes the car in the middle or the car at the front gets the worst end of it.
Yeah, exactly. They really and truly do. And there is that old adage when you talk about those big bump drafts, never push the pusher. You can see some of that starting to fire off here. Driver's going to have to be careful, especially in the final 5 or 10 minutes of this race as things really start to fire off. 3-car breakaway up at the front right now by about a half a second. Burkhart, Fletcher, and Evan, but it doesn't look like any of them really want to try to take a move going down into Canada corner. That's going to open up a gap here, or close a gap down with Piatek and Goebel. So they're going to be able to close on in and make that about now, let's call it a 9-car breakaway up at the front of the field. That's going to be Burkhart all the way back to Michael Folds.
Come out of the final corner here at Road America, and it almost seems like these racers are minding their own business out here, just kind of doing laps in these MX-5s. It has been very, very busy for the first, call it 4 laps of this race, and there's a little bit more of that bump drafting. I think our second place car wasn't perfectly lined up on Burkhart, and Morgan just showing another wiggle there on the front straightaway from getting a push.
All right, we're going to take a look on board here in a moment. There it is. This is Forster, Benjamin Forster, and want to give him credit. He has participated in 3 of 3. The Carolina driver is putting up a perfect score here for races participated in the SCCA Runoffs. 3 more to go here on the iRacing service, so let's see if he can make it a perfect record.
3 wide for the lead up front, right in front of Ben Forster here. And that is Eben down to the inside as the number 23 of Fletcher doesn't quite get the car to the apex. And now Morgan Burkhart, who was leading this race, finds himself in 3rd. And quite honestly, on the outside of the racetrack, does an excellent move right there to really kind of pinch down that car of Piatek down to the inside, kind of defend that podium position.
Yeah, defensive driving is what we're seeing, and Cam Eben, just kind of holding that out. Big move up to the inside there for the number 15. That's Emil Strolls trying to get a run on the number 2 of Goebel. Goebel, your pole sitter here in this race, not able to get it. We jump on board here. Olivier Piatek in that number 28 blue machine here. Piatek sitting back in 4th place. That's Morgan Burkhart directly in front of him. The Georgia driver poking ahead, just trying to suck up in that draft as much as he can. Kind of doing that thing that you see drivers do, leaning forward, whittling the car forward.
Trust me, that's a thing in Miatas. Oh my goodness, Burkhart gives a shove to our leader Fletcher into the brake zone. It sends him off into the gravel. See you later, number 23 car.
Oh my goodness gracious, a little bit of, dare I say, controversy here at this point. We'll have to see if we can get a replay of that. Meanwhile, that's going to be Franco Buckley able to get a run on Fletcher and make that move around him, or on Sandberg there that we see on your screen. The 23 of Fletcher just trying to hold on to as many positions as he can after going off into the gravel.
That was a huge shift up front, and now this is a little bit further back. Now we're back up front because Piatek is on the back of Cam Eben, who's that purple number 1 car, just pushing him straight up in that fourth place car. Schultz actually got into the back of Goebel there, so maybe the brake zones are a little bit more difficult to judge because plain and simple, DJ, you can't see through this car in front of you. Remember those Formula Vs, little itty-bitty cars? Same thing with the Spec Racer Fords, pretty short.
Yeah, let's take a look here at exactly what happened. You see that big shove coming down the back straightaway here. Oh, and it looks like just a little bit of miscommunication there, as it looked like that number 23 may have moved to the left a little bit. I can't tell if that was a result of the push or what that was, but just a miscommunication among drivers, and that's going to send him down through the order. Fletcher now paying the consequences of that. Meanwhile, Piatek up at the front. Olivier going to be able to hold on to that here at this point, and that's going to be the lead for the number 28 over Goebel. Burkhardt is in third, then Schultz, Farr, and Eben, your top six.
Eben just kind of got shoved out of the way by Schultz there, that orange number 15, that's fourth place in line. He had a big-time move down into that turn 5 braking zone as we check in on our dual screen. Up top, we've got the race for the lead, and then we've got our race for 10th place. We really do have two packs on the racetrack right now. We don't have anybody in between. It is a 5-second gap between these two packs.
Yeah, and so this is going to be Piatek leading the way over the rest of the field. Franco Buckley in that teal machine up in front right there. Keep your eye on Jeremy Fletcher. We know he's got the pace. That is that black and teal striped car. We know he's got the pace to compete up with the leaders. Side by side up in the lead of the late race. Goebel down to the inside. He's not taking it anymore. Burkhardt tries to follow him on through. Not going to be able to get that to play. Fletcher and Sandberg now going to be side by side. Sandberg trying to muscle his way down to the inside. Not going to play. Fletcher has the advantage.
It is just constant posturing, trying to figure out who wants to lead these lines, who wants to lead out onto the straightaways. I think that's Schultz that had a little bit of a slip up there, maybe entering turn 14, maybe up over the hill of turn 13. He gets shuffled back in the pack as kind of things are shifting around up front.
Yeah, a little bit. And Austin Farr in that yellow and white machine looked like he had a little bit of a moment. Now here comes the battle up to the front. Piatek with a big help of a push from Morgan. Burkhardt is going to get that. Looks like the battle for 10th was single file for the moment. Now it looks like there Fletcher thought about a run. Oh, fanning out in the back. That's the number 12 machine of Sylvester trying to sort themselves out. Sylvester is almost losing a position there to Benjamin Forster, but that's not going to play. Schneekloth is also involved in that battle as well, but Sylvester and Forster absolutely leaning on each other coming through turn 3.
They definitely were, and I was maybe noticing that Forster didn't get the run that he wanted coming out of turn number 3, but he immediately got help from the number 13 and getting the push and getting kind of that momentum going back again. And now it's just fanning out into the brake zone. Contact there. The number 30 car ran up on the back, I believe, of the number 14. That was Jack Sanchez. He does continue on going on the racetrack, but definitely made contact.
Yeah, definitely made contact, and they've got a lapped car in the midst of all of that. That's Sanchez. No, that's Sanchez. He's falling down through the order. Now he's got some pretty hefty damage on the side of that car, maybe a little bit of suspension damage. Bad day at the office for Jack Sanchez.
Gonna jump back up to our leaders who are exiting the carousel right now. It is Piatek leading, Goebel second, Burkhardt third, Eben fourth, and Folds in 5th place. We haven't mentioned that name a whole lot. Michael Folds, who qualified in 5th, is sitting in 5th place in a very nice position right now.
Yeah, in a very, very nice position. He's holding that well. Here comes a big shove, though. Nicholas Goebel going to try to get a little bit of an advantage. Piatek not able to hold it out. Goebel's going to get that advantage. Burkhardt's going to try to follow him on through. Burkhardt's got a nose ahead here over Piatek. It looks like there Olivier's going to be able to hold that line. They're still going to be side by side as they work their way through the corner. That's Eben, who's worked his way back up into that position. Remember, he was shuffled down about 2 laps ago. So now it's going to be Goebel, Burkhardt, Eben, and Piatek, as Eben is going to be able to get a little bit of a run, but I think that's going to shift back here to Olivier as indeed the draft comes into play. Eben He's still holding a little bit strong, getting a little bit of the side draft off of that number 28.
He took the words right out of my mouth. Evan did a great job to kind of hold that side draft. And if you think this is fun, folks, head on over to iRacing.com right now. It is 50% off all new memberships. So if you don't have an account, it is 50% off right now. And if you already got the account, you can still get a discount on those renewals. It is 25% off those early renewals. So head on over, get signed up, and join the action right now.
Yeah, you are not going to want to miss out on it. Trust me, it is the best time you will have behind a wheel on your computer anywhere. We check back in on the lead right now. That's going to be Scholes getting shuffled out just a little bit. Austin Farr in that yellow and white machine, also side by side. Take a look a little bit farther back in the field. This is Franco Buckley. He currently rides in 11th position. Jeremy Fletcher leading the way in this battle. That's 10th. But Sandberg and Forster starting to put some pressure onto the back of Buckley.
It's pretty impressive, right? We've got our front 9 pack, and then I'm counting this through. I think this pack right here is about 15 cars that's all kind of fighting for 10th place, and Fletcher has a ton of real-world experience as well, so he knows exactly how to handle these chassis. He drives them in the real world, so if you're looking for maybe an immovable rock at the front, that might be your guy.
Yeah, it certainly well might be. A little bit of damage to the front of that car, and remember, Fletcher was one of those drivers that we saw get shuffled back through the order courtesy of an incident earlier. So he's got the outright pace to be competing with the front of this field, but just not having the track position at the moment. Watching here as Buckley's trying to line up a move on him. That's going to stack up the field behind him a little bit. I think that may have burnt out Sandberg and Forster. They had to kind of shuffle themselves back into order, and they're going to keep on going. Sylvester and Schneekloth behind as well. Hold on in. Meanwhile, up at the front of the field, contact there. That's Austin Farr and Jack Veazey. Somehow they kept it all together, but that's going to cost him a lot of time. Matt Malone right in the middle of it. Malone going to pick up 2 positions as a result.
I think that Malone is having a fantastic day from making all those moves earlier in that V race to now being one of the biggest movers, plus 9 positions on the day, although they did kind of fall back about 1.3 seconds from this lead group of what is now 5 cars. I've been trying to analyze the moves up front, see if it's going to be the bump trap, see if it's going to be, you know, following a car, using the slipstream out of 14 to get the run to the line. And DJ, quite honestly, I'm still not sure which is going to be the best sprint out of 14 and 2 start finish.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I mean, we're watching this, and there are a million different possibilities that can come into this. It is absolutely remarkable, the battles that we are seeing. And, you know, it's certainly not like our Formula V race where we saw Andre Castro running away at the front of the field. This is more similar to what we saw at Spec Racer Ford as we check back in on the top of the field here, running nearly on top of each other. Checking back a little bit farther, there we see shuffling back as Jeremy Fletcher, Franco Buckley now able to take that advantage. A little bit of a gap back to Per Sandberg, and then Benjamin Forster just lurking in and holding on to that position. This again, the battle for P10.
Remember, I was saying that it was about 15 cars all arguing for 10th place. It has shuffled up just a little bit. It seems like it's about 7 or 8 cars now. I believe that we had a little bit of an incident a handful of corners ago. We're going to get a replay queued up here, but this is still Fletcher and Buckley. I was kind of taking notes over here. Remember, Fletcher, you had mentioned, was really up front and has the pace to be up front. I was curious if Buckley was going to work with them. It seems like they are bump drafting each other. They're not really passing each other. They are in terms of the position, but they're working with each other.
Yeah, I think they want to try to get a breakaway here as much as possible from Pierre Sandberg if they can. But I'm going to give credit to Sandberg. That number 22 has kept up. And then with the likes of Benjamin Forster, John Sylvester, Brent Schneekloth, and Michael Coates behind them, they're certainly close enough to do it. And they have kept up with these 2 very experienced MX-5 drivers.
Let's see what their lap times are as they come up and over the hill. Our leader, his last lap, a 2:32.2. Let's see Buckley and Fletcher as they cross the line. It is just up over the hill here. You got to wait a little bit patiently here at Road America. It is a giant racetrack. A 2:32.6, so about a half a second off of the front runners.
All right, as we watch them work their way forward, not going to get any passes there coming down into the corner. Let's take a look at that replay. Joey, you saw this happen, so what exactly happened here coming down into turn 5?
Yeah, I think this is down into turn 5. Oftentimes you miss a brake zone. There is front to rear contact. It involves, let's see here, 2, 3, maybe even 4 cars. As it's just the same situation, right? Everybody is so close together in terms of competitiveness and lap time that when something happens directly in front, it can either A, be difficult to see, or B, difficult to avoid.
Well, and we talked about it, that's, the top 20 or so were separated only by about a second in qualifying. Almost a little bit of a mid-corner push there from the 23 of Fletcher as they try to push ahead. This, again, the battle for P10 right now. They're about 5 seconds behind your leaders. And with only about 10 minutes left to go, call it 10 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for them to truly close this down and get that gap there. So this may be a battle for best of the rest, but they are still fighting tooth and nail, as you can tell. Fletcher with a big move down to the inside of turn 8.
Agreed. I think we're going to get our top lead battle and then our race for 10th on the bottom of the screen. Call it split screen right here. And that was a crazy move there between Buckley and Fletcher down in turn number 8. And I am going to agree with you, DJ. I just don't think the pace is there to close it into the front group. However, I will say, between 5th and 6th, Goebel and Veazey, that gap right there continues to fluctuate as we were too wide through the kink.
That is sketchy. The more horsepower you get, we saw some of the Formula Vs be able to handle that too wide. I don't think you're going to get away with it when we tune back next for the USF 2000s for sure. But yeah, that gap with Veazey and Schultz, remember there was a little bit of, I think, coming together. And I saw a message from Jack Veazey saying push, 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 worried about that gap. So they're going to try to close that back down. No such concerns in this battle for 10th. That really stretches all the way back to about 18th. There's about 8 cars in that train that you can see on the bottom of your screen. But now a 2-car breakaway up at the front. Evan and Piatek starting to pull away to the tune of about 0.8 of a second.
Will it be beneficial to pair up with somebody and just bump draft down the straightaways? Or is it going to be more of the slipstream in tow of that peloton that we've really seen successful with the Formula Vs and then also the Spec Racer Fords? Remember that slipstream was just so much better in gaining the top speed than it was to bump draft a buddy along. I do think that these cars are slightly different. Which is it going to be, the bump draft or the tow?
Well, the drivers who will be able to tell you what has been most successful is the ones you can see on your screen there. I want to give some credit to Matt Malone, who's up 8 spots. Forster up 13, Coates up 10, and Parison up 13 as well. Big spin out. Is that Evan? That is Cam Evan, your 10K iRacing driver, coming down into turn 5.
Oh my goodness, I'm sure we'll get a replay of exactly what happened, but it's not often that you see the leader really spin out all by himself, and I think we're for sure going to get a replay of that one. Maybe a little bit of contact and maybe even a little bit of ghost contact.
Could have been. Like you said, we'll get a replay. We'll kind of try to assess that as it comes. But now that has closed down the gap of these top 4. It's Piatek, Goebel, Foltz, and Burkhardt with under 8 minutes left to go in this race. And so this has really blown this wide open. Evan now on the front end of that battle for P10, but let's keep our eyes here because this is about to fire off. Piatek trying to go defensive. Goebel gets a push there from Michael Folds. That's going to push them forward. Burkhardt trying to hold on to the back of that train, and I think Piatek's just going to have to give up the ghost. He'll fall back into 4th in line as now it's Goebel, Folds, Burkhardt, and Piatek.
And I'm going to play up a little bit of a storyline here, DJ, because remember, Morgan Burkhardt just won that previous race in that Spec Racer Ford. Correct me if I'm wrong, by, what was it, 1/100th of a second there at the line. and he's sitting here in third place. Can he become our first repeat SCCA Runoffs winner of the day?
He very well could be. We'll have to check and see. Let's take a look, though, at that Eben replay. This is on board, coming down into the corner. That's Eben up in front. Was there contact? Yes, there was. That's contact with the number 28 of Piatek. I think Eben maybe got a little tire spin, maybe just kind of got a little bit loose at the exit of the corner, and Piatek wasn't expecting it, and Olivier just came into the back of him.
I think that was definitely the best view to show that contact right there. There was definitely front to rear contact between the two cars in the sim. And just unfortunate, I really do think that Eben was a little bit in too deep, as Phil Collins says, and all the momentum came from behind and kind of shoved him out of the way.
All right, checking back in what is a three-wide battle for P9 right now. Eben, Fletcher, Buckley, these are two drivers who find themselves now at the back of the pack after leading earlier on. Here they come down to the inside. That's the number 2 machine as they try to hold themselves out. This is the battle for the lead here. Goebel going to hold out over Burkhardt and Olds, as now it's Piatek making a move up into the inside there. That'll be third place for Piatek. Burkhardt able to take the advantage right now. Burkhardt up at the lead of the field. You called this a little bit earlier here, Joey. Could he go 2 for 2?
A lot of these drivers have real-world experience in these exact types of cars. I know that Road America has been repaved. Yeah, there's a little bit of extra runoff in some areas, but this is as close to real as we can get here right now in iRacing, and these drivers with real-world knowledge are putting it on display. Morgan Burkhardt knows how to control a race. He knows how to run up front. He drives these types of cars in real life, and now it's Nicholas Goebel that's got the run, got the momentum. Piatek's going to be pushing him down into Canada Corner.
All right, and with that push, that should be the advantage. 5 minutes left to go here in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs Spec Miata race, as Goebel's got a nice advantage, but kicks up a little bit of the kitty litter on the outside. Piatek going to hold on to second position. Burkhardt looking particularly threatening. Folds and Veazey not too far out of this equation as well. And while we're at it, let's count in Scholes, Malone, and Farr up in the top 8. They're only separated front to back by about 1.4 seconds.
Let's see as they bump draft up the hill here. Got about 4.5 minutes remaining here in SCCA Runoffs race number 3. Goebel getting pushed by Piatek. Burkhardt there in that third place position, getting the push from Folds. It really is almost 2 by 2 by 2 in terms of the bump drafts up front.
Meanwhile, checking in on that battle for P10 as well as the front leaders go through turn 1 side by our single file. Evans got a little bit of a gap, but Fletcher, Forster, and Sandberg going to go side by side down through the corner, as it looks like there Forster's going to hold up behind. It looks like there that Forster now going to go for the move up into the inside. Good heads up there from Benjamin. He's going to try to hold that out. Fletcher now the one in front. Forster's got that position, but what does Per Sandberg have to say about it?
It's all about that exit run out of turn number 4 as our lead group goes into turn number 5 with Piatek hard on the brakes there, is able to control the front of the field. Burkhardt nicely done through the apex, slips into second place as that second group now jumps on the brakes for that same corner.
Yeah, and courtesy of the battles that they had coming through turn 3, they were just a hair more spread out. One car a little bit wide there in the background. Up at the front of the field, Piatek, Burkhardt, Goebel, Folds, your top 5. But it looks like Piatek and Burkhardt have a little bit of an advantage over Goebel. Now, as they work their way down into the carousel, we watch the other pack coming down through hurry downs. Keep an eye there on Benjamin Forster. That is that blue car behind the 22 of Sandberg. Forster maybe a little bit hungry here, could go for a move on the exit of the carousel.
I think that Fletcher, which is the black car with those light blue stripes, is really loving having Cam Eben directly in front of him. Remember, those two were at the front of the field, so I think their outright pace is probably very similar, and Fletcher's just essentially hooked that fishing line to the back bumper of Eben. Let him tow you along in that slipstream.
Speaking of towing along, that's exactly what everybody's doing at the front of this field. By the way, it will be 1 lap to go at the line. A little bit of a wide run in the back there. I think that was the number 16, excuse me, it was the 15 machine of Emil Scholz. That's going to drum off a little bit. Ooh, a little bit of a poke to the inside there for Goebel. Thought about it, but didn't go through with it. It's now here they come out of the final corner. Piatek, Burkhardt, Goebel, Foltz, Scholz. That's your top 5 coming to the white flag.
Oh my goodness, it is going to be a handful more miles, call it 4 more miles and 14 turns remaining. But we're going to have our first repeat winner of the day. Piatek leads them off into turn number 1. Morgan Burkhardt with a heavy push even into the brake zone there, stays in second place. If anything, Michael Folds in that black number 17 trying to put the nose up to the inside of Goebel.
Scholz and Malone going to go side by side now down into turn 3. Malone trying to roll a little bit more speed around the outside. Is that going to work? Yes, it is. Move Malone up into 5th position. Could he have his sights set on something a little bit more? Piatek leads the way. Burkhardt still giving him the shove. Folds trying to give a little bit of help to Goebel, but Goebel just has too much speed. But now here he comes. They're going to link up in the back. Now here comes Goebel looking to the outside of turn 5. Down into the brake zone. Piatek and Burkhardt separate. Goebel gets the run, but there comes the run back from Burkhardt. They're going to be side by side up the hill.
And Morgan actually lifted off with the throttle coming out of turn number 5. I'm not sure if he wanted the second place right now or if he wanted to get second place with Goebel. I'll tell you what, though, it kind of halted the momentum. Piatek is loving what he's seeing. Burkhardt off in the grass.
Burkhardt's going to drop 1-2 positions as a result of that. I think he's going to have to give that up to Foltz. No, he's going to fight back on it. Brilliant stuff there from Burkhardt. Well, look at this scampering off into the distance. Piatek looks like he is in good stead. Goebel may be as well. The battle is on for the final podium position. Here they go. It's Foltz. It's Malone. It's Burkhardt. Matt Malone, we said he could be a sleeper. Here he comes.
Let's see if they can use the draft. I think Piatek, our leader, is far enough out ahead that Goebel's not going to be able to make a move down into Canada corner. The gap is shrinking, but I just don't see it evaporating by the time they jump on the brake zone. Who's the most aggressive? Malone really deep on the brakes, and it's actually Folds that almost got into the back of Goebel. Now they're all stacking up.
And Malone went into the back there of Folds, as you said, and then got into the back there. There's still a chance here for Goebel. Here is Piatek looking ahead right now. He's got to try to defend coming through the final corner. Later on the binders was Folds over Burkhardt. Burkhardt gets an error in line, but here comes the charge from Goebel. It's going to be a straight drag race up the hill. Here they go in Road America for the victor of the Spec Miata. Goebel gets an advantage here at this point. I think Goebel's got it. I think he's going to try to push. Here they go, crossing the line, and it's Nicholas Goebel by less than 1/10 of a second.
Oh my goodness, these drivers are just impressing us with every single race finish as we watch the rest of them cross that start-finish line. I know that Castro dominated in our Vs, but it was 1/100th of a second separating race number 2, and I think only 4/100ths of a second separating this Spec Miata race.
Yeah, 46 thousandths is the exact gap that I am seeing reported to us from behind the scenes. That was absolutely remarkable. And talk about a pixel-perfect last sector there from Nicholas Goebel. Joey, you said when he came across that when he was coming through those last couple of corners, he may not have had enough, but Goebel made it play to get that run over Piatek, and then Michael Folds in 3rd. Morgan Burkhardt in 4th, and Matt Malone, a very well-deserved 5th place. He was up 11 on the day. Jack Veazey was in 6th. Emil Scholz, Austin Farr, your top 8. Then it was that last pack that we saw, that second pack that we saw, Cam Eben in 9th and Jeremy Fletcher in 10th. That's not really a surprise as they were up in that lead pack and got shuffled backwards. Per Sandberg, then Brent Schneekloff in 12th. Martin Kitt, Franco Sanchez, Buckley, Mads Lund, your top 15. John Sylvester was 16th, followed by Scott Banks, then Rodney Parisian, then Ray Lombardi, and Xander Van Heerwen in 20th position. Moving back into 21st, it was Ewan Bremer, followed by Murphy Nichols, Kevin Kremer, Lincoln Fox, Joseph Bargo, and Youngzi Lin. Lin having to recover from that earlier incident. Credit there to him as he went off on the first lap. Ismail Oblal was 27th, followed by Jack Sanchez, then Antonio Vasquez, the last driver on the lead lap. Benjamin Forster was a lap down following incidents that we saw on the track. Then it was Michael Coates, Camden Hibbett, and Nicholas Shepard. All of those drivers having a little bit of issue out on the circuit. Well, Joey, another fantastic race. Another fantastic battle that we saw, and race fans, don't go anywhere. We've still got a whole other 3 shows to put on for you. Next up, it's the USF 2000s, and Joey and I will be back with you for that after these messages.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Dirt Racing 24 is available now.
Welcome back to the iRacing SCCA Runoffs live from Road America. We get set for another round of racing, this time with the USF 2000s. But Joey, we just saw an absolutely stellar race in the Spec Miatas. Another thrilling run to the line, this time between Nicholas Goebel and Olivier Piatek.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing, and Goebel was the one who ended up on top there by only 46 one-thousandths of a second. It was extremely impressive out there, and I think we're going to be getting to chat with maybe one or two of them. I think we're going to be bringing in actually our second place finisher from that race. It's going to be Piatek going to be joining us. First of all, Olivier, if we got you in here, just want to say thank you for competing with us here on the SCCA Runoffs channel, or I should say on the iRacing network, and competing with us here on the SCCA Runoffs this week. It seems like you're going to be doing quite a few races out there, not just that Spec Miata race, but looks like Piatek is going to be joined in a lot of these races, DJ.
Yeah, it certainly is, and my friend, it's good to, I think we're having some technical issues there, getting his sound coming on in, but good to have them all there in, and we're seeing a lot of that here today, Joey. A lot of these drivers that are jumping in multiple disciplines, and it really is a testament to their driving ability that they are able to switch, going from something as different from a Spec Miata all over. Let's see if we've got him. Olivia, you got a copy, my friend? Here he comes on in, our second place driver. Heartbreak for you, my friend, to get out there. Talk me through those last couple of corners.
I mean, honestly, I saw that I had a maybe second gap, and I was like, man, maybe if I break the draft, I have a chance. Gave it everything I had, but it just wasn't enough to break that toe. He got to my bumper, coming the last corner. I tried to get a bit of a park there. He got to my bumper, gave me a push on exit. I'm like, maybe I have a chance, but honestly, he had the shorter part of the racetrack on the inside. It's less steep there, and he just had a better run on me, had the side draft, everything worked in his favor, and he won the race. I mean, it was a very good race by him, very clean driving, very smart driving the whole time by him, so 100% deserved.
I know it's heartbreaking to have that happen, but I want to talk to you about getting into that state, because it seemed like there was so much that you were planning back. How many laps previously were you planning those runs, or did you just kind of have to plan it out as you went along?
When the pack's that big with such aggressive good drivers, it's kill or be killed. So if I don't make a move and go forward, I'm going backwards. So the whole race, it was just every opportunity, every time I can go on the straightaway, I have to make the move. Otherwise, I get passed from behind.
All right. Well, we know you've got to probably jump into a couple other splits here. What else are we going to see you racing here today for the SCCA Runoffs?
Sadly, nothing else. I didn't have time.
Oh.
I honestly have an hour of practice for this, to be honest. So everything was just last minute. I have a lot of schoolwork going on right now, so I didn't have a chance to qualify for anything else.
Schoolwork doesn't matter. Jump in and racing. That's where the fun is. No, I get you. Thank you so much for joining us here on iRacing. It's been absolutely incredible, and we'll see you on the track.
All right, thank you. See you guys.
All right, that was your second place driver there, Olivier Piatek, being able to jump on in. Joey, I love always talking to these drivers because you can hear the competitiveness that they have, but also the respect that they have for the other drivers.
And not only that, but did you see all the trophies that he had right behind him? He even had the Tony Kart bodywork sitting up, a whole bunch of trophies from a lot of tracks that I recognize. So just, I think, true racing skill on full display with a lot of these drivers. As we get this highlight package from this Spec Miata race, I think it was probably the most argy-bargy that we've seen out of the three races so far. Lots of contact on those back bumpers, and lots of days ended in tears.
Yeah, they did. No tears for Nicholas Goebel, though, as he was able to take victory. And also want to give credit, we said it before, we'll say it again, Matt Malone. Also, I think just on who is your best out here from the consistent finishes, Morgan Burkhart consistently up in the top five. Very impressive ones there for him. Some big, heavy impacts down to the inside there for the 24 coming through the kink. And then this was some of the battles up for the lead. That's, you see, coming on through in just these tight margins that these drivers had to deal with. So you said did get a little bit argy-bargy, did get a little bit side-to-side contact, but at the same time, it was good stuff. We moved, though, from quite possibly the most argiest of bargy of our series out there over into the ones where you got to be a little bit more careful. USF 2000 up next.
Our last of the formula cars, and typically with the runoffs, we get a lot of grassroots motorsports, right? And that's really what we saw with the Spec Racer Ford, the Spec Miata, and also the Formula V. But these F2000 cars are definitely a step up in terms of how fast they are. But don't let that fool you. There is a huge open wheel community in grassroots motorsports, and it is not just the entry level cars. It goes up quite a bit. An F4 and US F2000, both of those cars, they're very, very popular. It doesn't matter if it's the real world or here on iRacing.
Yeah, they're absolutely fantastic cars to drive. Great learners for a lot of these drivers to get their way forward. So they have a definite home here in the SCCA Runoffs. But Joey, this is one that starts to look a little bit more like a Zoom car, a little bit more like a race car. What can we expect here from this US F2000?
Like you said, it is a true single-seater open-wheel car, 175 horsepower. The thing that it does share is that it is still a naturally aspirated four-cylinder, just like we've seen all of the chassis so far. It uses a 6-speed transmission, rear drive, just like we've seen in all of them. 1,100 pounds is all that this thing weighs, and if you like it, go race it in a few different classes, including that open wheel D class, that US open wheel D class in iRacing. I think that this one is probably call it the most neat and the most go-kart like to drive. If you're not necessarily very familiar with the sim, or you don't consider yourself a true esports racer, you can still hop into one of these and have a blast because of how much grip it has.
Yeah, it has a lot of grip, makes a great sort of classic open wheel noise, and really gets up and goes around a racing circuit such as this at Road America. I've had the pleasure of seeing US F2000s and very similar cars race around this circuit, and I'll tell you, it's an absolute blast, and it's an absolute blast here on the simulator as well, as we watch number 14, Lilac Zier, make their way down into the braking zone for turn 5. Very distinctive car, that baby blue and pink, definitely going to be easy to distinguish out on the track. And we talked about the danger zone here, Joey, of turn 6. Very difficult in these open wheel cars. I'm going to hazard a guess here and say that that just amps up the difficulty.
I think every corner definitely amps up the difficulty because we're going a little bit faster into these brake zones. We're going actually a lot faster into the apex because guess what? We actually got some aero now on these cars helping. So the outside air is physically pushing down on that car as it cuts through it, making that downforce, gluing that car down to the ground. So to your point, DJ, if you overstep the limit in a brake zone, if you overstep the limit getting too much speed going into the apex, well, guess what? The other side is going to be even more catastrophic.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to come back and bite you big time. And a good weight distribution in these cars, which means it's nearly 50-50 on either side, which also means that that pivot point is right in the middle of the car, and it's more likely to snap around on you, so you got to be a little bit more careful. Also, talking about the braking, very, very sketchy moment there from Lilac, luckily able to hold on to that car. Also talking about the braking, it's a different style of braking when you come from the sort of more production-based cars over into these formula cars. It really changes the way you have to think about that middle pedal.
Yes, I think that the concept is always the same. And what DJ is talking about is, let's say you're doing 100 miles an hour, you can jump on the brake pedal and provide it more pressure to stop more dramatically at first than you can at, let's say, 20 miles an hour, right? You just don't have the vehicle dynamics, the physics, the weight going with it to put all of that weight on the front end and still have it work. Now, what these cars have going in addition to them is all of that downforce. So not only do you have the speed and the vehicle dynamics to help with that situation, but you also have the extra grip from those front wings, from the rear wing, from that flat bottom. So you can be even more aggressive on that brake pedal pressure, especially on those very, very initial jabs on that pedal.
Yeah. And that's exactly what I meant. Thank you for translating, Joey. I think you said that perfectly. But we are going to jump up to your leader here at this point. This is Chase Cabra, the Floridian, up at the front of the field by about 0.08 of a second over Brian Molitzer and Morgan Burkhart, Murphy Nichols, and Ricardo Ruiz. Your top 5. Again, as we've talked about, some familiar names.
Definitely familiar names, and I think that one of the reasons why we're seeing so many familiar names, DJ, is how these guys qualified into these sessions. Remember, it was those super sessions throughout the week. It's not just purely based off of iRating. If you're familiar with iRacing, typically how the official sessions work is the best iRating drivers get put in the top split. Well, that's not the case here for the SCCA runoffs. These drivers have to put in the practice races, those super sessions throughout the week, gain those championship points to gain your entry into that top split, aka the SCCA runoffs here that we're watching. It is not just purely iRating based.
No, it's not. It definitely is a meritocracy, as it were, to get into these SCCA runoffs. As we watch Chase come around, Kyle Stritchards up into P2, only 18 thousandths of a second off of Chase here at the moment. Let's see if there's going to be improvement, though, out of the number 12. Your leader, Cody Baldwin, just puts the time down on the board. Chase is not going to be able to improve. Alexander Martin jumps up into P7. I see David Sluter in P8 at the moment. Not a whole lot of changes up the front. Here comes the number 4. Oh, that's not going to count there for them, unfortunately, as they come through that final corner. Here is the number 32 machine as they bring their way up and over that final corner. Very, very crucial here to carry as much speed as possible. Probably want to kick out a little bit more. Howie Burrows going to try to push here. Coming to the line right now, the UK and I driver, UK and Ireland driver, comes across, and that looks like it's going to be 29th for Howie.
Qualifying's going to be running out of time here momentarily. I do want to make one point before we switch over to that starting grid, though, DJ. We've been talking about all the familiar names, and yes, we do have a lot of familiar names. Morgan Burkhardt, Murphy Nichols is in this one as well. But I feel like these class of cars is where we might actually get a new crop of drivers at the front. They do drive a little bit differently than the first 3 races we've seen.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing, honestly. This is a little bit more of that specialization where you add horsepower, you add thing a little bit more, but same format that we've been running the whole time. It is an open setup. Warm-up was 3 minutes. Qualifying was 8 minutes. It's a 35-minute race. 17 incident points. EBS stop, no penalty. Probably not going to get to that here on the open wheel cars because of the way it is. But let's go ahead and run you through the starting grid for here today. It is going to be a very, very closely compacted field. Not a whole lot of separation up and down through the field. So this is going to be a very close battle. Again, you're going to see those drafts start to play out. You're going to see some things that you've seen previously, and it is going to be Chase Cabra up at the front of the field over Kyle Stritchards, then Brian Molitor, and then Morgan Burkhardt. Murphy Nichols will be P5, and then Mauricio Parada will be in P6. As we move back into P7, Alexander Martin will be there in that 10th, in that number 10, and then David Sluter in P8. Cody Baldwin is P9, and David Presley will be P10. Ricardo Ruiz starts 11th, followed by Andrew Ellis in the outside of row 6. Moving back into row 7, it's Chris Wetz and Pierre-Olivier de Vieros in P14. P15 is Josh Kennedy, followed by Jack Veazey, another name that we're very familiar with. Jacob Collins will be 17th, and Garrett Cogburn will be in 18th place. 19th is Brandon Dixon, followed by Jacob Bruflod. Then it's Maxwell Gamble, Lilac Zero, we watched a little bit earlier on in the session. Very easy to be able to recognize that car. Then Ellis Spice and Kevin Castro, the outside of row 12. Moving back into row 13, it's Gabriel Asseline. Then it's going to be Amy Grimm, followed by Evander Jonesfield, Maximilian Heilich, and Howie Burrows. We saw Howie cross over the line there in 29th. Michael Frohler is going to be in 30th place. And then as we move back into 31st, it's Alexander Wegner and Jonah Allen. Mike Williams is 32nd. Liam Shanahan is 34th. Richard Balsey is going to be 35th, followed by Andy Haynes in 36th. And then to the outside in the final one, it is 37th, Jorge Angelo. in that 37th position. Looking at lap times here of just over 2 minutes, about 2 minutes and 7 seconds is the time that we're going to be seeing on the charts. So probably going to be a faster race, going to see some more laps ticked on here at this point, but it's still going to be very frenetic, I have a sneaking suspicion.
It's going to be busy anytime you put 20 plus cars on Road America on a start like this is going to be busy, and we got nearly 40 out there. These cars are very fragile, though. We're not going to see the same amount of bump drafting or necessarily aggressiveness in terms of lane change maneuvers. And if we do, DJ, I have a feeling it's going to be a hold your breath type of moment where all of the drivers are kind of hoping to come out the other side of things.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, you brought up a really good point that I was kind of alluding to earlier with that 17 incidents. It's that when you're dealing with the Miatas, even in the next race that we'll go to, which is the GT4s, the bodywork, the fenders on those cars, they are production-based cars, so they're designed, for lack of a better term, to be able to take a little bit more beating and banging. In these open wheel cars, the open suspensions, the exposed front wings, there's going to be less contact because those wings will pop off, they will break, they will fracture as you go. So we're not going to see nearly as much aggression towards one another, but you're going to see just as much aggression out on the track. It's just going to manifest in a different way.
And when you have those bits of bodywork falling off, if you are too aggressive, first of all of the other kids on the playground, they're going to notice who's being a bully out there, and they're probably not going to want to play nicely with you. So you got to remember to kind of race everybody else as you want to be raced. And then too, if you do start knocking off the wings or picking up the damage, to your point, in the other cars, it might not be as detrimental, especially in those Spec Racer Fords or those MX-5s that we saw, the Spec Miatas. But if you pick up nose damage, if you have somebody constantly banging into the diffuser on the back end and you pick up bodywork damage on the back end, it is going to cost you time out here. And typically, it's not always, but typically where we see that loss is down the straightaways. Guess what? At Road America, you want to have all the muscle you can under the hood.
Yeah, you really do. You do not want to be fighting with one hand tied behind your back, and the damage on the car is going to give you exactly that. Here at this point, and come down into Canada corner. Chase Cobra going to lead this field. Kyle Stritchart's going to be to his outside. Some pretty hefty I rating here. Morgan Burkhart going to be leading the way. Cabri is going to be leading the way, as we said. And then Murphy Nichols is going to be there in P5. Burkhart, your highest I rating with about 6,000. Cabri leads the way here. And I have to see what he can do. Stritchart's again to his outside. Molitor, Burkhart, the row behind them. Cabri will lead this field as the pace car gets ready to pull off down into pit lane. Giving control of the field over to Chase in that number 12. Chase gets on it nearly from the downbeat there as the green flag is in the air, and we go racing here for the USF 2000 portion of the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. It's a brilliant getaway from Chase. Stritchart's going to hold in behind. Molitor looking for a move down to the inside, but that's not necessarily going to play itself out. Burkhart is able to slot in front, but a big wide run from Stritchart's, and that's going to throw him down the order.
Oh, and now we got contact as they're four wide. 3 cars being spun around. I believe that was the 18 car of Stretch getting knocked out of the way. It is Cobra out front, Molitor, Nichols, your top 3 as they all try to kind of find each other's way down the straightaway.
And that's going to give a big separation up the front of the field as Chase is now going to be in a field unto themselves. It's really Chase, Molitor, and Nichols that are going to run away from it here at this point. A little bit of a lockup coming down into turn 5 as everyone tries to sort themselves out. A little bit of contact farther down in the field. That was Joshua Kennedy getting into the side. I see one car spun around to the back.
I love making these pre-race statements and then these racers go out there and just prove me wrong. I got to put my foot in my mouth every single time. I thought it was going to be calm, DJ, but it was 4 wide going into 3.
Yeah, I mean, they are not playing clean by any stretch of the imagination. They know what's on the line here at this point. My goodness gracious. All right, here we go. Down into the carousel. The field has really thinned out here and spread itself out as they try to work their way up ahead. We're following that number 1 machine there. That is Morgan Burkhart. Mauricio Parada trying to close in behind him. Burkhart going to hold on here as here comes Parada looking down to the inside. Burkhart tries to give him a little bit of the elbow, and that's not going to dissuade him. Contact between the two. Burkhart's going to run wide. Parada goes ahead, and that's also going to allow for Alexander Martin to get up ahead.
I think Parada said, you know, if you're going to kind of close the door and posture a little bit, I can kind of do it back going into the corner entry. And oh, now he sluices it himself there into turn number 14. Look at how many cars are driving off into the grass. I was going to make the comment at turn number 1 that it seems like cold tires are affecting these cars way more than we've seen in the first 3 races.
Yeah, I got to agree with you there about that. These are very, very tricky conditions. We've talked about how it's been about 68 degrees Fahrenheit track temperature, and that's really coming to play here. We now focus in on the battle up for the lead. Excuse me, it's 71 track temperature. That is still very, very chilly. 66 degrees Fahrenheit out in the air, and that wind speed also big as well. Another car off into the back. I think Morgan Burkhart has gone around.
Yeah, I think frustration got the best of Morgan right there. He was definitely getting muscled around, had a few moments of contact within the last few corners, and ultimately had a spin out to driver's left there. Still Chase leading Molitor there in second place, but I do like what I'm seeing. Remember how spread out it was, especially on lap number 1. It seems like third, fourth place, they're starting to close that gap in.
Yeah, they're starting to close it in a little bit more. Molitor definitely holding on in, but it's a 4-car breakaway. Sluter, Nichols, Molitor, and Chase up the front of the field. That is your 4 cars. Everybody else is started to fall back a little bit more. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the replay of the start here, and this is that kind of first moment of problems. There we see big off. Oh, huge coming together into the inside of turn 1.
And I had mentioned the cold tires. Remember, that was one car off on the outside with cold tires coming back onto the track. There was other cars to the inside, and just everybody on top of each other type of deal. And unfortunately, that was not the only incident on the first lap.
No, it wasn't. There were multiple. Here we got P10 on screen. Ruiz and Bruflot trying to be able to sort themselves out a little bit right now. See, that's Veazey and Bruflot. Ruiz up in front of them. They're still side by side coming through Bill Mitchell Bend, and these open wheel cars, that is a very, very terrifying prospect. Veazey now down to the inside. He's going to get that position. Watch out for Zier behind. Lilac may be able to get a run on Bruflot coming up the main straightaway.
I do feel like these cars draft very, very similar to the other cars that we've seen so far. They get up to their top speed quite quickly, and then they kind of stay there, and you see the 3 wide going down the front straightaway here. So who's going to go later on the brakes between these pink and blue cars? Seems like the 22 is going to lead the 4 through that corner with the 14 following.
Yeah, that's Bruflot able to hold on to the advantage. Alexander Wegner able to hold that. Big move to the inside there for Kevin Castro. Excuse me, that's Gabriel Asselin trying to be able to get that move a little bit as he can. You can see the defensive driving here going down on the Moraine sweep already. Look at that. Veazey trying to hold that inside line to the best of his abilities, and more attacks coming down into turn 5. Here they go. Big move for the number 4 of Wegner. Is that going to play out? No, there's contact.
There was no way that one was going to work. He used about 8 tires to stop that car, maybe even 12 tires, because I think he got into 2 cars on the outside there, but the number 4 somehow manages to continue on. He's going to have to treat everybody else in the paddock to maybe some drinks later.
And he's already issued an apology there over the chat, saying sorry about that. All right, we're going to jump back up and check out the top 3 here because they have formed a breakaway up at the front. Chase still continues to lead over Molitor and Nichols right now. Nichols just kind of holding on to that position, but it really looks like Brian Molitor starting to put pressure here to the back of the number 12.
Murphy Nichols in that third place has been one of our regulars in the first few races. He's kind of been hanging out inside the top 10 I know he does a lot of sim racing, especially with Morgan Burkhardt out there as well. So don't want to sleep on that black number 8 car with the white highlights there in 3rd place. It does seem like Molitor and Chase maybe have a little bit more pace right now, but I always find this kind of the meat and potatoes section of the race, that if somebody in front of you is doing a better job, take notes. See what they're doing. See if you can apply it.
Yeah, exactly. You learn a little bit from every single lap that you do. And look at that, just that little bit of an action there with Chase and Molitor. Definitely split them up a little bit, kind of broke that draft, broke that pull away for Nichols, and allows him to pull right on back in. Another battle here. Looks like that's going to be the number 19 machine. That's Jonesy Field. Behind them, this is going to be Ruiz, Dixon, and Castro.
I recognize Ricardo Ruiz from a couple of the iRacing series. Good to see other familiar names out here. We always are talking about the real-world racers, or the guys that are showing up in all of these different splits, but also great to see a lot of the different iRacers from the various leagues and whatnot coming and competing here in the runoffs, too.
Yeah, always good to be able to see. We've got a replay coming in here. It looks like we've had a little bit of an issue for the number 4, so we'll check that out here in a second. Whoa, 3 wide coming down to the corner. This is that number 4 that we talked about. We were following them a little bit earlier. Squiggle coming into turn 4, going to run it wide.
Oh, and then does he lose control? It looks like he does a good job. Oh, that was the dangerous maneuver. Definitely cut off the number 33. Remember, the number 4 had that black flag earlier. That's why he's coming into pit lane, and that was a textbook way not to enter pit road.
No, it certainly wasn't, and they will undoubtedly have another penalty to serve potentially as a result of an unsafe entry into pit lane. Here's a little bit of side-by-side. That's the number 23 machine. That's Maxwell Gamble and Jack Veazey. Veazey trying to go 2 wide through the exit of the carousel. Not quite able to do it. Ellis Spice, Jonah Allen looking in there behind. Gonna close on in. Doesn't look like Veazey's got the run. Remember, Veazey started way up in the field here, or started up a little bit farther, only 2 spots up ahead. Big mover, by the way. That's Lilac Zier. Zier is up into 10th. That's a 14 position gain.
Let's see if we jump up here after turn number 14 to the battle for what is 9th place. It's actually side by side. It's going to be Zier overtaking Ellis, and if anything, it looks like Jacob here is also going to take advantage on the front straightaway of Ellis. Watch out for this 4th car. Gabriel is even going to take a look. That's that turquoise car taking a look down to the inside of turn number 1. So what started for Ellis good out of turn number 14 actually loses 3 positions in a straight line.
That just shows you've got to constantly be up on your game, never off it, and never let anything go by the wayside here. And it does look like Zier's going to be able to hold on to that position. Now Bruflo is going to try to get a little bit of a run here on Lilac. Not sure if that's going to be enough to make a pass down into turn 5. It's going to have to be a little bit aggressive, a little bit brave, but that's exactly what Jacob's going to go for. Down to the inside, Lilac tries to roll the speed around the outside, but there's not quite enough. Textbook maneuver for the number 20.
What I am seeing a little bit more here, and I think it's because these open-wheel drivers and my production kind of ego don't necessarily always agree, is they're starting to be a little bit more aggressive on those corner exits. You make the lunge in the first half of the corner, and they're definitely not leaving a whole lot of racing room on the outside, but that's part of racing.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to do it, and you can use the whole width of the track to try to support and try to get your way ahead as they now work their way out of the carousel right now. Here comes that 22, Broodflood up into the lead of this little battle. Again, this is P9, Lilac Zier right behind him. Gabriel Asseline is not too far behind in that teal machine, the number 20. Now, it looks like Lilac's got the run. Gabriel's going to try to follow on through and not going to be able to do it. So Lilac Zier holds back onto 9th position. Jacob Bruflod is going to be in 10th, and then Asseline is going to be in 11th, and Andrew Ellis not too far back from that as well.
I think we're going to go split screen right here with the lead battle on top, and then the battle for what is 9th place that we've been talking about on the bottom. I'm actually very curious about this lead battle because twice that previous lap, both Chase and Molitor swapped positions, and now Murphy Nichols is arguing over 2nd place as well. So Doesn't matter if you're up front in the top 3, if you're arguing for 10th, or even back here for what looks like 16th, 17th, 18th, another 3rd or even 4th pack. You got people to race with.
Yeah, you've always got somebody in that little back and forth there. You can see a little bit of the breakaway for Chase as Molitor and Nichols are a little bit farther back. Let's also focus in that battle for 9th. The 22nd of the 22 of Bruflot has been able to get the advantage. Zier falling back through the order, but I think Zier may have a little bit of a run here on Gabriel. No, Gabriel, very, very good defense. An early move there from that teal machine, blocked it off, held it well.
One of the more impressive parts about this second group on the bottom of the screen is just how big and how many positions they've all moved up through the field. I mean, let's count them off. Brufel plus 11, Gabriel plus 15, Zier plus 11. So they are all going the same direction.
Yeah, they're all moving up through, and this is what you find oftentimes in races, that you find yourself racing around people and you move your way up with a certain group, and you kind of do that. Here's Murphy Nichols. Again, that look at what looks like a dorm room, I'm assuming, there for Murphy. Certainly a much cooler setup than my dorm room because he's got a sim rig in it. But he's going to be moving his way up and forward right now, keeping his eyes on Chase and Brian up in front of him.
One of the neat parts about iRacing is kind of the plethora of equipment. Now, DJ, you said you had just gotten a sim rig and you're super excited for it. And the shot that we're getting of Murphy Nichols, he's wearing virtual reality. There's a lot of different setups that you can do. He's got the nice direct drive wheel. One of the coolest parts about virtual reality, if you do a lot of real world racing, the best way I can describe it is it's exactly like putting that helmet on your head, just lifting it right over your forehead, and all of a sudden you're transported to this view right here inside the cockpit.
And that's your view if you are a member. And if you want to be a member, make sure to check out iRacing.com. Start your career today. It's the best simulator on the market, bar none. And I'll tell you who's loving it right now. That's Murphy Nichols, because he just got a position away from Chase up into P2. Brian Molitor now leads the field. But I've got a sneaking suspicion that this number 12 is not going to go quietly. We've seen them be very, very quick the whole day long. Chase is now going to be putting pressure on the back of Murphy Nichols. Let's see if he can get that run in turn 6. No, and we're not seeing those kind of surprise lunges here. Higher horsepower, higher downforce here, Joey. We're seeing overtaking maneuvers in the more traditional areas. Canada corner, turn 5.
You're right. And I think that just kind of goes with the speed of the cars, right? Because every little mistake is now magnified. If you made a small mistake in those Spec Racer Fords or the Global MX-5s, you had the tow to really help you along, but in these cars, they have enough horsepower to kind of have the rubber band effect, right? That accordion effect. And if you make those little mistakes, they start to compound. They start to add up. And we see Chase here trying to move to the inside of Murphy Nichols, because I think that he feels like he's got a little bit more pace than what Murphy has. And if he lets himself kind of get held up for too long, who knows if Molitor can actually run away, or if the slipstream is going to be powerful enough to keep him in there in that contention.
Yeah, exactly. It's all of those things that these drivers are doing. But let's take a look back here at Joshua Kennedy. This is P5 right now. Good little battle starting to break itself out. Kennedy and Vets right now, and also throw Collins into that mix. This is 5, 6, and 7. Oh, a little bit of a squiggle there for Joshua Kennedy coming off the line. Chris Wett's going to try to make the maneuver in the 13th place car. He's got to run the inside as they cross over the stripe.
Watch out for that orange number 6. If anything, he's got the biggest head of steam, but he actually lifts off, so it's just going to be Kennedy versus Wetz up front. You saw Kennedy get back in the slipstream after that poor exit. Try to utilize that tow to not lose too much ground. Head down the little short shoot hill here into turn number 3. Let's see if you can get out of this corner. That's the most crucial part here at Road America. I think the exit of turn 14 and the exit of turn number 3, you got to circle those two.
Yeah, you really do, and it's all about that momentum like we talked about to try to carry that on. We're also going to take a look back here at P18 when this sorts itself out, but it's not sorted itself out yet. Here they go, trying to be able to find a way through. Brilliant stuff there, as that's going to be Kennedy holding on to that position.
Just a nice side-by-side maneuver in the brake zone, and then finally getting that position. And this was that fight that you were just alluding to, the battle for what is, call it 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st on the racetrack. That is Allen in the 21 car, and then we got VZ in that white and black number 2. That number 33 leading the train is Kevin Castro here. So I had mentioned it doesn't matter if you're up front in the top 3, if you're fighting for 9th. I mean, this goes to show you got somebody to race with no matter where you are.
Yeah, and we've got to remember that all these drivers did that pre-qualifying. They did the super sessions to get in here, so we are dealing with the cream of the crop to be able to do that. Number 2 there of Jack VZ, not having the best of days here, back 3 positions from his starting one, but Jonah Allen having a great day, up 14. And that is a very, very good run. It looks like VZ could be losing a position here to DiViveros, as it looks like that number 11, the yellow machine, going to try to sweep around the outside of Kettle Bottoms. Gets the maneuver done.
Watching the number 2, this was, that was right in front of what we were watching. That was the number 33 car that just barely got the car stopped, had a little bit of gravel, and then these other cars just kind of had to take avoiding action between the 11 and the 2 car. I think we're going to hop on board one of these cars here, really kind of put yourself in the driver's seat, if you will, watching Amy here in the number 27 car, utilizing a little bit of that slipstream, a little bit of that draft.
Yeah, just a little bit here right now. The number 27 trying to be able to take as much of a tow as they can. That's Garrett Cogburn up in front of them. Get the run, gonna back off there, and that's a good heads up because look at what just happened. Garrett runs wide. Amy has the advantage, gonna try to press here as much as possible, and that's one of the things that, especially when we get into these higher downforce, higher speed, higher horsepower cars, this is what we tend to talk about, pressurizing the driver in front of you, forcing those mistakes.
It's like anxiety, right? The teacher looking over your shoulder as you're taking the test, or the boss inspecting your work as you're doing it. It's all about that, kind of like that little pressure cooker that you were mentioning. And how well do the drivers handle that anxiety? How well do they handle that pressure? Or do they crack and make a mistake, provide an opportunity for who's watching?
Well, I'll tell you one thing right now, and that's the driver of the number 12, Chase here, doing a fantastic job holding out ahead. Molitor, though, putting some good pressure behind. I think Molitor had to lift coming through Kettle Bottoms. That opened up a little bit of a door for Murphy Nichols, but Nichols opted not to go for it. And race fans, we talked about it earlier. If you want to become a member here of iRacing, there is no better time to do it than now, because now through December 2nd, it is a 50% off discount for all members. Oh, as Murphy Nichols has a big moment. 50% off for all new members and 25% off for early renewals or reactivations. So make sure you jump on over to iRacing.com and sign up today to be a part of the best simulator, racing simulator, bar none, end of question. You don't get any better than this. But Joey, we saw there Murphy Nichols having a moment of that anxiety, having a slip up coming through turn 14, barely catching that car.
I think he just got out a little bit wide on the exit there as we check in what the battle is with P12. I think this is Jonesy Field getting overtaken by Gabriel in that turquoise number 20 down to the inside. Looks like he was able to execute that maneuver nicely. And actually, Brandon Dixon, that's white car with the yellow highlights there, kind of followed him through. So Gabriel kind of leading the charge, has about 1.7 seconds up the road to the next car of Andrew Ellis. I believe he's going to have to try to ditch out the 2 cars in his mirror first.
Yeah, I think he is as well, but if they continue to fight like this, that's going to help that number 20 of Asselin to be able to just try to pull ahead a little bit more. We're going to jump on board here as there you see that pass. This is outside the back of Jacob Collins, the Midwestern driver, looking at the back of Chris Wetz, and this is not what you want to see. This is that anxiety, that pressure, and what Wetz can start to try to do here, Joey, is not necessarily just run the line he wants to, but if he just kind of pokes his nose to the left or the right in a braking zone, that can cause Jacob to flick up into the rearview mirrors. But I'll tell you what, though, Jacob doing a great job. He's up 11.
I'm going to try to simplify what you just said. If you're not a racer and you're not sure of that, think of it like a math equation, right? In order to pass a car, 1 + 1 = 2. Well, what happens when you got somebody in the mirror? Is that 1 + 1 + X? You know, and if you start introducing more of those variables, it just puts more into the equation. It piles more onto that plate of the driver that you are saying, hey, go figure this out. And it's up to that driver. Can you handle that situation? Can you manage all those different variables? Or can you not put that equation together and somebody overtakes you for the pass?
No, this is why you are one of the best color men in the business, is you know how to simplify my insanity. So absolutely credit there to you. And there, as we take a look at the live look at who is up, Lilac Zier up 13 spots, Jonah Allen up 14, as we see the number 16 there making a nice little pass. That's Joshua Kennedy in this little battle, as Kennedy's getting some pressure from Wetz from behind, and the number 6, Jacob Collins, in there as well. These three trying to sort themselves out. That purple and teal car that you saw, that is not for position, as we've also got a little bit of a battle starting to erupt up at the front of the field. 12 minutes, 40 seconds left to go in this race. It's starting to be go time.
Let's see how it all gets handled. A little bit busier on the bottom of the screen there for 5th place going into turn number 5. You see Jake Collins there, that bright orange number 6 car, I think is doing a very good job. We had mentioned all these drivers really moving forward. And I think that Collins has been very consistent right there in terms of the driving. He hasn't been erratic in terms of where they placed the car or anything like that. Just doing a very nice job being consistent.
Yeah, being very, very consistent. And not, as you said, making those mistakes, and especially in a high-stakes race like this, in these cars that we've seen be a little bit more twitchy, be a little bit more susceptible to mistake. That is what is so crucial. Up at the front, Nichols not making a move, Molitor not making a move. Let's see if the same is true behind for Kennedy, Collins, and Wetz. Doesn't look like it's going to be, as Collins is going to make that move. That'll be to the outside down into Canada corner. And I think smartly there, Kennedy just falls into line. Wetz not trying to push too far ahead.
And just that consistency, right? Had the consistent run in the draft, presented the car, was able to make the pass, and now going up into turn number 14, it looks like action on the top of the screen. So it's going to be Murphy, Nichols, and Chase. Murphy's actually got the run. He's going to try to overtake for the lead, as these packs are also going to go side by side up the front straightaway.
Yeah, that's going to be Collins and Kennedy here, with Wetz just trying to hold into the outside. The orange number 6 of Collins will be to the outside. Coming down into turn 1, it's going to be a battle of the late breakers, and it looks like it's going to be advantage Joshua Kennedy. That'll hold him on to 5th place.
And then he immediately moves over to the middle of the racetrack there, kind of putting that defensive posture, saying, hey, you know what, don't throw it down the inside of turn number 3, but it's actually going to cost him. You see Collins just really focus on the exit of that corner, and that leads you out onto this huge straightaway. I gotta say, I thought he'd have a little bit bigger head of steam in order to pass Kennedy by the time we got down to the brake zone. He's going to have to do it the hard way, the long way, and Kennedy, taking the easy way to the apex, defends the position.
Yeah, and you saw him there, and I love that camera angle that you're able to see him kind of working in the cockpit a little bit on that less preferred line, that he had to kind of wheel the car around a little bit more and put some extra input into it to make sure the car would rotate and grip up where he needed to. Now, I will say what this is doing is this is allowed for David Presley in that green machine that you can see just out of the left of your camera to start to kind of close in a little bit more. And these three have to be careful of that, because Presley could get involved in this battle right quick.
The more stuff you got in the rearview mirror, it just becomes more to try to manage and handle. Collins, once again, with a terrific run out of the kink. I think he just has a good timing on that down this back straightaway here into Canada corner. Remember, that's where he made the move the previous lap as well. So something probably working through the kink in terms of the rhythm for that driver to set up the proper spacing coming out onto that straightaway.
Yeah, Collins just has that rhythm down, and you'll see that certain drivers at certain corners just kind of have the feel of the track, the feel of the way things go, and really make it play well. But now we've got to keep our eyes here, because look at this. Here comes Kennedy, right back on the attack. He's going to look to the inside, trying to push ahead. I don't know if he's going to be able to get this run down into the inside. It may also be a situation where Collins doesn't want to fight it too hard, kind of lets him go. I think that's what just happened.
As these four kind of scrap amongst themselves, I live for data, right? I've made the comment, I'm a huge racing nerd. It doesn't matter if it's strategy, if it's driving. I just love analyzing everything. And unfortunately, this pack that we're watching is providing fantastic racing. But I look at the lap times, our leaders in the top three, they're turning laps nearly a second faster than this group.
Well, I think in these cars in particular, the cream rises to the top. These are difficult These are difficult cars to drive. They are more difficult than anything we've seen, and so I'm not surprised by that necessarily. And it shows on the lap times. I mean, Sluder's kind of in an island unto himself, but other than that, you're looking at a gap that's roughly 16 seconds between Kennedy and Brian Molitor.
It's pretty impressive. I know that we had a couple little incidents, especially on those cold tires. But guess what? Everybody had to deal with the cold tires. It's the same track conditions for everybody. Everybody's in the same car. So if you're at the front of the field right now, it's for a reason.
Yeah, you are. Farther back in the field, though, here at this point, this is Gabriel Asselin and Evander Jonesy field, as well as Andrew Ellis trying to close on in the back of this battle. This is for P11 right now, and Asselin has been one of those drivers that we've really seen all over. He's up 14 on the day. This is a good drive for Gabriel. The only driver who's really having a better day, that's the driver right behind him. That's Evander Jonesy field, who's up 15.
Yeah, they're both, call it our biggest movers of today. I want to throw Zier, who's just up the road, kind of into that same hat as well. And it's impressive to be able to, A, make it here to the runoffs in the championship-style format, and then B, be under so much pressure, be able to execute all of those moves lap after lap, and then still be able to race clean, get out there, and move your way even further forward.
Yeah, I mean, just shows you just how good some of these drivers can be, and also the difference between one-lap pace and lap pace. As we take a look for the lead here, Murphy Nichols up to the front of the field, making a move on Chase down into turn 5. Maybe a little bit of a fight back here from the number 12, though, as they climb the hill up into turn 6. Nichols has to get offline ever so slightly, tries to carry that speed. Chase says, no, thank you, sir. I will take that right back. So it is Chase, Nichols, and Molitor, your top three, as they have continued to run here in this race.
I had made the comment a little bit earlier that I thought maybe Chase and Molitor had a little bit more pace than Murphy Nichols, but as I've watched the last, call it 30 minutes of this race, I think that Murphy in the number 8 car right in the middle is actually the most racy out of the three of them. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? I don't know, but he is up there. He's challenging these guys. I'd like to see him really fight it out all the way to the end, see if it's going to be pace or if it's going to be racecraft.
Well, look at the pace he's got here at this point. A big move to the outside, almost contact there between him and Chase, and a big lockup. Nichols goes to the outside. The commentator's curse strikes, and it strikes hard.
I'm so sorry, Murphy. That is purely textbook commentator's curse. Did look like there was a little bit of contact, and he just locked up one of those wheels and off to the gravel.
All right, the battle farther back in the field continues to be hot. Presley has caught, as we said he might. Wes Collins have been passed by the number 5. Coming out through Canada corner, a brilliant charge up through the field for Presley. He's up 5 on the day.
Oh,
whoa.
Big wiggle. Yeah, you saw that too coming out of turn 14. Cost him a lot of momentum. Wes is going to get by, and I think that Collins is probably saying thank you so much because had a little bit of a poor run up the hill, but is all saved by that lead car in the train, kind of halting his own momentum with that poor exit.
Yeah, just halting his momentum there a little bit, unfortunately. But if he's got the outright pace that he's had to be able to not only chase down these drivers, but get that pass on them, that tells me a lot about Presley's outright pace. I think he's going to be able to close this down. I think he's going to be able to do this, and I would not be surprised if Presley's able to hold on to P5, as indeed he makes the move to the inside of Chris Wetz here coming down the Marine sweep.
See how confident he is on that brake pedal with the pressure that you need. Stabs it, actually goes, takes the full sim racing line there. I know that in the real world, the drivers do start to take advantage of that line out drivers, right? But it upsets the car a little bit more than what it does here in iRacing. I feel like some of these virtual drivers, they're going to take advantage of every piece of grip that they can get, and that's what you saw.
Yeah, it really is. Let's give a quick check over here to the battle for the lead. It's really cut down to 2 drivers here at this point. Chase and Brian, your leaders here at this point. We've got an added wrinkle now, Joey. We've got some lap traffic that they're going to have to deal with as they come to the line, probably 2 to go at the stripe.
Yeah, they're coming up on Alexander Martin, who's in the number 10 car, who's actually our last car that's currently running right now, but I would expect that Martin probably moves out of the way. I'm sure that they probably have that relative box open on their menu system there and are aware of the 2 leaders coming up behind. It's never what you want to do is get into somebody else's fight.
Yeah, you really never do. So I've got to imagine that they're going to get out of the way, scoot out of the way, as you said. Indeed, we were right, by the way. 2 laps to go at the line. Here comes the move for Molitor. Down to the inside. Not too much of a fight there from Chase. Doesn't want to lift too much. Just keep himself in the battle. Meanwhile, that battle for P5. Presley leading Wentz and Collins. That's on your bottom screen.
Our leaders coming out of what is turn number 3. They're not catching this lap traffic at a rapid pace. We keep talking about how close these fields are stacked up. And the car that they're catching, Martin, 209.0 last time. Molitor, our leader, a 208.5. So the pace isn't like hugely different between the 2.
No, it's not. And once again, it's testament here to the iRacing system to be able to get this all kind of figured out and worked in the way that it should. So it's not catching hand over fist, but it also is going to create a little bit of dirty air. We talked about the aero disruptions. There again, we see Presley taking that very wide line through turn 5. But it is just going to create a little bit of a problem here, potentially, for Brian Molitor. That's a little interesting. Look to the inside there for Chase coming down into the carousel. Thought about maybe trying to take a move there away. That's not something you see all the time.
No, and I was a little curious about the car attitude from Molitor, our leader. It almost seems like, A, he was either lifting through the carousel or he just was in a constant slide that he just wasn't able to accelerate down the hill, and Chase takes advantage. The only thing that I can think of is I know that in the sim, you can overheat those tires, and they don't just cool down right away. If you overheat them, they're going to stick with you for a couple corners.
Yeah, so maybe that's what he did. Maybe just a little bit on that. But here they come. Is Chase. Here is Brian through the final corner, headed up the hill for the penultimate time. It is 1 lap to go here from Road America for the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. Here they go. 1 lap from Elkhart Lake.
Your pole sitter starts and leads the final lap. Let's see, really confident on the brakes. I thought Molitor was going to throw it in there to turn number 1, but Chase says, no way. I am way further ahead of you on the brake pedal, and now going down into turn number 3. I still see those lapped cars on the horizon, but DJ, if anything, they're providing a tow now for the leader.
Yeah, this is where it could come into play. Now, when we get through the hurry downs, it may be a little bit of an issue of some dirty air, but right now, this is going to help Chase down on this run into turn 5. So let's see if he's able to hold that out. They're going to come through the corners right now. Molitor just trying to close on in the best he can up into turn 6. Again, his best overtaking opportunity from this point on out, going to be Canada corner.
Oh, he really opened up the radius there, talking about Molitor in second place. That kind of cost him on exit. He kind of had to breathe off of the throttle a little bit. A really good entry in first half of the corner, but couldn't capitalize on exit, and kind of same thing there in turn number 8. You saw the back end of the car kind of slide out, slide around, and this is going to be the tricky area right here. Our leader is going to get a slipstream. Can Molitor capitalize on the toe?
Well, here we go. Molitor will get a little bit of that double draft, but I don't know how much it's going to help him through the kink for the final time. Here they go. The gap is about a quarter of a second, and it's coming down. Molitor knows it's now or never, and so does Chase. He takes the defensive line, now moves back, trying to get a little bit of a crossover. There is Brian Molitor, but it's not going to play out. He's going to close it on in through Canada corner. I think time may be starting to run out here if you are Molitor, but let's see. Up and over through Bill Mitchell Bend they go. Chase holds the lead. Molitor tries to widen out the corner as much as possible as they come through turn 14, up and over the hill with the draft of the lapped cars in front. I think it's too little too late for Brian Molitor, and Chase will take victory from Road America in the SCCA Runoffs.
We've got a good fight about to come up the hill for what is 5th place. That's David Presley with Chris Wetz and that orange car of Jake Collins. You see the serpentine out front there from Presley. It's not going to work. Is Wetz going to overtake? I think Presley's going to barely hang on to 5th place.
Holds on by a gap that's not even showing up on my timing screen. It's Presley, Wetz, and Collins. Let's jump back a little bit farther in the field. This is Asselin, Gamble, and Spice. It looks like Gabriel's going to be able to hold on to this one. Maybe it's going to be close at the line. Gabriel Asselin will hold on to P13.
Woo. I know that this was technically the most drawn out of the race, but I feel like we had just as intense of a battle up front in the middle of the pack, a little bit further back in the pack, and that racing, like I said, was just as intense.
It really was. I mean, it was absolutely incredible to be able to see. This is what the SCCA Runoffs do, Joey, is they put on fantastic racing no matter what cars we put on the track and no matter what happens. And this is also what just happens at Road America. I've never seen a bad race from Road America.
Oh, and look at this. If you have a delicious and crispy smell after the race, oh, don't worry, it's not your tailpipe. It's just little shake and bake donuts.
There it is. That's what you love to see. There's no better way to celebrate than by ripping some donuts here at the National Park of Speed. Chase Cabra was able to win over Brian Molitor, then Murphy Nichols, David Sluter, and David Presley. Good run for Presley. Had to hold on to that one coming across the line. Chris Wetz was 6th, followed by Jacob Collins. Then Lilac Zier, who had a great day. She was up 14 positions. Jacob Bruflot, and then Joshua Kennedy. Your big mover on the day was your 11th place finisher. That is Evander Jonesy-Field. He was up a whopping 16 spots. Then it's Andrew Ellis, Gabriel Asselin, Maxwell Gamble, and Ellis Spice. Pierre Oliver de Viveros was in 17th, followed by Amy Grimm. Then it's Liam Shanahan and Ricardo Ruiz rounding out your top 20. 21st was Jonah Allen, then Richard Balsley, then Howie Burrow and Mike Williams. Kevin Castro was in 25th. Kyle Stritcharts, after starting on the outside of row 1, was only able to come back into 26th. Maximilian Heilich was 27th. Then Cody Baldwin, Brandon Dixon, and Alexander Martin round out your top 30. 31st was George Angelo, then Andy Haynes. These are all drivers that had a little bit of a problem over the course of the race. Jack Veazey, Michael Frohler, Alexander Wegner, Mauricio Parada, and Morgan Burkhardt. Well, folks, we've got 2 more races on the docket. That's going to be GT4 and the Renault Clio. So we're going to take another quick break and get everything set up for you, but do not go anywhere. We've got 2 more hours of racing action for you coming up right after this. It is time for the first and only multi-class battle of the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. That's right, it's time for GT4s to take to the track everything from Mercedes to BMWs to McLarens and Porsches. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. And let's also not forget about our Aston Martins. We don't want to leave them out of this conversation. But Joey, now we change things up a little bit. Now we've got to start talking about balance of performance. It's not just a single class out on the track, it's another layer to add into the racing milieu.
You know, I was a little biased to those Spec Miatas earlier, but I have a ton of time in the GT4 cars as well. So I'm looking forward to these. And kind of like what you were saying, it's a plethora of manufacturers out here in this class. You got the BMWs, you got the Porsches, you got the Aston Martins, you got so many different cars. I kind of like to think of them almost like ice cream. If you don't like one flavor, well, go get the other. See if you like that one a little bit better.
Exactly, and that is going to be, this will be our penultimate broadcast here for the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. We've got the Renault Clios coming up next. There you can see our winners. We have yet to have a repeat winner here in our disciplines. Could this be the one that sees them come on over, or will this be a one where we see another new winner? Oftentimes you see a lot of ringers in the GT category, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see another ringer coming on in here at this point. Taking a look back at some of the highlights from this last race, we thought it was going to be a little bit more calm and contained, but dare I say, got a little scruffy and got a little fun.
I think that's kind of the natural case of those open wheelers, right? If you start to lean on each other, disastrous things can certainly happen, but the best drivers always rise to the front. We had several good battles, including this one with Collins back here and Kennedy. I believe that Gabriel in that number 20 a little bit further back. David Presley also involved in that number 5 car. And also, turn number 14. I think that was a danger area. Maybe a couple times earlier in the day, it reared its head with these cars.
Yeah, it really did. And Morgan Burkhart there that you saw on your screen, he was one that we thought was going to be up fighting for the lead of the race, but unfortunately fell back, only finished third here at this point. But at the end of the day, it was changed, and then the rest of them as they tried to fight their way up forward. But as we said earlier, we've got a couple of different cars here looking ahead. As there you see Chase burning it on down. We've got 5 different cars, including the new BMW M4 taken to the track. Joey, what can we expect from these different types of cars?
They are all a little bit different. They all drive a little bit different, and they're all, call it BOP'd, right? In that sense that, think about if you're bringing a toy to a playground and your toy is a little bit too big. Well, the principal's going to say, you can't have as much horsepower in here because the Porsche doesn't have as much either. And that's the beautiful part about these global classes. It doesn't matter if you're in the Aston Martin. It doesn't matter if you're in the Mercedes, the BMW, the McLaren, the Porsche. Sure, you might be a little bit faster in one sector of the racetrack, but those other cars might be a little bit faster in the other sections of the racetrack.
Exactly. Horses for courses, as we like to say more often than not. All these cars generate roughly about 500 brake horsepower, roughly around 3,000 pounds there or thereabouts. All of them are rear-wheel drive. Couple of mid-engine cars, couple of front-engine cars, all 6 gears is the ultimate breakdown here. You're going to have a little bit of a different driving style, whether you are that front-engine or that mid-engine car. It's going to be just a little bit of whatever works for you, so you're going to be able to take it. Well, let's have a quick reminder here, though, because we've been here for 4 races, but it's been a hot minute since we've actually talked about it. Let's talk about Road America, Joey.
Yeah, located in Elkhart Lake, about an hour north of Milwaukee, right smack in the middle between Milwaukee and Green Bay, if you know the Wisconsin area. 14 turns, 4.04 miles in length. First opened in 1955. It really, truly is a North American classic. And when I think about Road America, elevation, right? Also, raceability. There's lots of racetracks out there that don't necessarily have good passing zones. Road America, 3 clearly defined passing zones. In my opinion, 4th if you add turn number 8 right there, just kind of going down the little short shoot hill. So a driver favorite, a fan favorite, and I think a TV favorite too.
Oh, it is one of my favorite places to go, and anytime my friends hear me say, "Where are you headed off to?" and I say Wisconsin, they all know it comes with a big grin on my face. It certainly is something happy. We're headed right now into qualifying, as it has been through the other sessions. It is an 8-minute session. Drivers get 2 laps to compete, and we watch right now Youngzi Lind, who was a hot competitor in that SRF battle a little bit earlier on. Lind going to try to carry that Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 RS Club Sport and see what they're able to do.
Go rocketing down the small elevation here to turn number 5. A great grandstand on the left side. Awesome grandstand on the right side. Go up the hill here. You can always pop out those lawn chairs if you're there, Road America in the real world. There's so many great viewing spots, and including my golf cart top speed record in the paddock. There's a big old hill there.
There is a big old hill there, and I know exactly where you're talking about to be able to go set that. But there we go. Live look there at Youngzi, the Michigander, bringing the car around right now. Coming through the carousel, you can hear that feathering of the throttle a little bit, trying to get those tires up to full temperature, make sure they're fully grippy, but not necessarily the full downforce that you're going to see in an Indy car or a GT3. A little bit less downforce, a little bit less horsepower means that you're going to have to take different lines and different pressure as they through the corners.
Yes, these cars do have some aero bits, but they really truly are production cars. They're lightened up. Yeah, they got roll cages, but they still weigh 3,000 plus pounds. And in the case of some of them in the real world, 3,400 pounds or so. So they're heavy cars. You have to manage the weight. And the best way I can kind of describe that is if y'all watch real world racing, all these drivers talk about being in the racetrack. These GT4 cars, they are still on top of the racetrack. Lots of sliding still going on.
Yeah, there certainly is, and if you want to be able to jump on into these GT4 cars or indeed any of the many series and cars that iRacing provides, head on over to iRacing.com and start your career today, whether it is stock cars, whether it's ovals, whether it's open wheels, whether it's prototypes or GTs, whether it's oval, road, or dirt oval. Jump on over to iRacing.com and start your journey today. I can tell you from experience, it is one of the best decisions I ever made in my life, was becoming a member of iRacing.
You also never know where it's going to lead you.
Yeah.
I grew up with Spec Miata racing. That's how I started racing, but I used iRacing as a tool as soon as I got admitted to the Volkswagen TDI Cup Series back in 09 or whatever it is. And I was using it to learn Virginia International Raceway before going out there and competing for my very first pro race. And DJ, it put me on pole and it won me my race immediately. So it doesn't matter if you want to get into esports, if you want to start motorsports, if you just want to use it as a training or a practice tool. It's out there for you, and not to mention a really good deal right now, too.
Yeah, exactly. We'll talk about that a little bit later in the broadcast. Black Friday deal, 50% off new memberships, 25% off renewals. Leader as of right now is DJ Alessandrini, Andre Castro, and Cameron Martineau, your top 3. Tom Euler and Aaron Kirkman, your top 5. We watch Kevin Parrish right now in the number 14 machine as he pilots his way through the carousel in that Mercedes AMG GT4, bringing his way on through. This is one of the most distinctive engine notes you will hear, whether it's in the GT3 or the GT4 variety. You hear this Mercedes AMG coming around and you recognize it, and I've got to give credit to iRacing. They have modeled it perfectly.
You finally start to call it step up into what I'll call the big boy cars with the GT4s. I know that they look very mild, right? They don't have the big wings. They aren't necessarily doing 190 miles an hour like the GT3 cars can do, depending on the gearing and the BOP. But trust me, folks, GT4 cars are some of the fastest production vehicles you can find in sports car racing. The ABS systems, the traction control systems, how well these manufacturers have these cars dialed in, it's unreal. You can pretty much plop into one of these things despite your experience and go really fast.
Yeah, you can, and they are nothing to shake a stick at. You see a big field of these GT4s coming around any racing circuit, and it is going to make you perk up and pay attention. Rest assured, I can tell you that. 30 seconds left to go on the clock. We watch the number 25 machine trying to be able to put a couple of laps down onto the board here at this point. Get that Mercedes AMG down through Canada corner right now. Now it is Julian Fernandez, your top driver, by only 68 thousandths of a second over DJ Alessandrini. Castro Euler, your top 4. Kirkman is still in P5. Looks like the 25 not going to be able to make it to the line in time as the clock ticks over and 8 minutes up, 8 minutes down for the iRacing SCCA Runoffs GT4 class. Well, folks, we're going to line up here on the grid, and once again, we are going to get ready to race at the National Park of Speed. It is Julian Fernandez in first position, followed by DJ Alessandrini, real-life racer. He is one to watch out for. 2 McLarens up on the top row. Andre Castro, the first Mercedes in P3, followed by another McLaren in Tom Euler. Aaron Kirkman and Cameron Martineau in the Mercedes round out your top 6. Interesting that it's 3 and 3 there. Alexander Nikolov in P7, followed by Jack Veazey, and then Christian Novev and Idolo Blichkev in P10. Youngzi Lin is the first non-McLaren, non-Porsche, or non-Mercedes in that Porsche Cayman. He'll line up at 11th, and then it's Darian Trinka in P12 in another Mercedes. 13th, it'll be another Porsche in Ryan Odo. Then it's Gordon Hogg in the first BMW in the field in 14th. Chris Versalov will be in P15, followed by Daniel Luzko in P16. Jerry Fletcher is 17th and Matt Malone 18th. Good to see Matt in another session. I think that is all of them for him here at this point. He's done a great job in qualifying. Kevin Parrish in 19th. Scott Banks in 20th, the row of Mercedes. Then it's Dane Turp in 21st, followed by Chilion Camarago in 22nd. Philip Grace is 23rd, followed by Brandon Loudon in 24th. As we move back into the 25th position, it's William Summers. Kim Andre Bjorklund will be 26th in a BMW, followed by Tyler Stevenson in 27th. Pierre Panagua will be 28th, and Kevin Kreitzer 29th, with Antonio Vasquez in P30. That is row 15, and then row 16 will be Steve Luca and Christopher Perotti in 32nd. First Aston Martin that we've seen, Kyle Denny 33rd, and Tadas Karlinskas will be 34th. Good to see Tadas in the field. Called him a couple of times before that. Maybe a driver that's a little bit farther in the order, but he is certainly one to watch out for. Well, now we get to talk a little bit about that balance of performance. It does look like that it's Mercedes and BMW in the cars to beat, but could we see maybe a little bit of a surprise here from one of the BMWs, one of the Porsches pushing their way forward in the field?
You said horses for courses earlier, and you couldn't be more spot on about it. Typically, when you have one class with several different manufacturers, yeah, call it turn 1 might be a little bit faster for the Porsche, and then turn 3 might be a little bit faster for the BMW, but it usually kind of lends itself more to the entire course or the entire track versus Sector 1 or Sector 2. 2 McLarens share the front row. Here at Road America, it is all about the horsepower under the hood. If you can get yourself up off of those corners and get up to your top speed, you can pretty much make it impossible for a car behind to catch you if they aren't as fast as you on the top end, and then B, be able to make a move going into the brake zone. We're just going to see if those other cars, the Mercedes specifically, is maybe a little bit faster or able to maintain that same top speed as those McLarens.
Yeah, and that's going to be what it is. It is that horses for courses kind of mentality. Who's got the top speed? Who's got the cornering speed? Who's got high-speed corners? Who's got low-speed corners? Etc., etc. Also, one quick note, Matt Malone has raced in all 4 previous, but he was in the lower split for the Formula cars. He finished 3rd, so congratulations there to Matt. Always good to see him in the field. Well, I'm particularly looking forward to this Black Friday for a couple of deals, but I'm looking forward to the iRacing Black Friday. It's the biggest sale of the year. They do it every year, and it's always such a great deal. New users are 50% off. And if you want to resubscribe or renew for 1 year or 2 years, it's 25% off. So head on over to iRacing.com and check that out. It is the best deal in the business. You are not going to want to miss out on that, and you're not going to want to miss your chance to be able to compete and race on the best racing simulator on the market, bar none. End of discussion.
Go get started, right? I always talk about the sim to reality stuff. I think it's more apparent now than ever. Go-karts, you need them in order to launch your career, but you don't always have the access to a racetrack or a kart. I think a simulator is about the same startup cost nowadays as what a go-kart is, and you're allowed to go race at whatever racetracks you want to, world-class racetracks around the globe. You get a plethora of cars to choose from, so if you've ever thought about motorsports or even track days, it doesn't have to be in racing. If you just want to go drive the car on these world-renowned racetracks, iRacing is the way to do it.
And that's how I do my meditation. I'll tell you that right now. I wake up in the morning, have a cup of coffee, and then I sit down in the sim and I click off laps for about 30 minutes, and that is my morning meditation. And so it is absolutely fantastic, and you never know. You could be like me and get a career out of it. So I can't recommend iRacing enough if you are interested. But we are ready to take to the track for the iRacing SCCA Runoffs, the GT4 class, our penultimate round here. It's Julian Fernandez and DJ Alessandrini on the front row here, both over 7,000 I rating in a pair of dueling McLarens. Fernandez has the lead of the field as the pace car pulls off down into pit lane. Fernandez gets going here early. It's a big jump for the inside line. I think Castro and Kirkman are going to get a little bit of a jump as well. Here they go. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing once more. That is a dream start here for Fernandez as they try to sort themselves out here. A little bit of jockeying in the field. Looks like Castro is going to hold on to that second place position. Alessandrini's going to hold on to third. No, he's not, as it looks like that could be Euler trying to make a move on him.
It was a very well executed start for the most part, but that driver you just mentioned in that black and orange McLaren on the outside, Tom Euler, does, I believe, have a black flag. He passed before the green flag was officially displayed. That's going to put him into pit lane.
Oh, heartbreak there. Cameron Martineau now going to be one of the ones who tries to challenge his way up forward. He'll have to know that, as there he is got it, and we are getting official confirmation from race control that that has gone through. Down into turn 5, always a sketchy opportunity. We've got a car around, and that's Euler.
The penalty was self-imposing. He has to hit the tow button, get back to pit lane, and now we got more problems up at the top of the hill. It seemed like a little bit of too much rear brake bias sent another McLaren around.
Yeah, and I'm not sure who that was exactly. Could have been one of his teammates there, potentially based off of that livery. We see a couple of cars diving and darting down into turn number 8. Looks like they're going to be able to get through cleanly, as there they go, snaking their way down into the carousel. Here they go. It is Fernandez up in front of the field, courtesy of that picture-perfect start for him. This fleet of largely McLarens and Mercedes making their way on through. Great camera angle. You can see the slip angle coming through the kink.
I mentioned these cars are on top of the racetrack still. They are not glued into the racetrack. The downforce is not sucking them down to the road. These drivers really have to manage the car, manage the yaw angle. It's one of the reasons I love driving these GT4 cars. You have to be comfortable with the car moving around underneath you. The newer tires kind of limit some of that sliding, but you still got to be comfortable with it.
Still got to be comfortable with it as Fernandez leads from Castro. Castro trying to close on in. Allison Drini in that blue McLaren behind him. Cameron Martineau and Jack Veazey, your top 5. But it's Novez, Boychev, Nikolov, and Kirkham. And then Ryan Odo and Kirkham swapping positions there in the back. We watch Andre Castro right now as he tries to close on in. McLaren versus Mercedes. Where have we heard that before?
Yeah, well, I think you just got to turn to a different channel, albeit a little bit later tonight, if you want to catch that battle. As we watch, like you said, Fernandez and Castro. I'm curious about Castro, though. Remember, he won that race very, very early on today and then had some bad luck in some races a little bit later. I think this is his opportunity to become the first repeat champion of the day.
Yeah, I certainly think it could, especially considering he's got a nice little gap. Call it about 1.3, 1.4 seconds between himself and DJ Allison Drini. Allison Drini has Cameron Martineau, who's a very, very experienced sim racer, right behind him. And Martineau is going to be trying to close on in. Allison Drini, I think, is going to be looking a little bit more in his rearview mirror than he is out that windshield. Great battle here farther back in the field. This is Vrazlov and Kirkham right now as they try to sort themselves out. That's going to be the number 18 of Kirkham getting ahead. And the 6th there of Lind also trying to force his way ahead. This is going to be the battle for P11. Watch out for Haug in that BMW. He could have something to say about it as well.
I think the more that these drivers really explore the limits of these cars, the more the racing becomes like what we saw with those Spec Miatas, those global MX-5s, because they really are all evenly matched out here. Sure, one might have 1 or 2 mile an hour on the top end, but when it comes to making the move, if you leave the door open on the inside, let's say if you're hung out around the outside, that next car back is going to fill that gap. That's what I'm talking about, that the racing becomes so similar. However, in these GT4 cars, your minimum speed's way, way up compared to the other cars.
All right, that sounds like here we are going to take a look at that jump start with the number 9 here. And this, of course, was a very, very rough way to start things out. But let's take a look here, Joey. There you can see him right in the middle of your screen. What happened here exactly? Did he just get on the loud pedal a little bit too early?
That, and he changes lines. The green flag is not out yet. The leader has gone, so they are accelerating now. Right now is when the green flag came out, and he had already made that pass for position. That's a no-no.
As I have been told many times, in real life racing, columns. You want to be in columns, and you cannot break from those columns, and unfortunately, he broke from those columns. Julian Fernandez continues to lead from Andre Castro here at this point. Castro trying to close on in. DJ Allison Drini now about 1.3 seconds back, so maybe closing that gap a little bit here at this point. But let's see what they can do. We're going to jump back to the battle here with Matt Malone farther back down in the field. There's Malone on your screen. This is the battle for 14th. Look at this behind him. Banks, Trinka, and Parrish. My goodness.
I think he got a little bit of a hello from Scott Banks as well, coming up and over the hill there in turn number 6. So Malone has his hands full. I wonder if he's maybe feeling it from competing in every single race so far. I know that he's one of the most popular streamers on iRacing, so I know that he's got plenty of pace, and he has found himself in the thick of things more often than not today.
Yeah, he really has. He hasn't necessarily been at the pointy end of the field all that often in these races, but as you said, Joey, been in the thick of it, been in the meat of battles, and that can be so tiring for a driver because you are just constantly having to have a little bit of that anxiety that we talked about earlier, a little bit of that just kind of worry about what the drivers around you are doing.
I do want to give a lot of credit to him, though, because he's been streaming a lot this week, especially doing those super sessions in order to build the championship points throughout the different classes of cars. It'll be really cool to see if he's actually in our last race as well, those Renault Clios, because that pretty much covers every single type of car here in the SCCA Runoffs.
Going to jump back up to the battle here for P8, it looks like, and that's going to be Nikolov, Odo, and Varasilov as they try to sort themselves out. That's Varasilov there in that green and yellow machine. Great under braking, but he has a slowdown penalty. That is accrued when you cut the course in a way that iRacing deems that you have gained an advantage. Now, he's just cleared it. That's pretty impressive that he's been able to close up behind Ryan Odo and still get rid of that penalty.
There's certain methods or strategies that everybody employs. Let's say if you do get one of those slowdown penalties, basically what happens is it pops up a timer on your screen, and if you don't give up that time within the countdown, you will receive a black flag. I like to kind of take the outside view around the corners, as our iRacing blimp had a really good low altitude shot right there. And then there's other ways you can kind of let off early going into a brake zone. That kind of sends that timer up. There's a few different strategies, and if you wait till the very, very last second to do it, trust me, you will get caught out.
Yeah, they will catch you out. And there's Ryan Odo in that Porsche. Good view of it as he comes to the corner, trying to close down on Nikolov up in front of him. Chris Varasilov trying to see if he can get in. It looks like he's got more speed here at this point. It's just a matter of trying to find a way to get by that Porsche. Going to put pressure to the back of him. Little bit sideways coming out of the carousel, but that Mercedes still holding on in. Let's see if he's going to be able to close the gap. Get a nice helping of the draft here coming down through Kettle Bottoms. Let's see if he makes a move down to the inside and again to the corner.
And you see how evenly they're matched on the top speed. The car in front goes too deep in the brakes. That's going to be thank you very much for the number 11. Ryan Odo made that easy. Sometimes the easiest passes you can make are others' mistakes.
And that's exactly what we talked about earlier on in the race, or earlier on in the day. Putting that anxiety, putting that pressure onto the driver in front of you. If you don't have to put your car at risk and you're able to just get the other one to make a mistake, as you said, Joey, that's the best pass to make.
Yeah, it puts you at no risk whatsoever, and you pretty much get to wave at him, maybe even chuckle as you go by, and then just put up the peace sign if you can run away, because hopefully you've been applying that pressure. We're going split screen right now, so we got the battle for what is 10th place on top. That was Ryan that we were watching, got Aaron Kirkham and Youngzi Lin there giving chase. Those are the first three cars. Then also the fight for 15th, which actually is not too far back from this. It's only, call it, about 1.2 seconds. So I have a feeling here if maybe Matt Malone can get up on the horse a little bit, this will become one big group.
Yeah, it certainly could. I mean, Malone's only got a gap there of about 0.8 of a second that he's got to close up in on. So it's certainly possible that he could do that, but this flock of Mercedes that you see on your screen, that's the number 14 there of Parrish. In front of him, Trinka, behind him, Banks. They're trying to close on in, as Malone may also be a little bit of the cork in the bottle here. Looks like he could be slowing up this group of cars.
That's interesting, because I kind of feel the same way now that I look at the hard data, right? A 215.4 out of Matt that last time, and everybody in front of him call it a 215.1. So there is a little bit of a, call it, performance drop-off when we get to that number 16, but that doesn't mean that Matt is holding up the train. It could mean that he just had a mistake in a couple corners, and he's trying to gather it back up. But either way, there is a difference in that number.
Yeah, there is a difference, and he's going to have to try to make that back up here. We'll have to keep an eye on Matt and see. I'm leaning towards, at this point, just looking visually at the gaps, not breaking down the data, that it could be a little bit of a mistake, because it looks like Malone is pulling a little bit of a gap over Darius Trinka here. Now it's closing back up again, though, out of Canada corner.
It's exactly what I see. Give it a lap and a half, go look somewhere else. You come back, and trust me, everything's going to change. I think it was only that very one moment that we came up the start-finish line and everybody was still in their qualifying positions. That was an oddball.
Yeah, that was a little strange. Everybody's going to shift and shuffle around, unless you're Julian Fernandez, in which case you're just leading this race. Interesting, Tadas Karslinkas is down into pit lane. Not sure what happened there to the number 32. Not sure if that was a penalty he had to serve or what. But we're going to check back up with the leader. Fernandez continues to lead here. Castro behind him. Castro just trying to close on in. DJ Alessandrini keeping the same gap. It's about 0.7 of a second between Fernandez and Castro, and about 0.9 of a second between Alessandrini and Castro. So those gaps staying pretty much what they were.
Yes, I feel like, if anything, though, Alessandrini and Martinez have kind of closed it in a little bit. Remember, they were kind of like 1.2, maybe 1.5. So you're right. Definitely not hugely different. If anything, maybe Jack Veazey back there in 5th place is the one that's actually capitalized the most. He's gone up 3 positions from where he started, and he's not out of touch from these front 4. You kind of see they're all equal distant gaps between the entire front 5.
Yeah, they really are. I want to give credit, though, to our big movers. That's Kim Andre Bjorlund in 18th, up 8 positions, and then Chris Vereslov in 8th place. He's up 7. So those are our 2 big movers on the day. There's Fernandez. Equidistant gaps, as you said, Joey. I mean, really and truly, nobody's breaking away from this field all that much here. One thing I will say is, courtesy of some of those opening incidents, there is a lap car in the form of Steven Luca about 2.5 seconds up the road. There you can see that Porsche on your screen. I don't anticipate that being a problem. I anticipate Steve just kind of moving out of the way when the time comes, but if he catches him in the wrong braking zone, could be a little bit of a problem.
I know Steve is a competitor out there in some time attack stuff. I believe he's also doing maybe some WRL races out there. So I know that he's got a couple Mustang builds that he's done in the real world. So he's got plenty of real world track knowledge. And to your point, DJ, I hope he sees these leaders coming up in the mirror. He understands the importance of not getting into somebody's way, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. As now we take a look back at that battle we were checking out a little bit earlier. Matt Malone is closed in on Gordon Haug up in front of him, so that looks like that's starting to come down. Trinka, Parrish, and Banks still running in single file order. Malone is doing a good job here. This gap, I don't think he's the cork in the bottle like we necessarily thought he was. I think he's got pace, and I think they're going to be able to overtake Haug here sooner rather than later in that BMW.
See how everybody navigates turn number 5 here. Watching that car number 10 on the screen, that is Trinka, and that Mercedes going up the hill. Everybody seems to nail turn number 6 as well. I think these cars are so cool. Remember, it was what, about 2-minute 50-second lap times that we started out the day in those Formula Vs, and now we're all the way down to, call it, 213s, 214s. So just the speed keeps getting ramped up.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it just keeps getting faster and faster. And look at this run from Malone. That's actually going to hurt him a little bit, as he had to check up midway through the carousel. That could open up an opportunity here for Darius Trinka. The front of that Mercedes does look a little bit bashed in. I don't think it's affecting him too much, but Malone is definitely on the attack here onto the back of Gordon Haug, trying to see if he can get the move. He's going to poke his nose to what will be the inside of Canada corner. No, Malone's going to think better of it, poke back into line, and there they go. This could be an opportunity here. If you're Darius Trinka, you're taking keen notes on what's happening in front of you.
Just trying to grab whatever scraps are still on the table, and you see maybe even just a tap of the brake pedal coming up over 13 there, trying to make sure the attitude of the McLaren was all good to make sure he got through the exit of that corner. And now you see the difference between the McLaren and the Mercedes. I will say that Matt got a tremendous exit out of turn number 14, so that kind of makes it look like it's even faster on a straight line, but it seems like the McLaren has some top speed. That BMW going to move defensive. Does Malone force the issue? No, he's going to wait for a new opportunity.
Yeah, and I like what I'm seeing here out of Matt. He's not trying to force the issue. He's not trying to be overly aggressive. He's just trying to see where he can get it. Now, that is aggressive down into turn 3, but what he's going to do is he's effectively going to be slowing down Trinka using the 22 as a pick. And that's a smart move, but Trinka was able to see it coming, get a little bit of a good run. He's now going to poke his nose to the inside and try to get going.
Yeah, he's effectively going to box in Gordon Hogg in the 22, and now the Mercedes is going to take a big lunge down the inside there and almost contact at turn 5, but Matt Malone looks in the rearview mirror. He sees a bunch of scrap and mess, and he's got nobody out the front. Time to get focused and run away.
Oh, this is a bad run here if you are Gordon Hogg. He is all the way at the back of that running order now at this point. Parrish and Bjorklund, the next two are going to overtake him. He's been overtaken by 2 cars in the matter of 2 corners here. So Malone now has some free room up in front of him to try to catch down Aaron Kirkham to see if he can close that nearly 3.5 second gap. Yeah, there is some massive damage here on the front of the 10. Look at that, really caved in. We kind of alluded to that earlier, Joey.
And I would expect that from running into the back of somebody in a brake zone. That's not going to be bump drafting damage. That's going to be either somebody jumping on the brakes a little early or a mistake out of Trinka, and that's where that damage comes from. The front splitter, not going to be making the downforce that you want through the corner, so you're going to have more understeer. And it ruins the aero profile on the front end, so I would expect the car not to have the top speed either.
Yeah, it's going to be creating a little bit more drag than it normally would be, and so that's going to be affecting that car. iRacing does simulate all of those little things down to those little discrepancies on the car, so that is something that we are very, very happy to see here, as there we see how getting passed yet again, this time by Kevin Parrish. As they come on down the main straightaway here at this point. That move doesn't look like it's done necessarily for Parrish, but he is going to have the preferred line coming down into turn 1. Whoa, and I think there may have been a little wee bit of contact, as there you saw Bjorklund saying, "Thank you very much, I'll take that position away."
Yeah, he did take advantage, and I'm not surprised that the 22 definitely closed the door on that one. I feel like maybe the BMW is a little bit down on top speed when we compare it to the McLaren or the Mercedes, so I think if you're driving a BMW, you have to be a little bit more aggressive. And I also think I spot maybe a little bit of rear-end damage on the back of that number 22. I wonder if that's where that front-end damage from the Mercedes came from.
Well, that could very well be. Oftentimes, if there's damage on the front of one and damage on the back end of another, that tends to be the likely conclusion of where they would be. But here they go, down through turn 7, getting ready for turn 8. Little bit of a slip and slide there for Bjorklund rather. Holding onto the back of Gordon Hogg. And you can really see how we're slowing these guys up. Banks, Trinka, Malone, they have scampered off into the distance. And it looks like Malone has even been able to catch down as much as possible. Let's take a look here at Julian Fernandez, your leader at this point, as he is just running off into a field unto himself. 0.8 of a second back from Andre Castro, but that gap has remained largely stationary over the course of this race.
If there is any sort of difference up front, it's the gap between second and third. I think that Castro in second place, that silver and orange Mercedes, has done a fantastic job, because we've seen the McLaren really be dominant here today. And it's out front, it's leading, it's punching a hole in the air. And Castro, all he's doing is able to keep up. However, he is the second fastest car. He is in a different manufacturer. I look at everybody else behind in McLarens. Yeah, Castro is the standout.
Yeah, and that's really a testament to his driving abilities. Obviously, the Mercedes is the other favorite car that we've seen today, but the fact that he's able to keep this up, and as we say it, he's actually decreasing the gap. It's under 0.6 of a second, and we're under 15 minutes to go here for this penultimate round of the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. So it's go time, and I think Castro knows it, and he's starting to put the pedal down.
And remember how aggressive he was in some of those races earlier? Yes, he won that Formula V race for what seemed like a mile, but once he got into those Spec Racer Fords, just the aggression level was cranked up a notch. I wonder if that's going to come out towards the final couple minutes. Oh my goodness, that was a moment here for Young Ji Lin, as he's got Kirkham right there overtaking, and I believe it was Odo that had that mistake at 5.
Yeah, Odo kind of forced him off a little bit, got him into his head and forced him offline. Youngshi Lin now going to be the one trying to fight back. Kirkham just taking advantage of others' misfortune. Really, really good heads up for that number 19 Mercedes driver.
I tell you what, DJ, with how much driving Lin has done today, I'm sure that maybe after the Renault Clio race, he's just going to turn the PC off and climb right there into bed.
It doesn't sound like the worst idea in the world, I gotta tell you. But he may do it. And there, on cue, wiping his forehead. Shows you the physical exertion that these drivers are putting in. I mean, with a direct drive wheel like that, Joey, this is not your dad's, oh, I'm playing Mario or something like that. This is hardcore.
No, this is not Excite Bike being run on the trackpad, if you will. And there's things that you do in sim racing to maybe amplify what you feel, because in the real world, you have the car moving around. You as a driver, you feel everything that's going on. You feel the steering inputs. You control those throttle and brake inputs. But in the sim, you don't have that feel or that movement underneath you of the chassis. So a lot of times what you can do is crank up that force feedback, which makes it really stiff, but it makes you feel every single little bump in the road. You can crank those audio cues so you can hear those tires sliding. And that's really what a lot of these top sim racers do, so they feel every little thing the sim gives them.
Yeah, that was one of the first pieces of advice that I got when I got into sim racing, which was turn down your engine a little bit and turn up the tires as much as they go. It's a different sensory experience when you're driving in the sim. You're driving by your ears more than you are by your backside, and that's what makes it very different. We also saw Youngshi Lin there be able to get that pass back by Aaron Kirkham, so able to make that play did Youngshi Lin. That's going to move him back into 11th position. But yeah, I mean, it is a different experience, but it is still physical exertion. Those direct drive wheels are nothing to shake a stick at.
Oh yeah, and then you put yourself right next to that PC that is just pumping out heat. Now, I know it's not like 140 degrees like inside of a race car, but Andre Castro is applying a ton of heat to our leader, Fernandez. That's who we're riding on board with. What was 0.7 of a second became half a second, now about a half a car.
Yeah, he is all over the back, and they have dropped Alessandrini like a bad habit here at this point. The gap's about 2 seconds back to DJ, and so that means that this is a mano-a-mano battle, Fernandez and Castro. Let's see, Mercedes versus McLaren, and I think here Castro is going to really start to try to push a little bit more on the back of this Mercedes, see if he can force an error out of Julian Fernandez, and if not, he's going to have to get aggressive, get his elbows out, and really start to push ahead.
I'm going to throw a new topic out there between the different manufacturers, because we've talked about the top speed from the McLaren really kind of being the more dominant car, but we haven't talked about tire fall off or tire degradation. These are 35-minute races. Sure, it's not a 2-hour stint, but if you don't take care of your tires in the beginning half of the race, they're not going to be there for you at the end of the race. And these are 3,000-pound vehicles.
Yeah, and let's not also forget that we talk about the different styles of the way these cars drive. Front engine versus mid-engine. That's what you're seeing at the front. That's what you're seeing right here. A mid-engine Porsche in that number 18 of Philip Grace trying to overtake Kevin Parrish in that front-engined Mercedes AMG. And it looks like there it's going to be advantage Porsche for the moment for Philip Grace. And so the way that those tires react as a result of that engine placement, how the car rotates, that's also going to affect that wear as well.
100%. And I know it is a front engine in the Mercedes. However, if you guys have ever been around these GT cars, that engine is placed as far downwards and as far rearwards as possible. I'm pretty sure it is behind the front axle. It's pretty amazing the engineering that even goes into these GT4 cars.
Yeah, it really is. It is a very far back engine. It's not like the BMW. The BMW is a traditional front engine car that it is sort of over that rear axle. Mercedes is a little bit farther back. It does change the handling characteristics. Whoa! As there was a big slip and slide there from Kim Andre Bjorklund. That looked a little bit sketchy there, but Philip Grace certainly one that is going to notice that. He's going to start to push up ahead here try to be able to get that run. There's the 13, the dual BMWs. I believe these are our highest placed BMWs in the field, driven by Haug and Bjorklund. As they come down through the kink right now, something we've seen a lot, kicking up dirt there on the entrance to the corner. Got to be a little bit careful about that. You can kick up a little bit, kick up too much, you're going to find yourself on the wall.
Yeah, and knock on wood, because we're here over in the virtual world. I know that the real world SCCA Runoffs, big shout out to Jim Drago, Danny Stein, who's still getting better from some wrecks over there. Same thing with Lou Gelati. In the virtual world, you can take those risks. In the real world, trust me, Road America can bite very, very hard.
Yes, it certainly can. All right, race fans, we've got a full throttle moment ready for you, but we're going to have to wait on that, because here comes Bjorklund. A little bit of a bad run from Gordon Howe coming up out of the corner. He's going to try to make that push here at this point. They're going to be side by side. It looks like it's going to be advantage Bjorklund, but Howe could outbreak him as they come down into turn one. No, it is going to be Kim-Andre Bjorklund. Great move for the number 13.
Nicely done between the pair of BMWs there, and let's sit back, crank the volume, and go full throttle.
You just saw Matt Malone be able to send a great move down to the inside of Aaron Kirkham, but meanwhile up at the front of the field with 5 minutes left to go in the GT4 segment of the iRacing SCCA Runoffs, Julian Fernandez continues to lead Andre Castro, but Castro piling on the pressure here as we've got a couple of lap cars going off in the background there. DJ Alessandrini, though, don't count him out. Alessandrini has gotten this gap down. It's down to 1.3 seconds between himself and Castro. We could see a swap around in these final 5 minutes.
That gap had ballooned up to what was, call it about 1.8 seconds. So yeah, DJ is definitely closing it in, and that could just provide a different variable, especially for Castro. Right now in that Mercedes, I feel like maybe the same top speed in the draft, in the slipstream of the McLaren, but what happens if there's another McLaren directly behind you? You not only have to worry about the aggressiveness out the windshield, but you also have to worry about what that other driver is going to be doing out the rearview mirror.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to be thinking about that. It's just another added wrinkle into the playbook of everything that you're going to have to worry about. And one less thing that these drivers are going to have to worry about, it's pretty easy math as they come to the line here. It'll be 2 laps to go for Fernandez, 2 laps to go for Castro to try to send his move. And he is definitely starting to climb all over the back of that number 1 machine. A little bit of a wide run in the back there for DJ Alessandrini. But the gap continues to it was closing, but the problem that we've seen here again is the straight line speed of that McLaren just seems like it's coming to the detriment of the Mercedes of Andre Castro.
Fernandez is doing a very good job playing to the strength of his car. Now, one of the cool things is, as being a commentator, you're logged into the session, and I get to kind of watch it from a blimp view, so it really is a true aerial view to analyze the lines of what's going on. And what Fernandez is doing, he is late apexing every single corner that leads out onto the straightaway. If you've got good top speed, make it even better by getting the best run possible out of the exit of the corner. Castro is far, far better in the first half of the corner, but the McLaren is playing to the strength.
Yeah, it is. We jump on board here with DJ Alessandrini in the perfect popcorn position to what could be the battle to decide the race win. Got that gap down to about 1.2 seconds. Hear him just start to cycle up through the gears, and watching his lines here through these corners, what are you noticing from him, Joey?
I think right now you just have to turn consistent qualifying laps, and you see him jumping all over the apex curbs, running all over the exit curbs. So he has got the thing cranked to 11 out of 10 on the performance meter. All qualifying laps. Let's see how far he runs out wide coming out of the carousel. Yep, all the way over, 2 wheels into the grass. I expect him to take advantage on the entry right here. You see all the drivers really just getting a little bit to the outside of those track limits. So absolutely on the ragged edge, and it's working. It is now down to 1 second.
Down to 1 second. He was really starting to push it a little bit wide, though, there. I thought for a second he was going to get a little bit squirrely coming off of the kink. But here he goes. Credit here to Fernandez. He's got the gap up between himself and Castro to about 0.5 of a second, and I can only imagine it's going to grow here coming out of this final corner. Again, those late apexes carrying that speed as much as possible for that McLaren to be able to get the best line he can. It's going to come to the line right now. Barney, the flag man, waves the white flag. 1 lap to go from Road America.
If I'm going to put a move on the horizon, if Castro in that Mercedes can close the gap, I'm kind of circling around the turn 6, 7, turn 8 range, because that might be a curveball, call it a knuckleball, to throw in the mix here that the leader might not see coming. But first and foremost, you got to close the gap.
Yeah, you read my mind about that. He's going to have to send a sneak attack here if he wants to get this move. I think the traditional overtaking opportunities for Castro are not going to work because the straight line speed of that McLaren are going to prevent the Mercedes AMG from really being able to get that to play. Indeed, as they come down into the braking for turn 8, the gap ballooning up to 6/10 of a second. Coming down to 5 now at this point, but starting to run out of those opportunities if you are Andre Castro.
About any mistakes. This is a tricky corner in these GT4 cars. Don't go too far out on exit. Looks like Fernandez nails the corner like he's done the previous 15 laps. I guess there is a reason why he started on pole. He's led all these laps up front. He is clearly in control.
Yeah, he absolutely is. And now at this point, this is where he's going to come into the third sector, which is going to be the sector he has been the best at, using the strengths of that McLaren. Oh, that was a lot of dirt kicked up on the entrance to the kink, though.
You gotta be careful at Road America. That is one of the most daunting corners in all of motorsports, but jump on the brakes right here for Canada Corner. If you get it stopped, you're gonna be accelerating up the hill. Really, only one more true corner remaining.
All right, here comes Fernandez. He works his way through Bill Mitchell Bend. Good line. Coming up and through the little mini chicane. Now down into turn 14. Onto the power comes the number 1 McLaren. It looks like it's a clean line. It is a clean line. The gap is going to hold at about 0.7 of a second as Julian Fernandez charges to the line and takes victory here in the GT4 class. Castro, P2, Alessandrini, P3.
A very, very dominant victory there. You saw another close finish there for what was 4th and 5th, and this is the battle for what is 8th place. Young Z Lin almost had the spot stolen away from the number 11 car right in front, but it looks like Chris is going to hang on to 8th. Young Z Lin in 9th.
Yeah, Youngsi Lin will hold on to that. I want to give some credit there. Oh, Matt Malone fell down through the order. I was going to give him some credit. He looked like he moved up, but he is up in 6th. Now we're going to check this battle. This is the 19 machine. This is Kirkham and Howe trying to duke it out just a little bit. Excuse me, Kirkham trying to be able to hold off to the best of his abilities. Here they go, and it looks like there that Camargo is going to be able to hold on to that.
It's pretty much going to do it for our entire GT4 field. It was pretty cool to see so many different manufacturers out there, all the different engine notes, and I feel like between those US F2000 cars and the speeds that those last races produced, that these were the true big boys of the day.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Really impressive running and good running from this entire field. Yet again, we've seen impressive sportsmanship, impressive driving, and impressive speeds. Fernandez leads over Castro and Allison Torini. Jack Veazey and Cameron Martineau round out your top 5. Good job there from Veazey. He was able to make that move in the closing laps. Christian Novev is going to be P6, followed by Avalo Boychev in 7th. Then it's Varislav, Youngji Lin, and Alexander Nikolov rounding out your top 10. Lin, the only non-Mercedes or McLaren in that top 10. 11th place was Scott Banks, followed by a good run for Matt Malone. Banks was up 9 spots on the day, Matt Malone up 6, and he was in the wars through the majority of the running. So credit there to Malone. Ryan Odo was in 13th place, then it was Kim Andre Bjorklund in the first of the BMWs, Kevin Parrish 15th, Philip Grace 16th, Dane Turp, Chinleon Camargo, Brandon Loudon, and Aaron Kirkham round out your top 20. Trevin Kratzer, then Tyler Stephen, Antonio Vasquez, Daniel Lutsko, William Summers, Pierre Panaguia, and Tom Euler, the last drivers to finish on the lead lap. Gordon Haug, Darius Trinka, Steve Luca, all finishing 1 lap down, as was Kyle Denny. Jeremy Fletcher 3 laps down, Perotti was 5 laps down, and Karlinskas was 11 laps down. Well, all right, race fans, that is going to close us out for this part of this session, but we've got one more race left to go in the iRacing SCCA Runoffs. It's the Renault Clios coming up right after this.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Dirt Racing 24 is available now.
One last time, one last race, one last rip around the National Park of Speed. Welcome back to the iRacing SCCA Runoffs for the Renault Clios headed out onto the track. My name is DJ Clark. Delighted as always to be joined by Joey Atterbury. And Joey, we've seen a bunch of these cars headed to the tracks. Now it's time for a little bit of touring car action. Let's get these front-wheel drive cars out there and see what they can do.
This one will be pretty fun to watch. It is the only front-wheel drive setup that we've got throughout today. We've done a bunch of those formula cars. We've even had, call it the mini prototype with the Spec Racer Fords. Got into the GT4 cars after doing those Spec Miatas. But yeah, you're right. We have been leaving the front-wheel drives out for the very last.
Yeah, and this one's going to be fun. TC Racing around Road America is always one to take a look at. Here are some of the highlights from that last race. Really one of the least eventful races that we've seen, especially in terms of the action up at the front of the field. But here at this point, there you can see where we've been. And 5 different races, 5 different winners, Joey. Can we see a repeat of that with different winners in each class here today?
I really thought we were going to see Morgan Burkhardt go repeat into that Spec Miata one. And then Castro was so good in that Spec Racer Ford race. He was also the top 2 here in the GT4 race that we're watching the highlights package from. So there's been several drivers that have flirted with becoming a multiple champion here at the SCCA Runoffs and iRacing, but nobody has yet been able to do it.
All right, as we continue to take a look at those highlight packages, some great over-unders there and some Mercedes on Mercedes violence that you saw. Good stuff all the way around. Now, let's shift our focus onto these Renault Clios. And Joey, this is a different kind of car altogether. As we said, front-wheel drive, much more of a turnkey kind of car. What can we expect here from these machines?
A 200 horsepower turbocharged 4-cylinder this time. Got 5 forward gears, and it's that 2,200 pounds, and it is that Clio Cup car. It'll be pretty interesting to see how these things actually do race out there. I think the bump drafting is going to be readily apparent, and they got a big hole in the air behind them. You see, they are a true hatchback, so the drafting, the bump drafting, it's going to be very, very apparent here.
Yeah, it really is. And I think we're going to see a lot of that play out. A lot of these drivers trying to push their way ahead a little bit more and using that bump draft to their advantage. The question's going to be is whether or not the regular draft or the bump draft is going to be more successful. We saw the regular draft being a little bit more successful looking back to the SRFs or the Miatas. So that's going to be my big question here when it comes to these Renault Clios.
Yeah, I'll just have to wait and see. You know, it is the last race of the day. I think that there's a lot of drivers that maybe didn't have all of the championship points in some of the earlier races that are looking forward to this specific one where it might not have had 100, 200, a whole bunch of championship points out here. So I think that we may see some new names and we may see some names up towards the front that we haven't seen yet.
We certainly could. The setup here, the race format, well, it's what you've been watching this entire time. Warm-up is 3 minutes. We just concluded that. It's an 8-minute qualifying of 2 laps. That's the maximum the drivers are going to be able to set down. Then we'll go racing for a 35-minute race. And we saw this start to take effect in a couple of the races. A 17 incident point limit. You get a stop-and-go penalty at 17 points, so you got to watch out for that, because it can come back to bite you, especially in these touring car type machines.
Not only the incident points, but in the GT4 class, remember we had that jumped start. So you have to be careful not only on the track, but before that green flag is even thrown. It's always called racecraft. Understand what you can and can't do on the racetrack and apply it.
Yeah, you've got to make sure you know how to do it, you know how to get yourself around. Try to see how you can do it and try to make sure you know exactly what to do, and don't get too feisty. We've seen some feisty driving earlier on in this race, in this weekend, and you definitely don't want to let anything get too feisty and let it all come to naught.
DJ, are you telling me you're trying to tell a racing car driver how to act? That has never worked, in my opinion.
Yeah, it really hasn't ever in my experience, but it's worth a shot. I mean, you know, I'm going to try it and be ready when it fails. So that's just the way it's going to go. But here at this point, we see drivers working their way around the circuit. That's the number 6, Neil Rocks, in the purple and black Renault Clio, making his way through the carousel. And Joey, you are obviously a very experienced driver in all forms of motorsports, but let's talk to the folks listening at home. How is it different driving a front wheel car, driving a rear wheel car? What do you have to do as a driver to change that?
I think in traditional front-wheel drive cars now, they have changed a lot over the years, and depending on what versions you're driving, I think I'll probably most relate it to the TCR cars that we're not specifically watching, but a front drive car. Everything is done with those front 2 wheels, the steering, the braking, the acceleration. So oftentimes only drive the front half of the car. Don't even listen to what the back half is doing unless the back is actually pointed out the front, and then you got bigger problems. But you're going to have to live with a loose race car. It's going to be stepping out on the entries, and you just have to understand that you don't necessarily put the power down and counter steer in front wheel drive cars like you would a rear wheel drive car. You only drive with the front end, and you point the front end where it needs to go, and you stand on the gas.
All right, well, we'll see who can stand on the gas and make it work. As we said, Neil Rocks making his way around right now. About halfway done here in this qualifying session. Let's see what they are able to do. Obviously, you're going to have to deal with a little bit of understeer. That is kind of one of the things that is always kept in mind. There is Matt Malone. Got to give Matt credit here. He's competed in all of the SCCA runoffs here today, and he's made top split in 5 of 6. That's an impressive streak.
He's put in the practice time. I think I had mentioned a little bit earlier, he's been streaming a lot this week, and you got to race everything in order to get those championship points. And if you want to learn a thing or two and have fun doing it, definitely go watch his stream. I'm sure you guys will actually pick up quite a few good racing habits from there, maybe even some sarcastic ones too.
Yeah, he does occasionally have a few things to say, but Matt, one of the great ambassadors of iRacing. We are always happy to see him on any stream that we are able to cover. Drivers working their way around the track right now. Looks like the first of our takers is going to be, I think Justin Dorr is the first one, and it looks like he is working his way through the carousel right now. So we're going to have a few more minutes until we get to the time. All right, as it sounds like we are going to be bringing on into the booth here in just a few moments. Going to be bringing on Youngzi Lin, which we are very excited to be able to talk to him. We saw him have multiple takes, multiple times out on the track. As we are ready for him, here he comes on into the booth. Youngzi Lin, we are very excited to be able to welcome you here into the booth, my friends. Talk to me about what it's like jumping in between these cars. It's been a little crazy.
Yeah, man, sure it was, especially how it was arranged. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Coming from Spec Racer Ford, it's a very light car, but it's very understeery. Then into MX-5, it's a front-engine car. It has a lot of rotation on entry. I actually had a hard time adjusting to it. I practiced quite a lot with MX-5, and I think I didn't qualify as well as I expected as a result. And well, then I had a little bit of a breathing room between MX-5 and GT4. And then the Cayman GT4 is whole another machine. It's a lot heavier. It's also a little bit understeery like the Spec Racer Ford. I basically just have to go from one end to the other end, then come back.
As a driver, what can you do in between those sessions to kind of recalibrate your brain a little bit to be jumping into those cars that handle so differently?
Oh man, it's... You know, I had a 1 hour before GT4, so I, after congratulating my teammate Nicholas for the win, I just spent 15 minutes warming up to it. But between Spec Racer and MX-5, I just had to practice MX-5 before the race, kind of just memorize where I have to brake, memorize what it kind of handles like. And then, well, that's it.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for being a part of this incredible weekend and some pretty good results for you. You can't shake a stick at them, I think.
Yeah, well, not as good a result as last year. Last year, I actually won both Spec Racer Ford and GT4. Actually, both by luck, but this year, not as lucky. And I mean, I didn't have the MX-5 race. Looking forward for next year, of course.
All right. We'll be looking for you in 2025. Young Zealand, thank you so much for joining us here on the channel. Thank you. Great to have him here, and Joey, we're always happy to be joined by some of our drivers here, and I find that fascinating, what they're having to keep in mind and switching in between those kind of cars like that, and hearing him talk about, okay, I have to remember this braking zone. I could never do anything like that.
And I'm going to ramp it up even another notch, because in sim racing, you don't necessarily have a team surrounding you. They're not saying, okay, remember which gear you need to be in going into turn 5 on the radio, or the brake point's different over here. The driver is the crew chief, he is the spotter, he is the strategist, so it is all on their shoulders to go out there and adjust to every single racing situation in each different car.
Yeah. It is very, very impressive, as is the times that we're seeing being put down on the board. Wrapping up here in qualifying, it's Kevin Anfield that leads the way over Matt Gwillem, Justin Dorr, Ian Lane, and Ricardo Ruiz are your top 5. Top 9 separated by a single second. So it's going to be pretty close here up at the top of the field. We should be in for a good touring car style race. And this is going to be pretty fun. Our final one here for the 2024 iRacing SCCA Runoffs. It's been great having you here with us this entire time, and we can't wait to bring you this final race on the day from the National Park of Speed at Road America. So we get ready to get to the grid and take it on to the circuit here at this point. We are almost ready to be able to do that, and really only a couple of repeat drivers here, so I don't think we are going to have a repeat driver winner. It's going to more than likely be another new winner here today, which is always good in my books. We love to share the wealth a little bit. As we said, Kevin Enfield is going to be leading the way over Matt Gwillem. Then it's Justin Dorr and Ian Lane in row 2. Ricardo Ruiz, one we have seen before today, and Samir Kadora will be in 6th place. Moving back into 7th, it's a driver that we were following a little bit earlier in the qualifying session. That is going to be Neil Rocks. And then Kazuma Lasoni will be in P8, followed by Richard Dempsey and Aaron Wolfel. Then it's Timothy Rosenfield and Brian Canuti in P12. In 13th, it's Scott Banks, Antonio Vasquez, Ralph Aro, and John Plachano will be in 16th. Lilac Zier, another name that we've seen a couple of times here today, will roll off in 17th, and Richard Edgar will roll off 18th. 19th position is Cody Baldwin, and then the man of the hour that we've been talking about quite a bit, that's Matt Malone in 20th. There we have Nahuel Zerpo in 21st, followed by Ellis Spice, Levi Powell, and Dan Vitale will be in 24th position. 25th is Jacob Collins, Matthew Pinfield is 26th, 27th is Amy Grimm, and Jacob Bruflot will round out your 28-car field. So we have seen a lot of these names returning, but none of our returning victors are here, so that is certainly going to change things up just a little bit, but cars are rolling off on the grid here at this point. One lap around at pace car speed at 40 or 60 miles an hour or so, and then we get to go racing.
It'll be fun to end the SCCA runoffs with this 28-car Clio field. I think the racing is going to be closer than ever, and I gotta say, DJ, I'm a little bummed out that we're not going to potentially have a repeat winner. I had called out these racers for making me put my foot in my mouth. It just seems like they're foiling our plans today, aren't they?
Yeah, they really are. I think they just got a copy of our script and absolutely decided to spite us, and that's why there weren't any repeat winners here today.
Well, everybody is just trying to mind their P's and Q's here on this outlap. It is the last race of the day, so I think it's time that some of them probably let their hair down a little bit. We had been mentioning Matt Malone a lot throughout today. He had made up several positions in those earlier races, kind of stalled out the momentum in that GT4 race. And the other name that I noticed that's kind of further down towards the bottom, I believe was Jake Collins back there in the number 13. Remember, he was in one of those races far forward earlier. Maybe he can be one of our big movers.
Yeah, certainly can, and some of these drivers definitely starting a little bit farther down in the order that we expect to move their way forward. But again, that gap up at the front, this I think is one of the more spread out fields that we've seen, certainly because Anfield just put down a blistering lap time. Looked like he was absolutely in control of everything. Gwillem, Dorr, Lane, they're all going to try to keep up with him as best as possible, but you know, normally we saw that second gap, which is normally the mark that we like to say is where that's about keeping everything close. That normally extended down to about 15th or so, only out to about 9th here today. So definitely a more spread apart field than we are used to seeing.
I'm going to take a swing at potentially why that is. A lot of racers that hop on iRacing, they're drawn to the big, flashy, fast cars, and they might not spend a ton of time in, let's say, a Renault Clio over here. So you have drivers that do spend a lot of time in them, just like we saw Kevin go out there and spank that pole position lap. And then you got drivers that are participating in the SCCA runoffs that want to do good as a whole throughout the week and throughout all 6 races that might find themselves in familiar machinery for the week, but not necessarily all the time when they're in the sim.
Yeah, it's a different style of racing here in the Clio, and so that'll change things up a little bit, make it a little bit potentially more difficult for some of these drivers to get acclimatized to the car. And so that will certainly change things up. But right now, as they head their way down into Canada Corner, the final time on a pace lap here in the 2024 SCCA runoffs, make their way on through. Kevin Anfield leading the way in that yellow and white machine. To his outside will be Matt Gwillem in the black and let's call that neon. As they get their way forward, getting ready to be able to take to the green flag. Hopefully we're not going to have any jump penalties like we did in that GT4 race. Hopefully everybody stays in their columns, keeps this nice and clear. Pace car is going to duck down into pit lane, giving control of the field over to Kevin Anfield. And Anfield gets on it early yet again as the green flag flies here from Road America, and we are racing for the final time in the SCCA runoffs. A couple of drivers starting to shift on their lines a little bit, but remember, that is okay once the green flag has come out. Anfield leads up in the way. Good run here from Justin Dorr down to the inside there of Matt Gwillem. The number 12 of Lane's going to try to hold that behind as there they go down into that first corner. A little bit of a cutback there from Lane trying to get it, and we've already got a car spinning around in the background.
I believe that was Cody Baldwin in the gravel trap there into turn number 1. Seems like the top 5 or 6 are single file, and then we saw that first car that was double file going into turn number 3, and here we go. Maybe a little bit of serpentine open wheel defending, going back and forth down the straightaway, trying to break the draft from these big old hatchbacks.
Yeah, this the dragon move, as it has become known in IndyCar circles. Dorr going to hold on to that second base position over Gwillem. Big move down to the inside there. That's Ricardo Ruiz trying to go down to the inside of Cadura. It looks like we may have had a driver go off in the back. I think that's Canuti may have had a little bit of a problem. He'll fall down the order. Still side by side up and over turn 6. Oh, car spun around, contact in the mid-pack.
Yeah, I think that some of them are going to get away with it. And now as I say that, there's more cars spun around. Definitely a pile up a little bit further back between turn 6 and turn 7. I think it was Vasquez back there, but I'm impressed by our leader. Not only pole position, but he seems to have thrown up the deuces.
Yeah, he is out and off into a field unto himself at this point. Gwillem and Dorr and Lane look like they're in their own battle right now, trying to keep everything together. Great low angle of it. We can see that gap starting to extend up at the front of the field as they try to work their way on through. That 3-car pack for P2, though. Is anybody going to try to poke their way out of line? Gwillem's going to be the most likely to do it down into the braking zone. No, neither does Lane, so they'll keep together. Behind them, I believe, is Ricardo Ruiz as he tries to close on in and keep this a close battle. Credit here to Matt Gwillem. I thought Anfield was going to absolutely streak off into the distance, but Gwillem has closed the gap coming down through Canada Corner.
Let's see about the run through turn number 14 here. It seems like Anfield gets a decent little run, but now actually the momentum is starting to shift the direction of that slipstream. Not only that, but it seems like Gwillem might get up there and actually push Door. You see them both trying to follow in the tire tracks of Anfield, our leader, just trying to get in that slipstream, keep pulling that gap closer and closer and closer. But it seems like Anfield is doing a pretty good job controlling lap 1 so far.
Yeah, Ian Lane back in 4th position. Looks like he's lost a little bit of a step and is now a 2-car battle between Door and Gwillem for that 2nd place spot. Here comes the replay. Let's take a look at exactly what happened in that absolute melee coming up and over through the hurry downs. That is going to be on the bottom of your screen. Joey, walk us through what you see.
Yeah, front to rear contact right there, and then just standing on the gas, which I don't blame him. You're trying to pull yourself out of the slide, and then maybe some extracurricular activity there at the end. Yeah, some elbows came out for sure.
And that was Cadora that was right in the middle of all of that as everybody shuffles themselves around right now. And you see a couple other drivers getting a little bit squirrely coming off down into hurry down. So gather themselves back up underneath them at this point. Jump back up to live pictures here. Anfield, about a 0.5 of a second advantage over Door. Gwillem behind. Ian Lane not going anywhere either. The top 4 starting to break away a little bit from Ricardo Ruiz, although Dempsey trying to close in on the back of them. That's only about 3 seconds, the gap back there. There's a pretty close field there with Ruiz, Dempsey, and Rocks.
This lead pack is certainly something else, but DJ, this 18th, 19th, 20th battle is something else right now. These guys are like at the roller rink with bumper bowling lanes, leaning on each other, and it is some crazy racing.
Well, there it is on your screen. That's Samir Kadura, Vasquez, Plachada, and here they come. My goodness gracious, that's too wide through the king, trying to sort themselves out. Holy, holy, holy.
I told you, this is wild back here. It's like the interstate trying to choose between which do you want, the HOV lane or the right lane. Almost like a scene from Office Space trying to pick a lane on going forward.
Yeah, they're trying to sort themselves out here. Wolfel, Plachada in there, Grimm now as well, trying to find a way forward. Here they go. 22 there of Amy, just right in the middle of all of the action. Cadora trying to sprint away up the front of it. They're still not sorted themselves out. They're still side by side there with Woeful and Sear. As now somebody's diving down pit lane. That's Cadora. I wonder if that's a black flag.
And I think it might have been a little bit of damage as well as we ride on board with Amy here in the number 22. I think that this is so neat to watch. Not only the side-by-side racing, looking to make a move there in turn number 1, thinks better of it, right back into line. Can actually focus out the windshield a little bit versus worry about this view right here with all of the craziness still going on behind.
Yeah, and it has not subsided. It continues to fire off. Woeful and Zier holding on to that. Cody Baldwin, Canuti also involved in those in that craziness as well. There you see communication. Not sure if that's to a live spotter or if that's back to a virtual spotter, something of that nature. Here we take a look out the front, taking this time down the long back straightaway. Adjust the gloves there a little bit. That's not uncommon to see. Amy trying to close down on John Plachta up in front. A little bit of a wider line there, maybe off the apex ever so slightly. Little grimace. I think Amy knew that that one wasn't perfect.
You gotta be inch perfect if you want to go up there and catch the competitors. And actually, we've been talking about a little bit of that anxiety, a little bit of that nervousness. Aaron Wolfel is now applying a pressure to the car of Amy that we were just riding on board with. So as my dad would say, just take a deep breath, wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, focus on what you need to do out there, and don't worry about what's in the mirror.
Exactly. Let's take a look back up front because the battle there may not be as volatile, but it certainly is starting to get interesting. Anfield now under pressure from Justin Dorr, Matt Gwillem, and Ian Lane. Ooh, wide run there from Dorr. That's an attack, maybe a defense. I can't really tell what it is because these four are all on top of each other.
And see what happens going into turn number 14. Anfield kind of was a sneaky little defensive move and then moved over to the racing line of the racetrack, really open up the radius in turn 14, and he capitalizes the most on the corner exit. I think that's why he got that pole position. If anything, it's Gwillem here in this black car with the yellow stripe. He's going to opt to bump draft Justin Dorr here, try to close that gap back to him, up to our leader.
And he gave him a nice little shove there, but now Gwillem's going to try to take a look to the outside. No, it's going to be Dorr that tries to go to the outside. They'll file into line. A little bit of a line there, it has to be said, for Dorr, carrying more minimum apex speed. As now they're going to line up for turn 3. Not the best overtaking opportunity, but again, if you can get this right, you can get the good run coming down into turn 5. Let's see. I don't think Dorr got it right. Gwillem got a little bit of a better run. Are we going to see another bump draft, or are we going to see an attempted pass here from Gwillem?
And it's also putting kind of Gwillem in an interesting situation because Dorr, the bright green car, is following in the tire tracks of our leader, and our leader is making some moves on the straightaway to try to break that draft. Really late on the brakes. Anfield left the door open. Justin Dorr thought about it. He put the car there and said, hey, if there's an open door, I'm here, bud.
Yeah, and I think that's going to make Kevin Anfield think twice about any kind of moves that he want to make. He's going to have to be driving in his rearview mirror a little bit. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's jump back into P11 here. This is Peru, Nathaniel Peru and Jacob Collins. Matt Malone also involved in around this area as well. Nice little battle starting to take place.
A white car right there, I believe is Jake Collins, and then this, call it white front end with the navy, the majority blue here. That is the number 8. That is Matt Malone. Right behind is this red and black car of Antonio Vasquez. Oh my goodness, a little bit wide there from Matt Malone. Kind of halted his momentum going down the hill here. Let's see if he can kind of pick it up by stepping on the throttle on the exit of the carousel here. Vasquez definitely applying all sorts of pressure, and you saw just that kind of gap balloon and inflate as soon as Matt made that little mistake.
Yeah, just a little mistake here in these kind of cars. Oh, we may have to go back up to the front of the field as Justin Dorr has been able to make a move coming around your leader, Kevin Anfield. Dorr now up to the lead of the race. Matt Gwillem trying to be able to take advantage around the outside there of Anfield, but Dorr up to the point.
I went back and saw exactly how this developed here, DJ. Remember how aggressive that green car of Justin Dorr was on the brakes into turn 5? He did the same thing into Canada corner, but around the outside. I wonder if Kevin Anfield is really kind of giving up the beginning to try to focus on the back half, and Justin took advantage.
Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing. How are they going to manage this? How are they going to do it? But look at this. Dorr through turn 1. Runs a little bit wide. Pushed it a little bit too far at the exit, at the apex rather. But nevertheless, Dorr's opening up a little bit of a gap here. 0.3 of a second. Let's see how it fares, though, when they come onto the back straightaway, coming down through the Moraine sweep. This is going to be the telltale mark. You know, guys, I think as we take a live look at Justin Dorr, I think he's calm. Big glass of water there as he came out of the corner. Big breath, scratching his head down the back straightaway. He's in the zone.
I think I saw a giant exhale on the straightaway there, and now the pure focus on the brake marker, hit the apex, and I'm sure coming up here, glance at the mirror just to see where the competitors are, right? And then right back to where your next brake marker is. Spot the apex, which is difficult up and over 6. Turn 7 in these cars should be easy flat, so just drive it around this corner right here. But in these Clios, I feel like there's some areas that you can take that breath that we saw out of Justin Dorr, and others that you just have to have pure focus.
Yeah, you've got to really kind of know what car you're in to be able to take those moments. I know if I take my hand off the wheel on some of the cars that I drive, it shakes and shimmies and I've got to hold on to it, so it's not really an option for me. But Dorr looking like he was able to have that equidistant now between Dorr, Anfield, and Gwillem. Looks like Lane's right on the back there as well. And Ricardo Ruiz, this is now starting to be a 5-car breakaway. Dempsey and Rocks not too far behind either. They could catch up if things go their way.
That is a very interesting point, and you're right. If it continues to battle, I would not count out Dempsey. I would not count out Rocks. There is a little bit of a bigger gap after those two, but it'll be curious. Let's wait and let's find out. Let's see who's going to kind of draw up in there, because Justin Dorr was aggressive to get the move done on Kevin Anfield. It wasn't like the slipstream is as powerful as what we saw in those first, call it 3 or 4 races. It does seem like you have to force the issue a little bit more.
Yeah, it'll look like forcing the issue there was Matt Gwillem trying to think about a little bit of a run on Kevin Anfield. Now he's going to give Anfield a little bit of a bump draft coming down the front straightaway. Let's see if that plays out. Anfield's got a little bit of overspeed. He's going to poke his nose to the inside here, coming down into turn 1. He's going to be alongside, but he's going to back out of it. Thinks better of it. Gwillem not able to make the run either. They'll stick in line as they come down through turn 1. Looks like their door has accidentally hit his windshield wipers. That's not uncommon. I do that all the time when I'm driving, I can tell you. As now they come down through turn 3, almost pixel perfect lines for our top 3. And got to give credit here, Ian Lane. This is my unsung hero of this race. That number 12 machine just holding in. That could be a sleeper pick by the end of this race.
Ricardo Ruiz is closing it in here. Let's see how deep Justin Dorr, our leader, takes it on the brakes going into turn number 5 here. I feel like out of all the cars that we've been watching, he's been the most confident. And once again, he just kind of sails it into turn 5. It costs him a little bit on exit, but guess what? Turn 6 is just right up the hill here, so it's not necessarily a huge detriment. I definitely see that Anfield in second place is slow in, fast out. That's how they teach you how to drive. That's traditionally the fastest way around a racetrack, especially one like Road America with a lot of straightaways. But when it comes to racecraft, you have to be able to adapt.
Well, speaking of adapting, great move from Gwillem and Ian Lane, thinking about following him on through. That was around the outside of turn 8, able to make that play around your pole sitter, Kevin Anfield. And it sounds like we've had a big wreck with Cody Baldwin farther back in the field. Let's take a look at exactly what happened, as this one could be pretty darn big. Again, this is with the 27 of Cody Baldwin down into turn 1. Oh, missed the braking zone, and Baldwin hard into the wall.
Yeah, it almost seemed like the 27 missed the braking zone and then tried to avoid running into the car in front. And we got problems with our pole sitter. Kevin Anfield just missed Canada corner. You see the front gap just gone.
Absolutely gone, and he actually ran into the back, it looks like, of Gwillem in the process. We'll get a replay of that spooled up here in a little bit, but that has allowed for Justin Dorr to just scamper off into the front.
I've been talking about Justin Dorr being more aggressive on the brakes and Anfield being more of a giving up the front half of the corner and focusing on the last half. It just seemed like Anfield got in too deep. He was trying to match others' performance, and it caught him out.
Yeah, I mean, you can never drive outside your bounds, and this could be an instance where Anfield did exactly that. Let's jump back and take a look at the replay of exactly what happened to Anfield here. Joey, you and I both saw this, but just kind of missed his braking zone, slightly got into the back there of Gwillem, and yeah, just a simple matter of braking outside of his means.
It can be so tough, right? You had just been passed a couple times. You had pole position. You know you're the fastest out there based off of qualifying, but you kind of start to question yourself if you make a mistake or you have a little bit of a run off track. You lose 1 or 2 spots, and then you try to do something else. It's a little bit of a frustrating moment for sure, but it's always a learning moment.
Exactly. You can always be learning here no matter where you are on track. You can always be picking up something, doesn't matter where you are. We're going to check out the battle just behind them here. This is between Rocks and Dempsey. Remember, this is the one we've said is just kind of percolating. I get the sneaking suspicion here that Richard Dempsey doesn't want to make this too much of a battle because he knows what can happen up in front of him. That if they keep in line and they play nice together, they could be involved in the battle for the lead.
I think if you want to go and sit in this view right now, head on over to iRacing.com and start your iRacing career. We've seen so many different chassis today. It doesn't matter if you like formula cars, if you like production cars, if you like prototype cars. Trust me, iRacing has got everything for you. And even tracks outside of North America too. Some of the best world-renowned racetracks all right here on the service.
Yeah, you can't beat it, whether you're talking about Monza or whether you are talking about Spa or Misano, you name it, iRacing has it. It is absolutely fantastic to be able to see. But here we go, Richard Dempsey, 17 and a half minutes left in the session. Just kind of plugging along behind. I don't get the sense Dempsey's being held up necessarily, but I also don't think he's pushing that hard.
I think that he's trying to be patient is what he's trying to do, because if Dempsey goes up and forces the issue with rocks, it's just going to slow him down. And they're dang close identical in terms of performance. So sometimes it might be letting off of the gas in that slipstream to not apply any sort of pressure to that car in front, to just say, hey, bud, I'm here to work with you. Let's see if we can actually close that gap. And if you can't close the gap, then you haven't wasted anything. You just start to race yourselves again.
Yeah, exactly. And you're just able to sort of regather everything up back underneath you and keep going, as it were. That gap, by the way, between Rocks and Ruiz is about 1.5 seconds, and it hasn't really moved all that much. So I wonder whether that's going to happen. We're going to jump back here. Levi Powell and Matt Malone in a fantastic battle for 14th position. That's Malone in your blue and white machine. The silver is Powell in front of him.
I do have to question what happened to Matt. You see maybe a little bit of front-end damage, and at one point I could have sworn that he was about plus 10, maybe even plus 12 on that leaderboard. Going into braking zone right here. It looks like Plachta gonna try to get down to the inside. Matt sees him down there, leaves room. A little bit of contact there at apex, but both of them drive away.
Both of them drive away here. Plachta trying to be able to see if he can send that move down to turn 6. Malone has successfully defended it. And yeah, if you look at the front there of that number 8, that Renault badge is caved in a little bit. So there definitely is a little bit of contact that happened there with Malone. Not entirely sure what caused that, but definitely has had a little bit of rough running here today for the number 8. For him, he's going to try to just keep ahead. Jacob Collins right in front of him, but I think he's more focused on what's going on behind him.
I gotta chuckle just a little bit because of that front end. Yeah, we might not know what's going on, but I'm pretty sure you could probably go tune in and Matt and see exactly what happened to that front end as we check in. Gwillem has closed it in on door. Ian Lane there sitting in the 3rd place. Ricardo Ruiz sitting in 4th. And it really has become a 4-car breakaway ever since kind of Anfield left the picture.
Yeah, and that gap that we were talking about with Rocks and Dempsey, that has now expanded up to about, let's call it 2 seconds. So not the best running there for them to be able to close on it. But Gwillem looking like he could have a little bit of a run here, closing in on Justin Dorr. Again, the question's going to be, when do you want to make this move? This is a real strategic race here, Joey. We're seeing a lot of drivers being very calculated in the way that they're making these passes.
And what's interesting to me as we ride on board the 4th place car, Ricardo Ruiz, our 2nd place car of Gwillem has mainly been more of like a pusher, if you will. If you guys watch a lot of NASCAR, you know, you got pushers and you got leaders most of the time. And McGwillem up there has just really been able to push cars along. He was able to capitalize on the pass on Anfield, but Justin Dorr, it's a little bit of a mixed bag. Is Gwillem going to push me, work with me, or is he going to try to get past me?
Well, and that may be part of Gwillem's strategy. Just keep Dorr a little bit questioning and make him not sure how he's going to be able to get his way on by. And so that's going to be part of it, is you want to keep your person who's in front of you in a constant state of confusion as to what you're going to do, because that just means you've got more opportunity to make that pass. Now, the other flip side of that is Ian Lane continues to just kind of be a fly in the ointment here. He's holding on behind, only about 0.3 of a second behind those two. And so Lane, if these two get into an almighty scrap, could very easily pick up the pieces and get his way forward.
Ian Lane could very well dictate the winner of this race. And I say that because the bump draft, I believe, is more powerful than the slipstream this time. It has been flip-flopped the entire SCCA runoffs here on iRacing, where the slipstream more powerful than the bump draft. That third place car might bump up to the winner as Malone. Still side by side back here. He was on the inside right there trying to carry the momentum now down into the carousel.
Yeah, and he's going to lose out here to John Plachta, and now Aaron Woelfel is going to be the one who tries to close in on him. I think that damage from Matt Malone is really starting to hurt him a little bit. He's slipping down through the order. He's now only +4 on the day, and as you said earlier, I think he was at least +8 earlier on. So now I've got to imagine here, if you're Aaron Woelfel, you are taking note of the fact that Malone has just been passed, and you're going to be making an almighty push here down into Canada Corner. Indeed, a little bit of a defensive line there from Malone, and no, thought about it. Woelfel thought about it, but decided not to go for it.
It's also a fun experience, I think, for a lot of these drivers. These streamers, they're very popular, right? Especially while watching iRacing, and you might not get the chance to go ahead and race with these big names all the time. So some of these drivers might race Matt Malone a little bit different. They might race some of these drivers a little bit different, and you have to weigh in on that too.
Well, it's the two sides of the same coin argument, and I've heard this from multiple drivers. There is a little bit of the intimidation that it's, oh, I'm going up against Matt Malone. I know he's probably streaming. I want to, treat him with kid gloves a little bit because I don't want to make an absolute fool of myself. But the other side of it is, oh, it's Matt Malone. If I beat him, I'm going to look really, really good.
100%. 100%. That's spot on in how you kind of describe it. And if you do make that pass, that kind of puts you in the books there. Like, all right, yeah, I know that I'm better. Check it off the list.
I know I've had that with a certain few real-life racing drivers that I've competed against iRacing, and trust me, if you meet me in the real world and ask me about it, I will tell you to a T who have I beaten and who has kicked my backside.
It's all in the cart chassis, DJ. I had the slow cart tonight.
Exactly. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. With split screen here, battle for the lead up with Dork, Willem, and Lane, and Ruiz. We've got to count Ruiz, and that is there. Malone goes side by side yet again. Woelfel trying to make that pass going down into turn 5. Not going to play out. Malone's going to hold off into turn 6.
He's got his hands full, for sure. And I think what's most impressive about the top half of our screen, that battle for the lead, not only are they running as fast as they are, they're fighting amongst each other, and they're still pulling a gap on Neil Rocks back there in 5th place. So I think that front 4 definitely in another league.
Yeah, they really and truly are. Just have the master of this Renault Clio a little bit more. Ooh, wide run there from Woelfel on the bottom of your screen there. That's going to send him a little bit wide, and that could present an opportunity here for Richard Edgar to be able to make a play. It's certainly going to buy a little bit of breathing room for Matt Malone as we check back on the battle for the lead of the race as the clock strikes 10 minutes to go here from Road America. There you see Dork continues to lead. Gwillem's starting to poke and prod a little bit more, though. We saw him run a little bit wider through turn 14. Just see if there was a way to get by.
Now looking at the slipstream right here, it's not enough unless you have a mistake out of the final corner to overtake by that start-finish line. And that goes back to my point from maybe a couple laps ago. Our 3rd place car could actually dictate our winner. Which one does he decide to go and push?
All right, that's a very good point. Who's going to push it? But I also want to give some credit here to Matthew Pinfield. This driver in the number 21 machine may have had our biggest moves of the race. He is up a whopping 18 spots. Massive, massive credit here to Matthew Pinfield.
Driving his way through what is turn number 3 right now. It's got a nice little bit of a gap, about 2nd behind him to Scott Banks, and about 7 or 8 seconds in front of him up to Kevin Anfield. But like you said, up 18 positions, started way back there in 26th and solidly in the top 10.
Yeah, this is a really impressive drive. I think this is our biggest mover that we've seen over the course of today. I don't think anybody else has come close to 18. If they have, feel free to correct me, but really, really good run. for Pinfield, who will definitely be able to hang his hat on this. Let's jump back up to the lead battle here. Dork, Willem, Lane, and Ruiz, your top 4, as they snake their way through the carousel now.
Who can stand on the gas the earliest to get the run out right here? And in these cars, it's going to start way up at the top of the hill versus way down at the bottom of the hill, where that thing really kind of tightens up. And now through the kink, hold that thing flat out. 120 miles an hour is what I was noticing, and still accelerating down here towards Canada Corner, approaching 130 miles an hour. Those cars a little bit further back in the slipstream, I saw about 3 to 4 mile an hour delta difference.
Yep, you're starting to see that play out. Ooh, a little bit of a wide run there for Lane. That wasn't the best corner there as it could go. Let's see. Yeah, that gap is starting to develop a little bit. I still think it's within drafting range there as they go, but let's see. Here we go as they come up and over the hill for another time. Not seeing any movement. I'm getting the sense here, Joey, that everybody's just kind of holding station for the time being. Nobody wants to push too hard. They know that in just a couple of laps' time, that white flag is going to come out. And look at this. Gwillem giving a big old push to Dorr, really trying to stretch that advantage as much as possible. I think Gwillem wants this to be a 1v1 battle.
If there was a difference between turn 14, the previous 2 laps, is Gwillem actually got just a monster run out of the exit that last time by. And I had said I don't think you can overtake before the start-finish line without help. It might have been the case that Gwillem had enough momentum to actually make that move, which kind of puts him in an interesting position too. Which do you want? Do you want to be leading going into turn 14? Do you want to try to capitalize on the exit of turn 14? I think that this one has been the biggest dice roll out of all of them, trying to predict where the momentum really comes from.
Yeah, I'm not sure either on how it's going to be, but we only have about 6 minutes to figure it out. Let's also take a look back, though. This is P11, Antonio Vasquez in the number 9 machine, leading over Azpuru and Collins right now. Collins in that white machine, 3rd in line. Azpuru trying to close on in that number 25 right now. Let's see what he's able to get. By the way, Collins having a good day. He's up 12.
Come up and through towards turn number 6 here. See how they navigate this over crest. Both of them nicely on those apex curves, and then using up the proper amount of asphalt over those exit curves. Flat out through turn number 7 here, down the little short shoot downhill into turn number 8. Jump on the brakes right here. This one's actually a little bit trickier than you think. You're carrying a lot of momentum going down the hill, plus gravity is pulling you down there. It can be a little bit tricky getting the car stopped.
Yeah, it certainly is a surprisingly difficult corner. I mean, I know that I oftentimes have problems locking the fronts going down into there. Just a little bit of that extra gravity coming back to bite you. Not nearly as much as you get coming down out of turn 5, but definitely very, very similar. Spuru, though, just trying to close on in right now. Manuel not really able to get a good run here down into Canada Corner. He's going to stay in line. Can tell you the leaders that we're about to check up on here in a second, they are crossing over the stripe right now, and with 4 minutes and 30 seconds left to go, I believe that is 2 to go.
Should be by my math, but my math is usually not correct, so don't
never trust
me.
a commentator's math.
No, never do that. Justin Dorr still in control. Remember, he was the one who overtook Kevin Anhart a little bit earlier, and then ever since he's been in the lead, Gwillem has been up there. He has been able to kind of threaten and maybe even push on the straightaways, but it's been managed by that green number 4 car.
Yeah, he's been in control. That's been the thing. The only caveat that I will give to that is Gwillem has on occasion seemed the faster car with those bump drafts, particularly coming out of turn 14, as you said earlier. Now Gwillem starting to apply a little bit of pressure. You saw a little bit of a look to the outside, maybe a little bit of a defensive move there from Dorr. Once again there, Gwillem looking to the inside, coming up into turn 6. I think he knows it's go time, but look what that just cost him there, Joey. Now it's Lane all over the back of Gwillem.
Definitely stacked him up all behind him there. I think that our leader has been so gosh dang aggressive on the brake pedal, and on the first half of the corner, it has gotten him into the lead. But is it also going to be his pitfall? Is it going to cost him the lead of the race? Because if you go in with your hair on fire and come out the other side, all is good. But what happens if you go 2 feet too deep on that brake marker?
Exactly. If you just get that a little bit off, it'll come back to bite you. And so that is exactly what he has got to watch out for here. We take a live look on board Justin Dorr right now. Do you see those glances behind? Gwillem trying to get him to do exactly that. That's what Gwillem wants him to do, but Gwillem backs off a little bit early. You saw there also in the rearview mirror, Ricardo Ruiz doing the same thing. And now with 2 minutes and 35 seconds left to go, lap times at about 2:30. This will be 1 lap to go at the line.
We've seen Gwillem really aggressive there into turn 14. That was either Dorr trying to slow up on the entry and capitalize on the exit, maybe caught Gwillem off guard, and here we go, coming to the white flag. We're side by side for the lead.
And we wondered when Gwillem was going to make that move. Well, it is now. And I can tell you, when they crossed the stripe, Gwillem did not have the lead. So that is something that Dorr needs to keep in the back of his mind. If he can keep the lead coming through out of turn 14, he can more than likely hold it. Side by side coming down into turn 1. It's going to be Gwillem on the outside, Dorr on the inside. We're going to go 3 wide. Here comes Ian Lane.
Down on the inside, he backs out of it wisely. It's going to cost him too much on the exit, but who does he decide to push going down the straightaway? He's lined up behind the green car of Justin Dorr. Seems like maybe Gwillem is going to be left out to dry without a bump draft buddy.
Yeah, but it looks like Lane's a little bit tentative. He's not hooking up nearly as much as he wants to. There comes a little bit more of the overspeed here from Justin Dorr. He's going to get that big push later on the binders. Big move from Ricardo Ruiz down to the inside.
Little bit of a lockup, and now 3 wide. Ricardo Ruiz comes out with the lead from 4th place going into turn 5. It was a little bit of help from the competitors, and now Justin Dorr puts his foot down. He remains in the lead.
Yeah, but he's going to have to lift a little bit, I think, coming through turn 7. Oh, big catch of the car. Contact behind. That's Lane and Gwillem off into the grass.
It's going to be a 2-car fight to see who becomes the SCCA Runoffs winner in these Renault Clios. Is it going to be Justin Dorr in this bright green number 4 car, or Ricardo Ruiz giving chase in the number 5?
All right, here they go, coming out of the carousel right now. The gap's about 0.2 of a second, call it 2.5 tenths, as they now fly their way into the kink. It looks like it's advantage Justin Dorr, but Ruiz has got a couple more braking zones to try to close this back down. Who's it going to be?
Deep on the brakes is going to be the name of the game. Justin Dorr has been so aggressive on the first half of the corner. He's able to get the car stop, but trust me, DJ, Ricardo is right there.
Ricardo Ruiz trying to close on down. Justin Dorr has the advantage. We saw Dorr in a chase to the line last time around. Tries to close off any opportunity for Ruiz. Ruiz goes for a wider line, gives him a bumper. He gives him a little bit of a how you doing as they come out of the corner now. It's going to be a drag race. Dorr celebrating already. I think he knows he's got it. Indeed he does. It is the green machine. It is Justin Dorr to the line to be your SCCA champion in the Renault Clio.
The smile and the victory fist pump out of Justin Dorr. Another SCCA Runoffs champion as we watch a few more of these battles. I believe this is Scott Banks in this number 1 car coming up the hill, going to take the checkered flag.
Banks in P10, able to hold out just behind Ellis Spice. Antonio Vasquez also going to try to hold out over Espuru, and it looks like he's able to do just that. Jacob Collins over John Plachta there as well. Very close battles, very good battles. You'll love to see it.
You know, it was fun to watch the racecraft in turn number 14. Kind of parking it right there at the entry, at the apex, getting the bump from the competitor, which actually propelled him up the hill. Nicely executed from Justin.
very nicely executed to take that win for Justin Dorr. Ricardo Ruiz and Matt Gwillem able to take the rest of the podium. Gwillem after that coming together with Ian Lane coming down through hurry downs. Neil Rocks and Richard Dempsey round out your top 5. Ian Lane was 6th. Then it's Kevin Anfield, who was your pole sitter, but suffered an incident earlier on in the race. Matthew Pinfield was 8th, followed by Ellis Spice and Scott Banks round out your top 10. Antonio Vasquez was 11th over Nanuel Azpuru. Then Jacob Collins, John Plachta, and Levi Powell round out your top 15. Aaron Wolfel was 16th, followed by Richard Edgar, Amy Grime, Matt Malone, and Brian Canuti is 20th. 21st was Cody Baldwin, then Lilac Zier, Timothy Rosenfeld, Jacob Brugflot, and Dan Vitale, your last driver on the lead lap. Ralph Aro, Samir Kadura, and Kazuma Lesnoe is your final finisher in 28th position. As we take a look at your winners here today, no repeat winners, everyone different. Andre Castro won in the Formula Vs. Morgan Burkhart won in the Spec Racer Fords. Nicholas Goebel won in the Spec Miatas. Chase Cabra won in the USF 2000s. Julian Fernandez in the GT4s. And Justin Dorr in the Renault Clios. 6 races, 6 absolutely fantastic results. This is what the SCCA runoffs are all about.
It's about the best of the best and proving yourself, and yeah, you can take it to that next level. So who knows, DJ? We might see some of these drivers go up into these global esports championships. We might see some of these SCCA runoffs drivers make the transition into the real world. We saw a ton of those real world drivers, Morgan Burkhart, Fletcher, so many that have real world experience in these exact same cars that we saw in the virtual world today. It really was a neat event, 6+ hours of racing.
It was absolutely fantastic to be able to see. So excited to be able to see it. So excited to be able to call it here with you, Joey. The SCCA runoffs are a very, very special event to be able to be a part of, and it has been our absolute pleasure to do that. We've got a couple more things to run you through for the day, so don't go anywhere. Tomorrow, the 24th at 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, 1900 GMT. It's the AMD 240 at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. That's right, folks. The IMSA Championship is. Join Arjuna Kampati and the rest of the team as they bring you through all of the fantastic action here from one of the best racetracks in all of North America, Road Atlanta. It's going to be fast. It is going to be frenetic. The IMSA iRacing Global Championship. And then Monday night, it's qualifying races for the main event for the World of Outlaws Pro Series presented by iRacing. We head to Williams Grove. That's going to be always interesting. Williams Grove, a unique raceway here on the service. It's a long straightaway that comes down into those tight corners. Going to be really interesting to see how these dirt cars are able to handle themselves. And if you've been watching the World of Outlaw Pro Series, you are not going to want to miss any of it because you know just how fantastic this action has been. You don't get a lot better than dirt cars at Williams Grove, let me tell you. And so those are some of the exciting ones that we have, but let's take a look back at what we did here today, Joey, because this Renault Clio and indeed this entire weekend of racing, fantastic.
I mean, what better way to cap off the runoffs than with a plethora of different cars. Remember, we had these Formula Vs to start the day off, and then we went to the Spec Racer Fords. 6 different champions is what we crowned today.
We certainly did. And on behalf of everyone here on the iRacing team, as well as myself, DJ Clark, and Joey Atterbury, who's joined me here in the booth, it's been an absolute pleasure to bring you the racing action here today. Tune in tomorrow, tune in Monday for the action here on iRacing. And until we see you on the track, thanks for watching.